Friday live stream. I'm your host, Theodore Schubot, and we are going to kick off the weekend by listening to a total stranger talking for the next 6 hours to 6.5 hours or so. And we have a lot of ground to cover. We got Turkey versus Israel over the Sinai Peninsula. We have America reviving old pipelines, specifically the pipeline between Syria and Iraq, known as the Kirkuk to Banias pipeline. We have Turkey working to solidify further influence over the Central Asian Turkic countries. We have Japan and Germany both wanting to obtain nuclear weapons. We have Israel not being involved in the war between the US and Iran, and rather it's just watching from the sidelines as the Goyim kill each other yet again, and Israel rubs its evil hands. And we probably have some other stuff to talk about, but we'll see where my mind takes me in this ever-flowing stream of consciousness known as live streaming. Hope you guys will tune in, and I hope to entertain you guys during the stream, and I hope we can have a good Friday night. Drinking will be involved, although a little bit later from now, but we will have fun. For now, it's just coffee. I don't like drinking alcohol during the afternoon because it's kind of a degenerate thing to do. I'm not really sure, but the evenings are always great for drinking alcohol. Let's see here. I'll get some music playing. Let me know if the music is too loud or too low. U.S. military emergence passed by the House. Yeah, I already did a video on this. Hello, folks. Ready for Theologic? Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Alexis Corral. Hello, Bra Mapping. Hello, Helvetus. And who else? Who else is on? I'll check the live stream real quick, see if everything's working. And I'll edit the live stream by just a little bit here. Here we go. Let's see. I am live. What's going on here? Hello, Susan. It's going to the Senate. Just endless wars. They lost by 6 points. What lost by 6 points? The merger was always there. I understand that. Yeah, I think you're right. I think this is an extension of the merger that's already been there. Can you tell me which country is more powerful in military, Turkey or India? I don't know, man. I don't know. India's got a lot more people. Chabad, what about them? That's what's his face? Ben Shapiro's people. I'm gonna just look at something real quick. That's not too loud. Hello, Scoob. Here's your comment here. Hello, Friday. Happy Friday to you. Happy Friday to you too, sir. Thank you. Currently at the Airsoft store. Gonna listen to the stream on the way back to Quebec. Oh, are you Quebecois? Bonjour. Gonna tune in for some theology. Absolutely. Thank you, sir. And have fun at the Airsoft store. Happy Friday, Theo. Thank you, sir. Happy Friday to you too, Mr. History Nerd. So will Turkey be even more stronger? Yes. Jared Kushner is indeed Chabad. That is true. Yes, Turkey is definitely going to get stronger and is going to be one of the big winners as a result of the whole Iran quagmire situation. Now, it's very interesting that Israel is not directly participating in the current conflict between the U.S. and Iran. And the Wall Street Journal did an interesting article on this phenomenon. And I thought I would read to you guys some excerpts from this article. I'll make the text a little bit bigger. So it says here, why Israel is sitting out the latest U.S. bombing campaign in Iran. So the Goyim are killing each other, and Israel, which is the country that, alongside the U.S., started this war, they're sitting on the sidelines and they're rubbing their hands. Oh, look at the Goyim go. Look at the Goyim go. Or goy. Look at the Goyim goy. The Goyim are killing each other, and Israel, which has been the biggest accelerator of this conflict alongside the U.S., is just sitting at the sidelines, sitting on the sidelines, not giving a damn, rubbing its hands while saying, yes, yes, go, we need the war, yes. We need the war for Israel. It's for Israel, yes. And remember what Donald Trump said when he spoke with Sean Hannity recently. He said, America doesn't need the strait. This is what he said. He said, America doesn't need the strait. We did this war for Israel and our other Middle Eastern allies, as if the other Middle Eastern allies are on an equal footing with Israel when it comes to American foreign policy. But no, we did this war for Israel, and the State Department, you can look into this. In fact, I'll show it to you guys real quick. It's really interesting. The State Department actually stated that the war was done for Israel. Iran war for Israel. Of course, Snopes is going to tell us it didn't happen. Hold on a second. Here it is, Yahoo News. State Department openly admits Israel pushed us into Iran war. They say, oh, this is not Israel, guys. This is just, it's something else, right? Nothing to do with Israel. And the State Department openly admits that the war was started for the sake of Israel. And so it says here, even the State Department recognizes that the U.S. entered the Iran war on behalf of Israel against the Hamas and the Hezbollah. A government release written earlier this week by Reed D. Rubenstein, the department's legal advisor, detailed how the U.S., quote, is engaged in this conflict at the request of and in the collective self-defense of its Israeli ally. So they will sit there and accuse us, and they have been accusing us for years of pushing conspiracy theories about, an evil cabal consisting of the Israel lobby. And they said, it's all just conspiratorial nonsense. No, nothing to do with Israel. Nothing at all. And the U.S. State Department, through Mr. Reed D. Rubenstein, admits, no, it's for Israel. It's like they're rubbing it in our faces. It's for Israel. Is engaged in this conflict at the request of and in the collective self-defense of its Israeli ally, as well as in the exercise of the United States' own inherent right of self-defense. The release cited multiple letters issued by the agency to the UN Security Council as evidence of the apparent connection. But the candid admission directly contradicts the White House and Donald Trump, who has repeatedly insisted that Israel had nothing to do with his decision to spark another unpopular Middle East war. Just this week, Donald Trump complained online about the circulating narrative, claiming on Truth Social that, quote, Israel never talked me into the war. No, it never happened. No, Israel never talked me into going to war against Iran, no. But that, quote, the results of October 7th added to my lifelong opinion that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon, in all caps. U.S. involvement, blah, blah, blah. Enough said. I don't have to read any further. I don't need to read any further. It's very, very obvious what this is about. So Israel wanted this war. America launched the war. And before America launched the war, alongside, in conjunction with Israel, the head of Israeli intelligence, the Mossad, Mr. David Barnea, visited Trump personally and said, "Oh, Mr. Trump, we can do this for Israel. You know, we can go against Iran. You took out Mr. The guy in Venezuela. What's his name? I forgot his name. Mr. Maduro. You took out Maduro. You took out Maduro in Venezuela. You can do this easily. Venezuela is Iran. It's the same thing. Oy vey, Mr. Trump, it's the same thing. I assure you." And it's like, I said this months ago. Venezuela is a Mexican restaurant. All right, you went into a Mexican restaurant and you captured the manager. His last name is Maduro. Senor Maduro. Senor Maduro, you went in there and you arrested the manager at a Mexican restaurant. It took you 4 hours because it's a Mexican restaurant. Iran is the size, or roughly the size, of Western Europe. That's like invading Germany and France and Austria, maybe some Hungary, maybe a little slither of Slovakia somewhere, maybe a little bit of the Czech Republic. Iran is roughly the same size as Western Europe. And you think, oh, we're just going to go in there willy-nilly and just, oy vey, the people will rise up. They're going to side with you, Mr. Trump. They're going to side with you. So now we got over a dozen dead Americans. And you see the video of some African-American woman. I mean, you feel really bad for her. She's crying because her daughter was killed by an Iranian strike, and she's crying, and you can tell she's really trying to cope. She's saying, my daughter died for this country. She died for her country. And it's like, who's going to tell her? I don't want to tell her because I'm not that heartless. Who's going to tell her that she died for Israel? Who's going to tell her? So the Goyim are being killed, and then the Israelis are laughing and rubbing their hands because they don't give a shit. Ultimately, they don't give a damn. They don't care. It's for Iran. Okay, so this Wall Street Journal newspaper, Wall Street Journal article, which is one of the biggest freaking Zio newspapers in the world, it says here that Israel is sitting it out. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Trump. I'm so sorry. We wanted the war. We've been pushing the war for decades. We're going to sit this one out, okay? Let the Goyim die. Who cares? You know what the rabbis say? You know what the rabbis say? They read the Torah. They have the knowledge, okay? They know what God teaches, okay? The rabbis say that a Goyim, okay? A Goyim is like one drop of water in a bucket. They actually teach this, by the way. One drop of water in a bucket. You could just throw the water out. Oy vey, it's gone. All right? The life of one Jew is like a million little drops of water in a bucket. Who cares? Who cares? All right. So Israel's sitting it out as the U.S. conflict with Iran heats up again. A posture that suits Washington, its Arab allies, and for now, Israel itself. So supposedly, according to the Wall Street Journal, America wants Israel out of the picture. They don't want Israel involved in this war because they're arguing, and this is what the newspaper is reporting. This could all be bullshit. This could all be smoke and mirrors. I don't know. But what this newspaper is reporting is that America does not want Israel in the conflict because Israel being in the conflict makes it more difficult to pull the Iranians back to the negotiating table. Supposedly, this is what this newspaper is saying. And the U.S. and Israel fought together closely when they launched the war on Iran in February, as we all remember, drawing on each other's strengths in firepower, intelligence, and logistics in an air campaign that had little precedent. Now, the U.S. and regional officials are concerned Israel's involvement would add a disruptive variable when they are trying to wring diplomatic concessions from Iran and avoid all-out war. So they don't want Israel getting involved because they know Israel getting involved, well, that makes the Arab Gulf countries look bad because it makes it look like the Arabs and the Israelis are in cahoots. They are. And everyone knows it. There's no point in trying to hide it now. And they don't want Israel involved because it'll make it more difficult to pull the Iranians into a negotiation, as if the Iranians have any reason to trust the Americans when it comes to coming back to the negotiating table, because Iran has gone through that song and dance several times. Last year, I remember they were supposed to have talks in Oman. 12-day war began. Israel attacked Iran. There was the 12-day war, and then they were going to have talks again. And America and Israel, they sparked this Operation AIPAC Fury War. And so it says here, Washington has asked Israel, this is what this newspaper is saying. I'm not saying this is 100% true. This is what the Wall Street Journal is saying, all right? So don't damn the messenger. Just damn the Wall Street Journal if you don't think this is true. Washington has asked Israel to stay out of the fight for now, people familiar with the matter said. So they told the Israelis, back off. Now, does this sound like a serious war to you? Does this sound like an existential war for the self-defense of America? I mean, if this was truly a war of self-defense, I mean, it's all hands on deck at this point, right? I mean, America would want all the help it can get. Of course, it would want the Israelis on the battlefield against the Iranians if this truly is a war of self-defense, if this truly is an existential battle. But America tells Israel, back off. We don't want you involved right now because you look bad. All right, you being involved in this war doesn't make it look good. So how is this a serious war? This now, I know people are dying. I know that. All right, I'm not saying that people aren't dying. They are. But I'm sensing a degree of political theater here. And I'm sensing that this war has nothing to do with nuclear weapons. It has nothing to do with ballistic missiles. All that stuff is bullshit. Remember back in the beginning, in late February, when this whole fiasco began, Trump said, well, we have to dismantle Iran's nuclear program, its ballistic missiles, and, oh, yeah, we have to dismantle all this stuff. But look, Iran has been rebuilding a lot of the stuff that America and Israel destroyed at the beginning of this skirmish/conflict. Iran at this point is unstoppable. Iran is a ginormous fortress. And so you're not going to stop Iran with just airstrikes alone. So why is this war happening? Well, I think we have an idea as to why it's happening, and it has nothing to do with nuclear weapons. I think this has everything to do with America and other countries, including Israel, wanting to have diverse trade routes for the importation and the exportation of oil and natural gas. And that is why, for example, you just recently saw the Americans and the Iraqis make an agreement to revive the Kirkuk to Indias a pipeline, which goes from Iraq to Syria. And why are they desirous of reviving this pipeline? Well, because they want to diversify the trade routes for the transportation of oil and natural gas. So now the Houthis are trying to shut down the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, through which about 5% of the world's oil goes through. And so what is that going to do? It's going to intensify and accelerate the search for diverse trade routes even more. Now you have Saudi Arabian oil tankers having to go through the Suez Canal. So now the Suez Canal is going to grow in importance and power. Now we're talking about the middle corridor from Turkey through the Caspian Sea into Europe. That is growing in prominence. So we are seeing the diversification of trade routes for the importation and exportation of oil and natural gas. And this is all being done for the purpose of bypassing the Russians, because the middle or the northern corridor used to dominate the business of transporting oil and natural gas. And so the Americans want to suffocate and isolate the Russians, but they also want to suffocate one of Russia's most important allies, which is Iran. They also want to suffocate the Chinese. They want to control the trade routes. Iran is a massive oil exporter to the Chinese. The Americans want to end this. They want to make the Chinese suffer. So they want to diversify the trade routes. They want to create new trade routes. Let's make the Suez Canal more powerful. Let's make Israel more powerful. We can now transport oil and natural gas from the Gulf region into Israel, from Israel into the Mediterranean to the rest of Europe. We can use Turkey and Syria as access ways into the Mediterranean through which to bring oil and natural gas into Europe. They want to diversify the trade routes. And so it takes years to build up pipelines or to revive old pipelines. And so they need time. So they're hitting the Iranians, they're closing down the strait, and now you have the Houthis beginning to block the Bab el-Mandeb, and they're beginning to strike Saudi oil tankers. And so now one of the most important straits in the world is being shut down by a bunch of Middle Eastern dudes who wear pajamas and sandals, and now they have the power to close down one of the most important straits and one of the most important trade routes in the world, the Bab el-Mandeb, through which 5% of the world's oil goes, and also through which 12% of shipped products go through. So this is pretty major. And so now more and more tankers are going through the Suez Canal in Egypt. This is bringing more prominence to Egypt. And I think that because of this, it's really not that coincidental that all of a sudden you're hearing Israelis, including Netanyahu himself, talking about the rising threat of Egypt. Yes, you can look into this. The Israelis have been banging this bell for months now. You can go back to Mr. Jonathan Pollard, who said, well, I think Egypt's going to be the next big threat, guys. And Netanyahu himself said Egypt is rising up as a threat. He said this a number of weeks ago. Why are the Israelis all of a sudden intensifying their rhetoric about Egypt? Why are they screaming that the sky is falling vis-a-vis Egypt? It's because I think the Israelis want to take over the Sinai. Now, back in the, 60s and 70s, Israel controlled a little coastal area that was on the Sinai or just on the edge of the... Actually, no, it wasn't. They controlled, I think, one of the coastal areas on the Suez Canal in the 1960s and 70s. Well, they gave up control over that territory. They want to retake that area. So now they're talking about Egypt being the next rising threat, and now you're seeing the Turks and the Egyptians doing major military exercises together. They got Turkish special forces and Egyptian special forces doing training exercises together. You got the Turkish Air Force and the Egyptian Air Force doing aerial military exercises together. What are they preparing for? I think they're preparing for Israel. I think the Israelis want to retake the Suez Canal. They want to retake the Sinai Peninsula so they can control the Suez Canal. And the Turks want to retake the Suez Canal. The reason why I say retake is because the Suez Canal was once controlled by the Turks, the Ottoman Empire, which fell in World War I. So the Turks and the Israelis, they are going to start vying over this major trade route because the Suez Canal is going to grow in power and importance and prestige as the world begins to look for diverse trade routes and diverse straits through which to transport oil and natural gas and other shipped goods. And so I think the Israelis want to take it over. And so I think the Israelis are thinking to themselves, well, if we can take control over the Suez Canal, then we become Iran, so to speak. We become Iran in the sense that we will control one of the most important trade routes on earth, just like the Iranians control a major trade route, the Strait of Hormuz. And so the world won't be looking at the Strait of Hormuz with much importance anymore. The world's going to look to the Suez Canal. Because through the Suez Canal, they don't have to worry about Houthis or Iranians, firing missiles. And if we can control the Suez Canal, we can have major global power. And I think that's what the Israelis are thinking. So this has everything to do with trade routes and diversifying trade routes and weakening America's enemies. And so it says here that Washington has asked Israel to stay out of the fight. Blah, blah, blah. The Persian Gulf's Arab states are lobbying the U.S. to ensure that Israel doesn't resume strikes on Iran. So the Saudis are saying, we don't want Israel attacking Iran. And so the Americans told the Israelis to back off, according to the Wall Street Journal. So again, does this sound like a serious war, or does this sound like political theater? Well, for one thing, we can't deny that this is a conflict. People are being killed, bombs are dropping, missiles are firing. This is all true. Drones are being deployed. It is a conflict, absolutely. But at the same time, it's not a full-scale conflict. And also at the same time, there is political theater involved here. We don't want the Israelis involved because, it doesn't really look good. Sounds like political theater. And so it says here that the Arabs fear Israeli involvement would trigger a fierce response from Tehran that potentially targets their energy infrastructure, the officials said. So the Arabs are saying, we don't want the Israelis involved because if the Israelis get involved in further direct attacks on Iran, then the Iranians will say, oh, look at those Arabs, those greedy, untrustworthy Arabs. They are in bed with the Israelis. We're going to attack you with even more ferocity. And the Arabs are nervous about this. They don't want to deal with this. They don't want that heat. They don't want that Iranian heat. And so it also says here, it also would make it harder politically for Gulf states to join in the attacks on Iran themselves if necessary. Now, why is this? Why would it make it more difficult for the Arab Gulf states politically if they if the Israelis start hitting the Iranians directly again, because it'll give further credence, further ammunition to the argument that says these Gulf Arabs are in bed with the Israelis. And the Arabs know that that political image is very bad for them, because let's be real here, the Arabs aren't the strongest militarily. They're not listen, Arabs right now are not warlike. All right, they're not. I've talked about this many times, but they're not a very warlike people right now. They used to be. The Arabs used to be warlike people. The Yemenis are warlike. The Saudis right now and the Qataris and the Bahrainis, these guys, they just want to sit around and they want to eat Dubai chocolate and pay belly dancers to dance for them. I think that's really, they're not as warlike as they used to be. And so they're afraid. They're scared. That's the reality. They're terrified of the Iranians. And so they're also terrified of the rest of the Islamic world. And so they know that the other Islamic countries don't like them because of their closeness to the Israelis and the Zionists, especially the UAE. The UAE is very close to Israel. And so they know this. And so according to this newspaper article, the Wall Street Journal, they don't want any more of that association, at least for now. And so it says here, regional mediators have joined the effort, arguing that Israel's involvement would, quote, this is from the newspaper, would make it harder for the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the paramilitary group that dominates decision-making in Iran, to return to peace talks. Ooh, so they want Iran to return to peace talks. So they want to go, see, the thing is, the way I look at it is, and this is just my impression, I could be wrong, but the way I look at it is that America wants this war to be hot and cold. They want to go through intervals in which they switch from hot to cold, back from cold to hot, and they want to keep it that way. So they have a skirmish, they exchange missiles, whatever. Then they have another talk. They have some more talks. Then there's going to be a ceasefire for a month or something. Then we're going to go back, and we need a ceasefire, and we need to go back. Hot and cold, hot and cold, hot and cold. And why do the Americans want it this way? Because they want to be able to manipulate the stock market, and they want to be able to stabilize the stock market to make sure that it doesn't go crazy down or crazy, to make sure that the stock market doesn't get too low. So they want to control the stock market. And in order to do that, they have to have these little intervals of peace. They need to have these momentary ceasefires, which will eventually get broken anyway. And then they go right back to fighting and killing each other and, exchanging missiles and all that. And so that's what this is about, right? That's why they're doing what they're doing it. That's why they're doing this war in the way that they are doing it. They don't want problems with the market. They don't want too many problems with gas prices, because that's bad politically for the U.S. government. So they're doing this whole hot and cold, cold and hot process. And so because if they have a ceasefire, then all of a sudden ships start going through the Strait of Hormuz again, gas goes down, people are happy again, and then after a while of people being happy, all right, we got to go back to killing each other again. Let's do it again. And then they want to be able to go back to having talks, so that way they can bring the market back to a more optimistic level, gas prices can go down, and they can keep people happy. And because they don't want people getting mad for too long. So they're doing this hot and cold, cold and hot process for political reasons. Again, there's a lot of political theater being involved here. And so it says here, this is a fairly limited escalation right now, and all sides know there's a path back to the negotiation table, said Andreas Krieg, a senior lecturer at the School of Security Studies at King's College London. If you bring the Israelis into this, it could become a real mess. So according to Andreas Krieg, who's a senior lecturer, he says that the Americans want to go back to the negotiating table because, like I said, they want to be able to stabilize the market, bring gas prices down. They want to make sure that gas prices don't get too high for too long. So they want to give people basically breaks from this very tense conflict. And so in order to make that easier, according to Mr. Krieg, they want to keep the Israelis out of the conflict to make it easier. Now, is it possible that the Israelis are going to come back and they're going to start bombing Iran again? Yes, that is very, very possible. And really, I would say inevitable. It's going to happen again. But at least for now, it looks like they want the Israelis out for that specific reason, to make it easier to pull the Iranians back to the negotiating table. U.S. and Israeli war aims diverged in the spring as President Trump pushed for a diplomatic solution over concerns that energy supply disruptions could sink the world economy. Israeli officials have complained that Trump stopped the war too soon. Why'd you stop the war, Trump? Why'd you stop? Before they could inflict enough damage on Iran's rulers and topple the Islamic government. If only the Americans gave us like 6 more months, we would have taken down the entire regime. But events may have pivoted back Israel's way with the collapse of a temporary ceasefire meant to open the Strait of Hormuz and initiate peace talks. The U.S. reimposed its blockade of Iranian shipping and has bombed Iran for the past 10 days, while Iran has fired on ships that it says don't submit to its control over the waterway. We must remember that our supreme goal in this campaign, and not necessarily jointly with the U.S. So this is what the Israeli finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich, had to say. All right, this is very revealing. So this Israeli guy says, we must remember that our supreme goal in this campaign, and not necessarily jointly with the U.S., is to undermine and weaken the regime's existence. Israeli finance minister Bezalel Smotrich, a member of Netanyahu's cabinet, who attended the Iran securities consultation, said Tuesday, the best way to do this is to crush Iran economically. The current situation works to our benefit. You see what Bezalel Smotrich is saying here? The current situation works to our benefit. And we have no interest in pushing ourselves in. But we are prepared for any scenario. So this major Israeli politician is saying, we have no interest in fighting this war. So again, this newspaper is arguing that the Americans don't want the Israelis involved, and maybe that's true. But the Israelis themselves don't want to get involved. They don't want that Iranian heat. They don't. And here's the thing is, Iran depleted Israel of much of its stockpile munitions. Israel's Iron Dome and David's Sling and all that, all of Israel's missile defense systems got depleted because the Israelis kept having to intercept Iranian missiles. And you had Iran launching all of these Shahed drones and launching these ballistic missiles at Israel, and Israel had to fire at the drones and fire at the missiles, came to the point where the Iranians were able to strike Dimona, which is Israel's big nuclear city. They hit Dimona. And that was a warning to the Israelis. We can hit your nuclear facility. Don't mess with us. I don't think Israel wants the heat. That's what I'm thinking. I don't think they want the heat. And so you have Bezalel Smotrich saying, we don't want to be involved. Oy vey. We don't want to be involved. Hey, it's not our war. It's America's problem now. Your problem, not our problem. Hey, oy vey. Oy Gewalt. Let the Goyim handle it. Let the Goyim kill each other. We're going to be enjoying our Shabbos. We're going to be enjoying the Shabbos, the Passover holiday. It's the holidays. Let's give peace a chance. Oy vey. Let the Goyim deal with it. So he's saying it benefits us. This Israeli politician is saying it benefits us that the Americans and the Iranians are killing each other. It benefits us that U.S. soldiers are put in harm's way. And, oh, yeah, 18 U.S. soldiers killed. Who cares, right? They're goyim. They're not worth the life of one Jew. One Jew is worth like 10,000 goyim. Who cares? Oy vey. And so they don't care. And he's saying Israel doesn't want to get involved. He says, we don't want to get involved in this. Now, if this doesn't piss you off, then you're insane. You're deranged, or you're satanic and evil. If this doesn't bother you, and you're still waving the Israeli flag like some chud, and this guy's words don't bother you, there's something wrong with you. You're deranged, sick, evil, insane, sinister, and you're really, quite frankly, heartless. It really is sickening. This country that doesn't give a shit about us, but wants to use us all the time. And now they're talking about this merging between the Israeli military-industrial complex and the American military-industrial complex. And then they want to cooperate in the development of cybersecurity technology, wherein American technology will have Israeli subcomponents in it. And this is not bothering us. All the Zionists in the U.S. Congress are eating their Chick-fil-A, getting intoxicated by the evangelical insanity. They eat that Chick-fil-A chicken and they get hypnotized like Indiana Jones got hypnotized when they made him drink blood and he started to say, Kali is our mother and we are her children and all that stuff. It's a cult. And the Zios are saying, oh, they're our greatest allies. Who cares? Evangeligoids are saying it's our greatest ally. Who cares? And yet we have the Jonathan Pollard reality in which a Jewish guy by the name of Jonathan Pollard worked as an intelligence analyst for the United States Navy, and he leaked out tons of American nuclear secrets to Israel. And they said that he leaked out so many American documents, classified American documents, you could fill up a whole room with the documents. You could fill up a whole room. And so that guy, Jonathan Pollard, he was leaking out American secrets to the Israelis, and the Israelis gave those secrets to the Soviet Union. They gave Jonathan Pollard life in prison, understandably so. Then the Israel lobby said, oh, release him. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. He wouldn't hurt anybody. And after serving 30 years of his sentence, he got released in 2015. Thank you, Obama. So much for Obama being, this progressive. And Netanyahu embraced Mr. Pollard when he got out of the airplane and praised him as a hero, and they're still friends. But yet, we want to work with this very country who's led by Netanyahu, the very guy who embraced Jonathan Pollard. We want to work with this very country in making cybersecurity technology, in which American cybersecurity technology is going to be merged in with Israeli technology. You're going to have Israeli subcomponents and American machinery, American systems. And we are, now here's the thing. We are worried about giving F-35s to Turkey. Why? Well, because Turkey bought Russian S-400s, right? So they say, well, the reason why we're worried is because if you have an F-35 within the same country as a Russian S-400, the Turks or the Russians in Turkey, going to Turkey to do this sort of operation, could take that F-35, somehow plug it into the S-400, and then train and program the S-400 to be able to lock in on American F-35s and shoot down American F-35s. That's what the Americans are worried about. Okay, fair enough. Understandably so. You don't want that. You don't want the Russian missile system, the S-400, to be able to aim and lock in on F-35s. I understand that. But why in the hell are you then going to make cybersecurity with the country that embraced Jonathan Pollard, who did one of the greatest, if not the greatest, nuclear secrets leaks in American history? Because if the Israelis have their subcomponents in your cybersecurity technology, they could say, hey, our parts are in your technology. If you mess with us, America, we have insight into your cybersecurity. We can trade that information to your enemies. We can give that technological information to your enemies, just like Jonathan Pollard did. So how does this make any sense that we're doing this? It just doesn't make any sense unless, of course, you factor in the evangelical Chick-fil-A pro-Israel cult that's in the U.S. government, because it is in the U.S. government. Oh, we have to support Israel. So it says here, Iran also appears eager to help Israel out of the fighting. Sorry. Let me reread this again. My mistake. Iran also appears eager to keep Israel out of the fighting. So Iran doesn't want Israel in the fight either. Now, I don't know about you guys. I find this to be very, very strange. Very strange. So Israel goes to America. David Barnea, the head of the Mossad, Netanyahu, they go to America. They go to the White House, and they say, "Oh, Trump, let's do this war. We need to do this war." America does the war in conjunction with the Israelis. Donald Trump says we don't really need the Strait. America doesn't need the Strait of Hormuz. We did this for Israel and our Arab Gulf allies. State Department comes out and says we did this war for the defense of Israel. We did this war for Israel. 18 dead Americans. Some poor American mother is saying my daughter died for her country. Who's going to tell her? I don't have the heart to tell her that she died for Israel. I don't. But you see all this mess. Strait of Hormuz is closed. Red Sea, the Bab el-Mandeb on the Red Sea is getting shut down by the Houthis, etc. And Iran is bombing Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi. They're bombing Jordan. And the Iranians are saying, well, we're just hitting the bases. We're hitting the bases. Then why aren't you bombing Israel? Why is Israel not getting hit? Well, we're just hitting the bases. Okay, you're hitting the bases, right? I mean, America is your enemy. They attacked you. I'm not surprised that Iran's hitting the bases. This is a war, and to reference Americans who love war, they love justifying war. That's war. That's how it is. All right, this is war. This is how it be. Right? You got your bases. You attack the country. They're going to attack your bases. Fair enough. Why aren't they attacking Israel right now? They got U.S. military personnel crawling in the streets of Tel Aviv. They got thousands of U.S. soldiers in Israel. Thousands of U.S. military personnel in Israel as we speak. Why aren't the Iranians hitting Israel? Why are they hitting little weak Jordan, little weak Bahrain? Why aren't they hitting Israel? I find this to be very interesting. Well, we're in a war. This is a war. Why aren't they hitting the country that pushed for the damn war? And it reminds me of a little thing called ISIS. ISIS was killing everybody, chopping people's heads off, burning people alive. It was really horrific. And the one time ISIS, quote unquote, attacked Israel, ISIS came along. Now, these guys were demons, mass murderers, rapists. They butchered Kurds, Yazidis, Christians, Shia. I mean, they were fucking monsters. Like ISIS, they could mow those people down. I don't give a fuck about them. I was reading an article on Zateo today, and they said, America's bombing Somalia. Most of the people that America has killed were members of ISIS. I'm like, fuck those guys. I don't give a shit. They deserve to die. They need the death penalty. They're monsters. They put people on meat hooks, burn people alive, run people over with tanks, mass raping Yazidi women. I mean, it's just like, oh my God. Slaughtering Ethiopian Christians, Assyrian Christians. Like, they are demons from hell. They're from hell, all right? But the one time they attacked Israel, they come along and they're like, I'm so sorry, Israel. Shalom, shalom. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And Israel said, apology accepted, ISIS. What was that about? What was that about? What was going on there? It sounds like there was some sort of collusion going on between the Israelis and ISIS. And then you read about how Israel has actually helped Syrian Al-Qaeda fighters in their war against Bashar al-Assad. And then when Bashar al-Assad got taken out, or not taken out, but when he got toppled by Ahmed al-Shara's forces, Netanyahu did a video message saying, I take credit for the ousting of Bashar al-Assad, which means that Israel actually worked with these Al-Qaeda fighters. Ooh, I think they're friends. So now I'm looking at this situation. I'm like, okay, Iran's hitting the U.S. bases. This is expected. I'm not saying I like it. I don't want to see people die. I don't want to see people getting hurt. Iranian or American, it doesn't matter. But at the same time, America did attack Iran, so this is expected. Why aren't they attacking Israel? Let's look at something real quick, guys. Hold up. U.S. military bases in Israel. All right. How many bases they got in Israel, guys? How many bases they got? They're not telling us. This is the best I can get right here. Man, this freaking OBS. What a pain in the ass this thing can be. Mount Karen Radar Station. Active Sovereignty US AN/TPU. I have no idea what this stuff means. Early warning, blah, blah, blah. Operated by American personnel to track ballistic missile threats. IDF Air Defense School, Beersheba, dedicated U.S. compound embedded within the Israeli Air Defense School, hosting American air defense troops operating joint missile defense systems. Pre-positioned war reserve stocks. Israeli Air Force bases, U.S. Air Force mid-air refueling tanks, and combat aircraft utilize host nation and Israeli Air Force bases, such as transitions away from Ben Gurion Airport, Gaza border facility, construction, and tenders for a joint logistical coordination command center near Re'im have been underway to manage this. So the U.S. has military installations in Israel. I mean, Iran's whole argument is, hey, Jordan has these bases, and Bahrain and Kuwait, they all got these bases. Saudi's got bases. Okay, fine, right? This is war, all right? Fair enough. That's expected. So why aren't you hitting Israel? What's going on, guys? Looks like a little bit of political theater is at hand, guys. That's what it looks like to me. This is why I said this last week. I said, guys, we really don't know what's going on. We have something of an idea as to what's going on, but we are limited to what the media is giving us. We can make deductions, we can deduce certain conclusions, sure, absolutely, but we really don't know the full picture. And I've been saying this for weeks and actually months now. We really don't know the full picture. Just like we didn't know the full picture about what was happening between Iran and the United States when Iran was holding American hostages in the 1970s and 80s. We really didn't know that Reagan's campaign team was having secret talks with the Iranians to keep the American hostages in captivity until Ronald Reagan would enter the Oval Office, and then the Iranians would release the hostages as soon as Reagan would enter the Oval Office, and in exchange for that, the Iranians were able to buy American and Israeli firearms and other weapons in their war against Iraq. We didn't know that until many years later. So we don't know the full picture. That's my whole point. There are backroom deals happening. There's talks happening. There's all sorts of stuff that's happening behind the curtains that we don't know about. That's what I suspect. So it says here that Iran also appears eager to keep Israel out of the fighting. Tehran has focused its strikes on U.S. allies Kuwait, Bahrain, and Jordan, where a missile attack on a base killed at least 2 U.S. service members. So far, it has refrained from striking Israel. I wonder why. Very interesting. Arab officials, nevertheless, remain concerned that it is only a matter of time before Israel re-enters the war. And Israel will re-enter this war. Right now, they are not. But I think it will eventually re-enter this war, and Israel will get bombed again. And it's more than likely going to be a lot worse. It is also possible Trump would need Israeli help to launch a bigger attack or operation to bring an end to the stalemate. The U.S. has broadened its targets in Iran, hitting bridges and port infrastructure in recent strikes, and Trump has been briefed on options for escalation or escalating. Now, is America going to send in ground troops? If they do, I think it'll be a very small force. I don't see a massive full-scale invasion of Iran happening. I just don't see it. I could be wrong. I am willing to be wrong. And if I am wrong, I'll be the first to admit it. But I just don't see America wanting to do a full-scale ground invasion of Iran. Again, Iran is the size, or roughly the size, of Western Europe. So it's like invading Germany and France. I mean, let's look at a map, right? It's just to give you guys a picture of what I'm talking about here. Iran, Europe, size comparison. All right? I wasn't kidding when I told you guys this. I wasn't kidding. Here's Europe. All right? Here's Europe. Here's Iran. You could put Germany in this whole country and more. You could put Hungary in this country. So what? You really want to invade? You could put pretty much all of Italy in this country, all of Croatia, all of Slovenia, all of Serbia, all of Albania. You could put all of Greece, all of Romania in this country. You're telling me you want to invade it. All right, be my guest. But don't be surprised if you have to go through hell. Don't be surprised if you see coffins draped with the American flag coming back to America. And they got country and Western music in the background. Oh, proud of being an American, guys. Like, don't be surprised to see that. You really want to do this? It's insanity, all right? That's why I don't see this happening. I just don't. I don't see it happening. But if it does happen, God help whoever they have to send over there, because it's just not going to be pretty. So this is the last part of the article here. Okay, so it says here that Trump has complained in public and in private that Netanyahu's instincts for escalating have complicated his efforts to end the fighting in Gaza, Lebanon, and Iran, the Wall Street Journal has reported. So reportedly, Donald Trump is very frustrated with Netanyahu because Netanyahu is a lot more bent on a full-scale war than the United States is. And so this has brought about much frustration between Trump and Netanyahu. The president has told his advisors that no one can handle Netanyahu. No one, who the president said wants to bomb everyone, according to a person who had heard the comments from Mr. Trump, the Journal reported. The perception in the Trump administration is that Israel is a loose cannon. Currently, the logic is not to escalate, and when you put in a player that is a loose cannon in the mix, you lose control of the situation. So they're saying Israel is a loose cannon. Israel does not care about civilian deaths, doesn't care about causing as much destruction as it wants to, and so America wants a more controlled set of attacks on Iran than what Israel wants. And the reason for this, according to this article, is that America wants to make it easier to pull Iran back to the negotiating table. So it says here, the threat of an Israeli attack held in reserve gives the U.S. leverage as it tries to revive an agreement with Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and advance nuclear talks. So this article is also saying that the United States is basically putting Israel on a leash like a rabid dog, and it's saying, hey, Iran, do you really want to mess with this vicious chihuahua? If you don't want to mess with this vicious chihuahua, I'm a lot nicer than the chihuahua, so you can work with us. And that's what this article is arguing. So it says here that Arab Gulf states are weighing whether Iran's persistent attacks and control over Hormuz could require them to get involved in the fighting. If that comes to pass, most wouldn't want to be seen as fighting alongside Israel, analysts said. It is really much better for the Israelis not to be seen as part of any de facto coalition. So this is an interesting theory, or it's an interesting possibility that may happen, and that is that you see the rise of Turkey taking place. You're seeing Saudi Arabia getting closer to Turkey. They're clinging on to Turkey. Why is this? Or Turkey, sorry. The Saudis are clinging on to Turkey, okay? Because they want security from the Iranians. So this war is benefiting Turkey. Turkey is getting more powerful as a result of this war. And Turkey is getting more prestige and is getting more favor from Gulf Arab countries as a result, as a reaction to Iran's incursions in the Gulf region. And so because of this, Turkey's getting more powerful. And so if the Saudis have to fight against the Iranians themselves, they want to have the opportunity to request assistance from Turkey. Now, if Saudi Arabia and Israel are fighting alongside each other and they're open friends in a war against Iran, then it would make it more difficult for the Saudis to request military assistance from the Turks, because the Turks are in tensions with the Israelis. Just a thought. That could be just complete bullshit, but that is just a thought that I just had. And I see here. Let's see here. I'll read your guys' comments here. If Israelis beat Iran, there is Turkey a bigger power? Yep. Let me see here. There's a lot of comments here. How many people are watching this? Happy Friday. Appreciate that. The West gets weaker. And it deserves it. Let's see here. Maduro. Yes, Maduro. Your Moses impression or your Indian impression? They're both good. Turkey has more influence in the region as well as proxies and significant military might. But India has nuclear weapons. I think it depends on the... Dude, Turkey's about to have nuclear weapons as well. I would just withdraw all U.S. troops out of the Middle East. I would do the same thing, but that's... I mean, it's hard to do that when you have, you know, imperial interest involved. Maduro. A month or so ago, Caroline Levitt said regarding Zoomers along the lines of send them to Cuba. Damn. Good luck with that. How is the U.S. a serious country? It's not. It's a joke. I mean, American society is a freaking crazy house. How is Iraq going to deal with the Shia population? If they are working with America, then they are fighting Iran. Because Iraq is going through a process of double penetration between the Americans and the Iranians. That's the reason why. They got the Sunnis. They got the fact that they got invaded by America, but at the same time, America has to deal with this massive Shia population that is very pro-Iran. So it's very difficult, really impossible, to remove Iranian influence from that region. If Israel gets what they want in Iran, they have to fit. Yep. Egypt as the threat with its Suez Canal, with countries from Turkey all the way to India wanting to take advantage of the ordeals. If Israelis beat Iran, there is Turkey. Yep. Major global power for Israel to control the Suez Canal. That's correct. Yep. Israel can complain about Egypt and Turkey all they want. The U.S. is not going to even stop trading with either of those. True. GCC are sellouts. They'll be attacked anyway. They will be. I agree. How long till China really gets annoyed? I think that that's the reason why the United States is working with the Japanese. The Japanese right now are working to make their intelligence apparatus stronger and more advanced. Japan is openly talking about getting nuclear weapons now. They have increased their military spending. I think Japan is a country that we really have to be focusing on for the future. And I think Japan is America's wild card in East Asia. That's what it is. And America will be using Japan as a proxy against the Chinese. And I think all it takes is one wrong move in Taiwan, and you will be setting a fire, geopolitical fire, that will quite possibly start a conflict between China and Japan, and you're going to have the third Sino-Japanese war. There have been two Chinese-Japanese wars. They are known as Sino-Japanese wars. We had the first Sino-Japanese war in the late 1890s, and then we have the second Sino-Japanese war during the 1930s, and eventually entering into what is known as World War II, with the Chinese, with the help of the Americans, beating the Japanese, gaining Taiwan from Japanese power, Korea gaining independence from Japanese power, and eventually just having the situation that we have right now in Asia, where Japan is a militarily occupied territory of the United States, and China is the second most powerful country in the world. But Japan and China have a very long history of violence and hating each other, and Japan invaded China and killed millions of people and kidnapped poor Chinese civilians and infected them with bubonic plague and did all sorts of horrific and satanic experiments on Chinese people, infected them with disease, freezing them alive, doing all sorts of horrific experiments on them. And the Chinese have never forgotten this. I mean, go look at Chinese cinema. It's like every month they got a new movie on the war with Japan. It's a very serious issue over there. So that anger Never went away. And you can't blame the Chinese because the Japanese have never seriously pursued reconciliation with the Chinese over what they did. They just act as if it didn't happen, and they will openly deny it. Many Japanese politicians have openly denied what the Japanese did to the Chinese people in the 1930s and 40s. And so now on top of all that, you have the Japanese talking about gaining nuclear weapons, making their military much stronger. And you have the Japanese talking about how Taiwan is an integral part of Japan's national security. And these are all provocations. So it's not going to look good in East Asia. I give you my word on that one. Let's see here. It's also a midterms having a war like this. Yep, I agree. Oy oy vey. Did hear about Israel and USA military merging. Yep, I know. Talked about that already. It's crazy, guys. Israel wants to run the world through America. That's what Israel wants to do. Danny Dannon, Israel is Dracula incarnate. Oh, yeah, that guy is Dracula. Straight up, that guy's evil. Had to go at Mamdani for wanting to arrest Bibi. I was in stitches at his lisp. Yeah, true. Very true, Kelly. Explosion here on UK. Not sure what happened. I got to look into it, man. There's an explosion every day. I can't keep track of all the explosions. I grew up surrounded by Chick-fil-A Christians. I don't envy you. And then I was on my way to the high school, to the high church. My parents started going to a mega church. All the girls there are Starbucks Christians. Shit. So you got Starbucks Christians and you got Chick-fil-A Christians all in one lifetime. That is, I feel bad. I don't envy you, man. Don't envy you. Israel has backdoor with flock cameras. Andreessen Horowitz, venture capital. Oh, that's in there. That's a big Zionist venture. They want to bring back tech fascism. That's what they want to do. F-35 flew many times over the S-400. Saudi Arabia's defense system is Chinese. Also, India has S-400 and got offered the F-35. Really? Let me see. India, S-400, F-35. Yeah, but they never got. They haven't gotten an F-35, so the Israelis don't hide what their intentions are, and the U.S. just goes along with it. Yeah, they rub it right into our faces all the time. Biggest insult ever. China likely only sold to Saudi Arabia because it knew about the integration incompatibilities. Israel military aid now is part of Pentagon. We got that, dude. I know. I did a video about this. It hasn't been officially passed yet. Israel-Iran war is more like a show. Both are liars. Yeah. It's a waste of time hitting Israel. Attacking Israel's trading partners means attacking Israel on the right flank. If it's a military base or an embassy, technically it isn't even the territory of the country of origin. I got that. I understand that. Makes you wonder if Al-Qaeda and Israel worked together before. I think they did. It's worth examining what assumptions that were made about ISIS and their agendas. ISIS, as well as Muslim Brotherhood and many other Islamic groups, always see other Muslims as the first enemy. They openly say this, enemies in the inside. Well, just look at what's been going on in Sudan. I mean, you have the RSF just killing Muslims all the time and mocking Islam, too. Muslims attacking Muslims is not a new thing. We know that already. That's obvious. I say this because there are already analysts claiming that China is attacking Iran via Saudi Arabia. If that's the case, well, Brazil sells aviation fuel to Israel, for example. Interesting. So it's a big. The script is a lot more twisted than how it's being presented to us. Let's see here. 24-hour media cycle fatigue. Absolutely, man. That's why sometimes I don't stream. Iran is waiting for the midterms in U.S. to see how vulnerable Trump is. Interesting. They definitely are keeping track of American politics. Can't weaponize commerce. Arabs knew this from the beginning. Hello, Theodore. God bless you and your family. It's always great to hear you speak of these topics. Appreciate that, Mr. Alex Manulov. Appreciate it. God bless you too. Thank you. Not to mention, it's mostly mountains. The good old good cop, bad cop. Yep. It is almost impossible to successfully invade Iran by land. Agreed. Just say Turkey, man. You can't say Turkey anyways. Don't force it. Them rich Arabs better spend $1 trillion. Yup. You would not have envied my ecclesial upbringing one bit. Glad we both left that chaos of Christian Zionism. Awesome, man. Yeah, good for you. Glad you saw the light on that. Greetings from Georgia. It said, hello, Rudy Carrera. Hope you're having a good life over there in Georgia in the South Caucasus. Turkey. Hi from Iraq. Hello, Delilah Meow. Hope life is doing good. Doing well over there in Iraq. Let's see here. ICC removed Qaddam Khan. They are sending a clear message to the world that Israel is untouchable. Yup. They're not going to arrest Netanyahu anyway. He sounds like a Muslim. I sound like a Muslim? How so? I haven't even talked about Islam. I'm not even talking about Islam. What are you talking about? Hello from Washington, D.C. Hello, sir. Coming to us from the capital, live. Awesome. Capital of the American Empire. All right, let's talk about the fact that Iran is unstoppable. Iran is unstoppable, guys. The Americans and the Israelis destroyed a whole bunch of Iranian military properties, and the Iranians just rebuilt them in a matter of weeks and or months. And the Israelis are shocked. The Americans are shocked. You have the Israelis saying things like, we didn't know that the Iranians were this fast and this sophisticated. Oy vey. And so it says here, this is an article from the Wall Street Journal. It says here, satellite images show Iran is rebuilding fast. Tehran's speedy recovery from damage done by the U.S. and Israeli air campaign raises concerns about its effectiveness. Oh, we thought we could just beat it with bombs and missiles. We got the bombs and the missiles. We got the firepower, damn it. And they bombed the Iranian military installations, and the Iranians just come back and they rebuild them fairly quickly. And the Israelis are saying, we didn't know the Iranians were this smart. You guys aren't the only ones who are smart in the Middle East. For too damn long, Middle Eastern people have been underestimated, have been categorized as low IQ and dumb and unintelligent and not sophisticated. And so they thought, we're just going to bomb them. They're just a bunch of dumb desert people. Anyway, who cares? Low IQ camel riders. That's how a lot of Americans see Middle Eastern people, by the way. They do. I've heard this myself numerous times in real life from Americans. Oh, they're just a bunch of camel riders. They ride camels as if that's a bad thing. What's wrong with camels? They ride camels. They live in deserts and live in tents. And their women have missing teeth. And they're all dumb and stupid, unlike us Western folk. Let's just bomb them. There's no way we can rebuild the damn thing. Anyway, who cares? And the Iranians rebuild. Oh, I love it. I love it when the West's sense of self-superiority gets disproven. So let's read some excerpts from this article here. So it says here, Iran has quickly rebuilt infrastructure damaged during the U.S. and Israeli bombing campaign over recent months. From missile bases nestled deep inside mountains to bridges, ports, and production facilities, according to Israeli and Western officials and a review of satellite imagery. The faster-than-expected progress worries some Israeli officials. Oy vey, the Israelis are worried. We're supposed to be shocked. Are we supposed to be sympathetic to the Israelis? I feel so bad for the Israelis. Oh, I feel so bad for them. They're shocked, guys. They really are shocked, and they're worried, and they're concerned. I feel so bad. It helps explain Iran's continued resilience despite an air campaign that involved more than 20,000 strikes at the height of the war, and that continues along Iran's coast in an effort to break Tehran's grip on the Strait of Hormuz. So they dropped tens of thousands of strikes on Iran, and the Iranians were still able to build back. They're still able to rebuild. Now, it's very interesting. When the Americans decided to close down the strait themselves and to block Iranian tankers, what happened? The Iranians were still making money from their oil. Why? Because before the Americans were able to block the Iranians on the Gulf of Oman, the Iranians were able to send out a whole bunch of their tankers, and those tankers were just roaming around Malaysia, Indonesia, and they had tons and tons of barrels of oil in these tankers. We're talking probably billions of dollars worth of oil, something like that, maybe less, maybe tens of millions, hundreds of millions, something like that. A lot of money worth in barrels of oil were in these tankers. And I think they called them shadow tankers. And so anytime the Chinese wanted to purchase Iranian oil, they would just make the request. And there was a tanker or multiple tankers waiting for those orders. And they were on the coasts of Malaysia and Indonesia. And the Chinese were still able to purchase and import Iranian oil. And the Iranians were still able to make money. People don't realize, but the Iranians are pretty intelligent people, and they are able to outsmart the Americans. And so it says here, near Kangavar in western Iran, satellite imagery from Planet Labs in March showed 2 tunnel entrances and an access road damaged by airstrikes aimed at blocking access to an Iranian missile base. Within weeks, imagery from Airbus revealed a neatly paved road leading to freshly excavated entrances. So in a matter of weeks, the Iranians were able to rebuild this missile base. And they even were able to make a nice paved road to the missile base. Oy vey, oy gewalt, the Goyim have been able to outsmart us. Oy vey. In another case, an Israeli military official said Iran repaired a bridge that Israel had struck with 3 bombs within days. So the Israelis destroyed a bridge, and surprisingly, not surprisingly, the Israelis were shocked. The Israelis were shocked. And the Israelis were prompted to question the effectiveness of their targeting, according to the Wall Street Journal. So the Israelis said, we're going to destroy a bridge. I mean, it's easy. Bomb the bridge. And they bombed the bridge with 3 bombs, and they were able to rebuild the bridge. And so it says here, Planet Labs satellite images from the beginning of July also showed partial reconstruction efforts at a shipyard in the port of Bandar Anzali on the Caspian Sea that is linked to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the paramilitary group tasked with defending the regime. Israel said it hit dozens of targets there in March, including warships, the port, a command center, and a shipyard used to repair and maintain vessels, aiming at a Russia-Iran supply line and calling it one of its most significant attacks of the war. So the Israelis do this attack on the Iranian coast. They hit a port, they hit warships, they hit a command center, they hit a shipyard, and they said, this is one of the greatest attacks the state of Israel has ever done on Iran. This is the greatest attack we've ever done. And the Iranians are able to rebuild. Regardless, they're able to rebuild. How is this possible? We thought they were just a bunch of low IQ, dumb Middle Eastern people. How is this possible? We were supposed to be the smart ones. Now they're outsmarting us. How is this possible? Ran Khodjav, a former commander of Israel's air and missile defense forces, said the rapid recovery is consistent with skills Iran demonstrated in rebuilding its infrastructure and missile stockpile after the 12-day Israel-Iran war last June, before the new war began in February. And this is what this Israeli guy had to say, quote, they refilled the stockpiles. They have very impressive industrialization and reconstruction capabilities. Oy vey, who would have known? We thought they were just dumb, low IQ, Middle Eastern people. No, they're a lot smarter than you actually think. You see, I've known this about the Iranians for a very long time. And the reason why I was able to figure this out is because of a very simple observation that I had made a long ass time ago. And that is that the Iranians make the best music in the Middle East. Oh yeah, they're always telling us. We have been brainwashed for decades to think, oh, the Israelis, they're just masters at everything. I mean, I heard an evangelical pastor by the name of James Caddis say this, okay? We owe our thanks to Israel for having fruit. Without Israel, we wouldn't have fruit. We have to thank the Israelis for fruit. I have to thank the Israeli people for eating. There was no fruit before Israel, guys. There was no fruit before Israel. Israel invented fruit. They're God. According to one of Israel's most foremost propagandists, Musab Hassan Youssef, son of Hamas guy, Israel is God. I mean, this is what he said. He said this quite explicitly. Israel is God is what he said in a Canadian synagogue not too long ago. And so we have to give our thanks and our allegiance to Israel at all times. And also, don't forget, the Gazan people deserve to be slaughtered because they're being killed by Israel, and no one should ever resist Israel because Israel is God. And so we have to embrace the butchering of the Palestinian people because, hey, they are human sacrifices for the great God of everything, Israel. And so we were brainwashed to think that they were just the epitome of all things sophistication. And, oh, don't forget, Israel created all of our Christmas carols. They created all the Christmas carols that are secular and that were designed to de-Christianize Christmas and to quite literally remove Christ from Christmas. But they don't talk about that part. They just say, they invented all of our Christmas carols. They invented everything. Nobel Peace Prizes. Oy vey. But I started to listen to Iranian music when I was in high school. Yes, I know. Thank God for YouTube. And I noticed that Iranian music is very sophisticated. There are different intricacies and dimensions of harmony and sound in Iranian music. When you listen to, for example, okay, so Iranian music is very classy. It's very classical. And the reason why I say it's classical is because when you listen to an Iranian classical piece of music or a piece of classical Iranian music, you will notice that there are multiple dimensions of harmony in a classical Iranian composition. And so that takes sophistication. That takes intelligence to do that. And so I concluded years ago that the best music in the Middle East comes from Iran. They make the best music in the Middle East. And the Israelis will never be able to make music as good as the Iranians do. And so having that level of sophistication when it comes to the arts is a reflection of the culture. It shows that there is sophistication in the culture. Therefore, you will find levels of sophistication in other dimensions of society, technology, etc. And so the Israelis are intimidated by this. They don't want Iran to rise up because they know that the Iranians will outsmart them. They know the Iranians will outclass them and will out-civilize them and will beat the Israelis in the game of empire. That's why the Israelis are terrified. You could say, well, Ted, what's your evidence? There is a very prominent Israeli professor. His name is David Shaftan. You can look him up. Or Dan Shaftan. Professor Dan Shaftan. You can look him up. Very, very prestigious and prominent professor in Israel. And he said that the Iranians are a people who can be just as innovative and just as sophisticated as Israelis. This is what he said. So the Israelis know this. The academic world in Israel knows this. That's why they're so intimidated, because they know that the Iranians can and will outsmart them. And so that's why this former Israeli commander, Ran Kolchav, is saying, "Oi, they're very impressive, the Israelis." So it says here, but the speedy work across the country cuts into claims by President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that their bombing campaign dealt a devastating blow. Oh, we did a devastating blow. Well, that turns out to be bullshit. It's bullshit. They're able to rebuild a lot faster than the Americans and Israelis expected them. So it says here, the leaders have come under domestic pressure for failing to dislodge Iran's ruling regime, eliminate Tehran's nuclear program, or reopen the Strait of Hormuz. And by the way, the strait was open before the war. So it's saying, we're fighting to reopen the strait. We're fighting to reopen it, guys. No, it was open already. You guys closed it down. And I think that's the reason why the Americans started the war in the first place. I think they wanted the Strait of Hormuz. You ever wonder that the Americans want the strait closed? I think they want it closed. You know why I think they want it closed? Because the Americans want to diversify the trade routes. They want to revive old pipelines. They want to bring back the Kirkuk to Banias pipeline from Iraq to Syria. They want to make Turkey into a major pipeline. They want to make the Suez Canal more powerful. And that's what they want to do because they want to bypass the Russians. And so it says here, the leaders have come under... Okay, I already read this. So it says here, White House spokeswoman Anna Kelly... Oh, Anna, what does Anna have to say? Anna Kelly said the war succeeded in destroying Iran's missile arsenal and production, sinking its... Stick to Chick-fil-A, Ann. Stick to Chick-fil-A. I will trust you on Chick-fil-A. I won't eat Chick-fil-A because I know that shit hypnotizes you and makes you into a Zionist. But stick to Chick-fil-A. That is your matter of expertise. You are out of your depth here. But Anna Kelly says, the war succeeded in destroying Iran's missile arsenal and production, sinking its navy, weakening its militia allies, and ensuring it won't possess a nuclear weapon. Oh, boy, Ann. You read that, goy slop. This operation was a resounding victory by any objective measure. And I'm going to take military explanations from someone named Anna Kelly. Stick to Chick-fil-A. The U.S. Central Command responsible for the Middle East declined to comment, of course, right? Wait, hold on. They're the U.S. Central Command. They're supposed to know all this. They're supposed to be the experts. And they ain't saying shit about this. I wonder why. They're not saying a damn thing. The office of Israel's prime minister did not respond either. Israel's military declined to comment. I'm not surprised. I wonder why. Where was all that bullshit about, we dealt a heavy blow to the Persians? Oh, yes, we did. Listen, the Persians have been here for thousands of years. They ain't going anywhere. God himself talks about the Persians. They ain't going anywhere. The Americans are going to have no choice but to either back off or to somehow work with the Iranians in some capacity. Despite the pounding, Iran has continued to land precise hits on ships and carry out missile attacks on U.S. regional allies such as Kuwait, Bahrain, and Jordan, where an Iranian attack killed 3 U.S. soldiers. Oh, they died for America. They died for Israel. They died for America, guys, for our freedoms. My freedom to live stream was guaranteed by America attacking Tehran, guys. I am talking to you guys on this live stream right now, exercising my First Amendment right, thanks to the brave men and women fighting for Israel. That is right, guys. It turns out that the rumors about the end of this or the significant dwindling of missiles were wrong, said Tal Imbar. If that's not an Israeli name, I don't know what is. Some guy named Tal. Turns out that the rumors about the end or the significant dwindling of the missiles were wrong. Turns out we were full of shit, guys. Now, where have we heard this before? We've seen this song and dance before. This is how all this bullshit gets processed. This is how all this bullshit gets played out. First, they tell us there's a big threat. Then they tell us we can take out the threat. Then they try to take out the threat. A whole bunch of people die. Then some geniuses pop up out of nowhere and they say, looks like we got it wrong, guys. And then we have to ask the question, where the hell were you before all this bullshit began, Mr. Geniuses? That's what happened in Iraq, by the way. They said, oh, well, we have intelligence, Israeli intelligence, telling us that Saddam Hussein has weapons of mass destruction. Let's go to war. Invade Iraq with 200,000, 300,000 troops, kill millions of people. And then a bunch of Israeli geniuses from the Genius Bar, they come over and they say, actually, we got the intelligence wrong. Oh, my bad, guys. That's exactly what happened with Iraq. Exactly. I'm not even exaggerating. I'm actually underspeaking what happened here. I'm actually being unexaggerating right now. But that's pretty much what happened. Some Mossad guys came, after all the damage was done, some Mossad guys popped up and said, actually, we got the intelligence wrong. Sorry. And I know this because I read John Mearsheimer's book on the Israel lobby. If you haven't read that book, I highly recommend it. Highly recommend it. He shows this in the book, how the Israelis pushed some bullshit intelligence. America said, oh, we got to go in there. They went to war. People died. And then the Mossad came out and said, bad intelligence. We're so sorry, guys. And now you got this Israeli guy, Tal Embar, senior analyst. Turns out that the rumors were all bullshit. Israelis were lying? Oh, I'm so shocked. That's their default position. Kind of like how they bombed the church in Gaza. Then they said, oh, well, we took out some Hamas guys. Turns out there was no Hamas. They just shot some poor woman and her mother. Iran's leaders aren't showing signs of relenting despite the continued attacks. Really? Really, guys? Can we look? Iran. Europe size comparison again, please. Let's look at the map again, guys. I'm so sorry. Let's look at this again, guys. Here is Europe. This is like, okay, imagine, right? Which countries do we have here? We got big old fat chunk of Germany. We got a big old fat chunk of France. We got almost all of Italy. We got pretty much almost all the Balkans here. We got a huge chunk of Poland. We got southern Poland, the Netherlands, eastern France, almost all of Germany, almost all of Italy, almost all of the Balkans, northern Greece, huge chunk of Bulgaria. Guys, Russia is in a war with Ukraine, and they're still having trouble. What makes you think, oh, we're just going to drop some bombs in a landslide, in a freaking territory, almost the entire size of Central Europe, and it's just going to be easy peasy? I mean, really. America did a whole invasion of this part of the world in World War II, and that was difficult enough. Oh, we're just going to drop some bombs on a country this size, and it's just going to be so easy, guys. It's going to be so easy. So it says here, the 5-week U.S. and Israeli bombing campaign at the beginning of the war exceeded the pace of recent wars conducted by the U.S. and Israel in the Middle East. It took aim at everything from underground missile cities to steel and aluminum factories. By its end, both Trump and Netanyahu portrayed the campaign as a major setback for Iran. Oh, it's a major setback, guys. Iran's military is a complete and total mess, Trump said. Much of it, like their Navy and Air Force, doesn't even exist anymore. They have been completely defeated. So you defeated this. That's what you're telling me. You defeated this. You defeated all this. I want to see Israel invade Iran. That's what I want to see. I want to see Israel invade Iran. I want to see all those diaper-wearing IDF guys and the super hot warrior babes with Israeli uniforms invade Iran. I want to see them. I want to see them invade Khuzestan. I want to see them invade Esfahan, Tehran. I want to see them invade, what's it called? Bandar Abbas or whatever. I want to see them invade it. I want to see that happen. So it says here, Netanyahu said Iran's military capabilities and nuclear and ballistic programs had been set back by many years. We smashed Iran's missile production machine, he said in April. The Iranians are firing what is left in their arsenal, and the arsenal is emptying out. He's talking about Israel, by the way. Listen, every accusation is a confession. He's talking about Israel. He's not talking about Iran. He wants you to think he's talking about Iran. He's talking about Israel. That's what happened to Israel. Get Gal Gadot to lead the... So, yeah, get Superwoman. Superwoman from Israel to go. Those boss babes from the IDF, the ones who shake their asses for TikTok. I do it for the TikTok. You know, I'm from Israel. We're fighting for Israel. Seventh Front War. For the TikTok. For the TikTok. Send them to fucking Iran. Send them to Bambar Abbas, or whatever it's called. Send them to Luristan. The Iranians are firing. Okay, we already read that. Iran is rebuilding everything. So this Israeli official tells the Wall Street Journal, Iran is rebuilding everything. I am very worried. Oh, we're so worried. Shlomo, Tao, whatever your names are, Amir, whatever your name is, Mr. Israeli, we're so worried. We're right there with you. We're your little support group. A second Israeli military official said that Iran was capable of rebuilding almost everything. They are able to rebuild almost everything. You hear that right out of the horse's mouth, guys. A second Israeli military official said, hey, we're full of shit. They can rebuild almost anything, these people. In other words, oh my God, they're smart. You mean to tell me that they have the capacity for intelligence that every other human being has? You mean to tell me that the Israelis are not the only high IQ country in the world? What? So it says here, a second Israeli military official said that Iran was capable of rebuilding almost everything, including missile production, as it still has the know-how. No surprise there. Israel and the U.S. often only succeeded in collapsing entry points to missile bases deep inside mountains rather than destroying them fully, Israeli military officials said. Do you guys remember when Donald Trump was lying to everybody when he said that we decimated their nuclear program, when that was all bullshit, right? Bullshit. Weapons stored inside these collapsed sites were left intact. Oh, so the big penetrators weren't able to get deep enough to destroy the missiles? So the missiles are still there. They're still fine. They're not going anywhere. Unless they're going to Israel. Or some U.S. bases. Weapons stored inside these collapsed sites were left intact, and Iran has since been digging them out. A missile base in the southwestern Iranian city of Dezful was struck by Israel in June 2025 and again in early March when airstrikes buried its entrances, satellite images from Planet Labs show. 3 months later, images from Airbus showed that Iran was already digging out multiple tunnel entrances at the site. So the Israelis bombed the city of Dezful. So why don't they send the IDF to Dezful? It seems like they know the area well enough to bomb it. They should send them over to, they should send 100,000 Israeli troops into Dezful. That's what I propose. I lobby. I am a very strong Zionist. I am a Zionist, and I'm a proud Jew, and I was lucky enough to be raised in a Jewish household where I was given my bar mitzvah, and one day I hope to be safe enough to observe the Jewish custom of Aliyah, in which Jews observe their God-given right to visit the state of Israel. And I propose that to make Israel safe for all of us, Israel must do a land invasion of Iran. That is the only way that we can do this. America is riddled with anti-Semitism. The Europeans are riddled with anti-Semitism. No surprise there. They have a great history of that. And anti-Semitism is spreading like a cancer in America. The Americans don't have the balls, and they don't have the moral fortitude to invade Iran and do what needs to be done. I propose that Israel invade Iran to make the world safe from anti-Semites and from Jew hatred, and to make the world a better place for the sake of Tikkun Olam. I propose 100 to 200,000 soldiers, IDF personnel, to invade Iran. And we're going to make the world a better place, and God will be with us. God will be with us. I hope this happens. And then maybe we can finally stop hearing about all this bullshit. 3 months later. 3 months later. Okay, we already read this. Hold up. Another Iranian missile base north of the city of Kermanshah. That's such a beautiful name. I love that name. Kermanshah. Just rolls off the tongue. Kermanshah took heavy blows at the beginning of the war. By the first week of June, images distributed by Airbus showed crews had repaired road damage and trucks visible on satellite images were clearing dirt and reopening collapsed tunnel entrances. So they bombed Kermanshah, and they have been able to rebuild and repair much of the damage. I propose that we invade Kermanshah. We need to invade Kermanshah, Dezful. We need to invade Banbar Abbas. We need to invade Khuzestan. We got to invade it all. Satellite images from... Okay, I already read this. Or did I read this? I did not read this. So it says here, satellite images from Planet Labs also show partial reconstruction in recent weeks near Tehran at Raja Shimi Industries, a plant believed to be involved in the production of missile components. The images show several new structures that appear to have been rebuilt. So they destroyed this factory and they rebuilt it. Unstoppable, guys. Israel's intelligence services believe Iran may have transferred thousands of centrifuges into tunnels inside Pickaxe Mountain. Good luck getting a missile to penetrate that. A development that would heighten concerns that it could constitute or reconstitute its nuclear program. So Iran is unstoppable. They're unstoppable. And if America decides to do a full-scale land invasion of Iran, America will be dealing with massive casualties. There'll be a lot of dead Americans. It's going to cause even more rage against the U.S. government. Massive distrust is going to destabilize the American political landscape. And it'll be a complete and utter disaster. And so if America doesn't want to do a full-scale land invasion, what options does it have? What options does it have? It can either continue doing what it's doing, which is not a sustainable plan because America cannot do this forever. Or it can actually make a deal with the Iranians. We have yet to see what's going to happen. Or worse, something worse than that can happen. Right? Something worse than what's happening already can happen. This whole thing can escalate into something far worse. Who knows? Oy vey, bring on the New Jersey Jewish lawyer. Yup, it's because of what they're doing. Antiseptic. Yup. They try to defraud us. My father's side is Israeli, and although my father is a decent guy, most of his relatives are psychopaths. I'm sorry to hear that. They are extreme right-wing fascists. I'm not surprised at all. I know. I used to work with a lot of Zionists. I used to work with, not for, but I used to work with a lot of Zionists, and I can tell you that my experiences with them were negative. Very negative. They were psychopathic. They were narcissistic. They mistreated people. They mistreated people who were below them in the in economic status. They mistreated restaurant staff. They were evil. I mean, just pure evil, these people. They looked down on people who weren't them. They looked down on non-Jews. They saw certain non-Jews as inferior to them, and these were not nice people at all. They were not nice people. They're very nasty people. Small hat fatigue. They're diverting funds from public schools to Jewish yeshivas. I'm not shocked at all. I like this guy's message and energy. Appreciate that, Baroness. It's because of what they're... Yep, I know. I know, man. I'm not denying that. What about Slava Ukraine? Slava Ukraina. Herodium Slava. We got the Ukrainian Nazis. We're just helping Nazis. Have you guys ever wondered that? Have you guys ever wondered about this? We're just helping Nazis. America's just helping a bunch of Nazis. We're helping we're helping the Judeo-Nazis in Israel. We're helping the Ukrainian Nazis. The Slava Ukraina, Herodium Slava. Ooh, Slava Bandera. We're supporting the Banderite Nazis in Ukraine. We're supporting the Shinto Buddhist emperor-worshipping, sun-worshipping Nippon Kaigi Japanese Nazis. And we are helping the German Nazis, the OG Nazis. We're working with the AfD. We're supporting German nationalism. The Trump administration is openly supporting German nationalism and German militarism and Japanese militarism and Ukrainian militarism. Have you guys ever asked yourself the question, why in the hell is America helping a bunch of Nazis? Judeo-Nazis in Israel, Banderite Nazis in Ukraine, Japanese Nazis, German Nazis. We are accelerating, truly, we are accelerating the revival of fascism in the world. We are. The Trump administration has made it official policy for the United States to back nationalism in Europe. So we're backing the nationalists in Germany, in Hungary, and we are also backing Turco-Nazis. Yes, damn it. Who did? No one talks about this. No one talks about this, but who organized the Armenian genocide? You say, well, it was the Ottoman Empire. Yes, you are correct, but let's be more specific. What was the type of ideology of the Ottoman Empire at the time of the Armenian genocide? Almost nobody talks about this. But guys, it wasn't the Sultan that did the Armenian genocide. The Sultan was overthrown. He was gotten rid of. He wasn't in power. The people who took over the Ottoman Empire were Turco-nationalists who called themselves the Young Turks. These were atheists, and they were Freemasons. Go look it up if you don't believe me. They were Freemasons, satanic, cultish members of the Masonic Lodge. And they were Darwinists who believed in eugenics. They believed that the Turkish race was superior. They believed that the Armenians and the Greeks were a threat to the Turkish gene pool, and thus they needed to be purged out. They don't talk about this. But the Turks, the young Turks who were ruling the Ottoman Empire, were proto-Nazis, and they inspired the German Nazis. And so the Turkish government today praises the Ottoman Empire, which was a genocidal political entity that genocided the Armenians, the Assyrians, and the Greeks. And they deny the Armenian genocide and all the other genocides that they did. They also praise, to this day, all of the organizers and the orchestrators of the Armenian genocide. The three pashas, Kemal Pasha, Ahmed Pasha, the three pashas who orchestrated the Armenian genocide, they're still considered heroes in Turkey today. So you have Nazism in Turkey. I say Nazism in a figurative sense. I'm not saying that they're German, okay? They're not German, but they're Nazis. They're very Nazistic. And Turkey right now is establishing an empire. It's reviving its empire. It has imperial ambitions. It wants to retake all the territory that the Ottoman Empire controlled. They want to expand into Central Asia. They want to dominate all the Turkic world. And America is enabling this. America is encouraging this. And America is advancing this agenda. And so we look at what America is doing. They're supporting the Japanese militarist and nationalist in Japan. That's why America backs Mrs. or Miss, I don't know if she's married, but that's why America backs Miss Takaichi, who is a Shinto nationalist who wants to revive empire worship. She is a member of the Nippon Kaigi political cult in Japan, which is a major lobbying group in Japan that wants to revive emperor worship, and they want to bring back imperial Japan. America is telling the Japanese that they need to increase their spending budget. That's why Japan has been increasing its military spending. America wants Japan to become powerful again, and Japan is pursuing this agenda. We are working with the Japanese Nazis. That's who we're working with. The right-wing politicians in Japan are fascist. They deny the atrocities that Japan did against its neighbors during World War II. Go look into this. They mass raped Korea, China, the Philippines, Malaysia. They butchered millions of people. The Japanese did during World War II. They don't talk about this, but they butchered millions of people. And to this day, like the Turks, they deny the atrocities that the Japanese orchestrated. They deny it, just like the Turks. And now they're bringing their military back into power, and they're becoming more and more fascistic every single year. And just recently, the Japanese government passed a law forbidding any sort of damage on the Japanese flag. So you can't burn the Japanese flag. You can say, well, what's wrong with that, right? It's patriotism. This is how it begins. It begins with, well, we're going to put you in prison for burning a Japanese flag. And then it just escalates from there. And so they are slowly beginning to really revive Japan's nationalistic spirit. America is backing that. Then you have the European situation. You have the Germans becoming more nationalistic. The Americans are applauding this. Elon Musk openly supports it. Elon Musk tells the German people that the only hope for Germany is the AfD, ultranationalist right-wing party. AfD is a fascist right-wing party that wants to purge Germany of certain foreigners. It wants to bring back Germany's military. It has a hatred towards Holocaust memorials. It is a party that glorifies the Third Reich. If you don't believe me, just look at Mr. Bjorn Holke, one of the most prominent leaders of the AfD party. He used to write articles praising the Third Reich, saying that if only the Third Reich was given enough time, the world would have envied the Third Reich and would have wanted to emulate the Third Reich. This is what Bjorn Holke wrote years ago. You have another major AfD leader, Maximilian Krah, saying that the SS weren't all bad. Not all SS officers were bad. My grandfather was a member of the SS. Not surprised, Maximilian. My grandfather was a member of the SS. He wasn't a bad guy. They're not that bad. No, they weren't that bad. SS wasn't bad. No, they weren't bad. These are the people who are rising in power in Germany. Nazis. Actual Nazis. And America is supporting it. Have any of you guys, have we just taken the time to just stand back for a moment and say, wait a second, we're backing Judeo-Nazis, German Nazis, Japanese Nazis, Turco-Nazis. We're backing all the Nazis. Like we're backing all the Nazis in the name of fighting Russia, fighting China, fighting Iran. We are creating a monster. We are creating a global Leviathan that, if this plan succeeds, will be global fascism. And America's plan will usher in global fascism. Be it fascism in the Middle East, in Europe, in Asia, we are pushing for this. We are creating this monster. No one's talking about it. Well, not nobody, but very few people are talking about it. Not enough people are talking about this. You got Elon Musk and this bullshit that he pulled when Trump got elected the second time. He went to the inauguration conference and he did this and he just put it right into our faces. Like, yeah, I'm a fascist. And he's pushing fascism. He's saying Germany must vote for the nationalist. They're pushing fascism and militarism. And the Germans are pursuing militarism hardcore right now. Hardcore. Now look at this, guys. Look at this. I want to show you guys something here. This is crazy. Look at this. Hold up. Let's see here. I want to show you guys something. I just want to make sure I have the right articles. Here we go. I want to show you guys this. Look at this. Germany is really accelerating its military industry. And just to remind you guys of something that happened recently, Germany was supposed to make a fighter jet in conjunction with Spain and France. And they were going to make some big fighter jet that was supposed to be a joint European project between the Germans, the Spanish, and the French. The Germans backed off. They said, we're not interested in this project anymore. As soon as I read that, before even doing any further research, I told myself, the Germans left the project because they want to build their own fighter jet. Now, a lot of people would have read that headline that Germany has left the project to build a fighter jet jointly with Spain and France. And they would have automatically said, because they're a bunch of wussies, the Germans are. No. As soon as I read that title, I said, they're going to build their own fighter jet. And I was right. The Germans are now working on building the most powerful fighter jet in all of Europe. They are accelerating their military-industrial complex. And we all know that the Germans have quite a knack when it comes to military technology, as we all know from history. So it says here, this is from the New York Times, and it says here, after decades of caution, Germany is shaking up how it makes weapons. As threats from Moscow rise and support from Washington dwindles, the German military is reinventing how it researches, funds, and wields 21st century arms. And this is all being applauded, and it's all being pushed by the United States. The Americans are pushing for this hardcore. So it says here, when a swarm of prototype drones swooped over a military test site in southern Germany earlier this year, it marked a potentially transformational moment for the German armed forces. The site, and by the way, the Germans are working with the Ukrainians on making drones. We know this for a fact. The Germans have hired numerous Ukrainian drone operators to help the Germans in drone warfare. Ukraine right now is the biggest laboratory for experimenting with drone warfare and seeing what works and what doesn't work when it comes to drones on a live battlefield. And NATO, the Germans, the Europeans, the Americans, they are all very eager to build drones or to possess drones that are battle tested against the Russian military. So everybody wants to get their hands on Ukrainian drones because the Ukrainians have the marketing point. They have the material to market their drones as actual battle tested against the Russian military. And so it says here that the site was a new hub at a repurposed military airfield in Bavaria. The military was opening it that day in February in an effort to shake up how it develops weapons and with whom. Parts of the swooping drones were designed by a 2-year-old tech startup, the kind of unproven and unconventional arms manufacturer that the German military leadership used to avoid. So now they're hiring startups to make all these drones. And the Germans really are speeding up their military technology buildup. And so it says here that Germany's effort to rearm, prompted by rising threats from Moscow and dwindling support from Washington, has forced its military to try to change how it researches, funds, and wields weapons in the 21st century. So it says here that the military was barred from... Now check this out. In the past, the German military was barred from using public research funds to develop weapons. So they could not use public research funds, German tax dollars, to develop weapons. That has all changed. That has all changed. And the reason why they had that prohibition on the use of German research funds to develop weapons is because of Nazism. They said, well, we don't want to become Nazi Germany again, so we're not going to use public funds, public research funds, that is, to build weapons. All that is being thrown out the window. All of that is being thrown out the window because no one cares about the Holocaust anymore. And the whole stigma, the whole taboo against Nazism truly is dying out. Sadly enough, I must say, it is dying out. Back in the day, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, if you were to call someone a Nazi, it would have been a big deal, right? You're a Nazi. What? Now you call someone a Nazi and it is a title of honor. All right. It is considered to be, and I hate to say it, I'm just observing the reality that I'm seeing nowadays. It is now seen as an endearing title, a title of endearment to be called a Nazi. It's considered to be an honor to be called a Nazi because the Nazis right now are seen as people who had aura and they are seen as people who looked cool when the reality is that they were mass murderers. And so because that stigma is really dying out and disintegrating, the protocols that were put in place as a response to Nazism and to prevent Nazism are also dissipating. And so it says here, now the German military is buying weapons that are not yet fully tested from a new generation of manufacturers with whom it had no prior relationship. And so it says here, since then, warfare has evolved, forcing Germany, woefully underprepared for that evolution, to change its military planning. Autonomous weapons, drones, and artificial intelligence have become increasingly important. To catch up, the German military has not only to use different products, but to adapt the way it develops them. Large-scale arms programs alone are no longer enough, Boris Pistorius, the German defense minister, said. And it says here that Boris Pistorius said, quote, "What is just as crucial and will become even more so in the future is how quickly new technologies are adapted by the military." Yeah. That has led to a gold rush of sorts among German defense startups. Procurement officials have had to find ways to buy weapons that are still in development from weapon makers they didn't previously work with. So right now in Germany, the arms industry is growing by leaps and bounds. Rheinmetall is making bank, and they have been enjoying a lot of successful business transactions. And they're making bank. They're making a lot of money. They are right now the biggest defense corporation in all of Europe. And so now you're also seeing the rise of military technology startups in Germany, and they're also making money. And so the military industry in Germany is seeing a revival, all to the applause of the Americans. The Americans are applauding this. And it goes back to my initial question. Have you guys ever stood back and wondered why America is backing all the Nazis? We're backing all the Nazis. Japanese Nazis, Ukrainian Nazis, Turco-Nazis, German Nazi. We're backing them. All the Nazi monsters, we're backing them. Because, you see, this is American policy. You could say, well, it goes back to Trump. And yes, you can blame Trump to a certain extent. But the reason why I say to a certain extent, and not absolutely, is because this has been U.S. foreign policy for decades. People don't really realize this, but this has been U.S. foreign policy for decades. It is being accelerated and it's being amplified, but it's been an American foreign policy for a long time, going all the way back to the Cold War. I've talked about this many times, but during the Cold War, there was something called Operation Gladio. And part of Operation Gladio was to back Nazis in Europe, Nazis in Norway, Germany, France, nationalists in Turkey. America, during the Cold War, America backed a terrorist group called the Grey Wolves. You can look into this. But in Turkey, there is a political cult called the Grey Wolves. They are a paramilitary, extremely racist, Turkish supremacist cult. And they believe that the Turkish race is superior. They believe that the Turkish race is superior to the Armenian people and to the Greek people, etc. And they have dreams of creating a pan-Turkic empire, connecting Turkey with the Central Asian Turkic countries like Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, etc. And they were a part of Operation Gladio. The Americans were working with them. There was a Turkish Nazi. His name was Alp Arslan El-Turkis. That was his name. You can go look it up. Alp Arslan El-Turkis was his name. He was a Turkish terrorist who was inspired by Adolf Hitler. He read Mein Kampf, loved the Nazis, and believed in the supremacy of the Turkish race. The CIA was openly supporting and working with Alp Arslan Turkis and his Grey Wolves cult. And the Grey Wolves are in Turkey to this day. This is their symbol, guys. If you ever see a Turk do this hand gesture, he's part of Grey Wolves, or he at least sympathizes with them. It kind of, honest to God, guys, it kind of scares me to talk about this stuff. It really does. I get like, I'm not exaggerating. My palms are sweaty. Palms are sweaty. I got goosebumps. Because I know these people are heartless. They're heartless people. They're evil. I mean, we can talk about the Israelis all day, and I'll be glad to talk about the Israelis with you guys all day, but let's not sit here and act like the Turks are just a bunch of little hush puppies. They're not nice people. I'm not saying all Turks are mean, but these nationalist types, Young Turks, Grey Wolves, these aren't nice people. They're vicious people. They're like the Mexican cartel. They'll cut people up. They'll behead people. They're evil. These are satanic people. And they have a satanic ideology. And we all know what they did to the Armenians, not in 1915, 16, 17. No. We all know what they did to the Armenians in 2020. 6 years ago. We've seen videos of it. I can't show you guys the videos here because it'll be against YouTube's terms of service, and this stream will be shut down. But I don't encourage for you guys to watch. But if you don't believe me, go on Google or Yandex, depending on which search engine you use, and look up Azeri soldiers behead Armenians. Look at the videos. They beheaded Armenians in 2020. There's a video you can see of an Azeri soldier taking his time. I'm not exaggerating when I say this. I think I have PTSD from watching this video. I really believe I have PTSD from watching this video because every time I think about it, I get really, really angry and really sad. And it just sickens me. But this guy takes his time to behead this man. And it just, I never got over that video, ever. To this day, it's like in my head. I can't get it out. It's so horrible. And these Azeris, they're part of that gray wolves mentality. They have that culture over there. And they're backed by NATO. They're backed by the Judeo-Nazis in Israel. The Israelis mistreat the Jew. I don't want to say Israelis because I don't want to act like all Israelis are this way because it's not. That wouldn't be accurate. But they are the Judeo-Nazis. I'll just put it to you that way. The Judeo-Nazis in Israel, they mistreat the Armenians. And so when they see Armenians being killed, they will mistreat the ethnic Armenians who live in Israel. And so they don't care when Azeris, their allies, are beheading Armenians. They don't care. In fact, they will support it. And America supported that. They supported this evil. And so America supports the Turco-Azeri Nazis. They support the German Nazis, the Japanese Nazis, the Judeo-Nazis. They support them. We are supporting the Nazis. We are supporting the devil. We are in bed with the devil. And we are doing the bidding of the devil. That's what we're doing. And we are ushering in a global fascist revival. That's what we're doing. So let's go back to this article here. So it says here, to try to stay closely involved with new weapons developments, the military has opened its innovation hub in Bavaria. Bavaria. Do you guys know where Bavaria is? Bavaria is where Nazism really first became popular before Hitler took over. Did you guys know that? Bavaria was really the ground zero for the Nazi party before Hitler took over. You could look into this. After World War I, most Germans weren't anti-Semitic. They weren't. After World War I, most Germans didn't hate Jews. Jew hatred, this violent rage against Jews, really began to see a serious boost in popularity in Bavaria. Bavaria became a massive breeding ground for Nazism, and it was a place that was very conducive for Nazism. It had the political climate for Nazism. So it doesn't surprise me at all that Bavaria right now is becoming the major hub for Germany's military industry. So it says here, Emil Archambault, a drone expert at the German Council on Foreign Relations, a research institute in Berlin, says that such close collaboration benefits both sides. Startups gain the opportunity to pursue military contracts, while the military can begin shaping or reshaping its strategies around these emerging tools. In a recent test in the field, Mr. Kostler, the head of SE3 Labs, which is a drone-making company in Germany, found that soldiers were confused by the style of longitude-latitude grids that the drone software offered. Mr. Kostler and his team reprogrammed the software in their hotel room overnight. The next morning, the soldiers were beside themselves with joy, he recounted. Never in the army had they experienced something changing so quickly. So they got this drone software. The German soldiers had difficulty using it. They didn't know. It was too confusing for them. And so they said, okay, no problem. They took the system to the hotel room, and overnight they were able to simplify it and make it easier for the soldiers to figure it out. So it shows that the military innovation of Germany is very advanced, and it is rapidly developing and being revived. Now look at what else is happening. Speaking about reviving the monsters of Europe, here is a recent article that was published by Le Monde, which is one of France's most eminent newspapers. Le Monde means the world, by the way. It's like in Spanish, El Mundo, Le Monde. So this is in French. We're going to have to use Google Translate. This is the wonders of technology here. Why aren't you working? Translate it to English. There we go. And look at what it says here. Germany announces it will participate in a French nuclear exercise this year. So we're talking about Iran getting nukes. We can never allow Iran to get a nuke. Never. They cannot get a nuke, damn it. But we got Germany pursuing nuclear weapons. Well, that's different. They're a civilized country. Right, they're a civilized country that actually came the closest, more so than any other country in history, to wiping out the Jews. And you're okay with them getting nukes. You're not okay with Iran getting nukes because they say death to America, death to Israel. But the Iranians have never done a genocide. Iran's been here longer than Germany has. Iran has never done a genocide. They've never done a genocide. Germany has. Germany has done numerous genocides against the Jews, the Poles, the Russians, the Namibians in Africa. They assisted the Turks in the Armenian genocide. They don't talk about that. Germany, the country that has been guilty for some of the worst genocides in history, the country that actually came the closest to wiping out Israel, so to speak, can get a nuke. The Israelis don't care if the Germans get nukes. But Iran, no, they can't have that. So Germany wants to get nuclear weapons. They want to acquire nuclear weapons. And it says here that the two countries have laid the foundations for a stronger strategic intimacy between France and Germany. Emmanuel Macron said after his last Franco-German cabinet meeting. And so it says here, German forces will participate during the year in a French nuclear exercise for the first time in their history. That's scary. And almost no one is talking about this, by the way. They're talking about Iran. They're talking about some fucking algae in a pool somewhere in the White House. No one gives a shit, right? They're talking about stupid shit all the time. Just stupid shit all the time. But no one's talking about Germany, the country that came the closest to wiping out the Jews, the country that started World War II. Who cares? All those years of watching History Channel on Hitler and the Third Reich was all a bunch of pointless discussion anyway. Throw it all out the window. Who gives a shit? History Channel is no longer a History Channel anyway. Initially they were telling us about history. Hitler, Napoleon, the Egyptians, Tutankhamun, whatever in Egypt, Anthony, Cleopatra, Julius Caesar. Then all of a sudden they started talking about trash. You guys remember that? Do you guys remember the de-evolution of the History Channel? First they were giving us really good history documentaries. That went on for years. Then all of a sudden they started talking about aliens and people's trash on American front yards. So we went from talking about Hitler to fucking garage sales. American history, guys. Look, I found this fucking generator and this guy's front porch. History, guys. American history. Some guy's trash all of a sudden became history. Okay, whatever. Go figure. The last good show on the History Channel was Warriors with Terry Schapper. They got rid of that guy. Sad to say, but they got rid of that guy. He had a really good show. So now they're talking about trash on some guy's junkyard. Oh, history, guys. Yeah. Right? No one gives a shit about history anymore. So now they're going to start doing nuclear weapons exercises with the Frenchies. Nobody cares because Germany is seen as, and a lot of this has to do with racism. Let's be real here. Iran can't have a nuke. Why not? Because they're a bunch of uncivilized Middle Eastern people. But Germany can have a nuke? Well, they're white and civilized. Oh, they're white and civilized, yet they committed one of the worst genocides in history, and they came the closest to wiping out the Jews, and they did the biggest massacre of Jews in all of Jewish history. They butchered 30 million Russians, killed 2 million Polish people, but they're okay. They're okay. Right. Sure. So it says here, this symbolic step towards a European deterrence, which both countries are calling for, involves this participation in the so-called advanced nuclear deterrence, but also the deployment of a Rafale from the French strategic air forces to the German army. So they want to give the Germans a French fighter jet so they can launch a nuclear bomb from it if they want to. The meeting between the 10 or so ministers from each country took place at... Look at this. Is this not creepy? Like, is this not creepy? They talked about Germany getting a nuclear bomb in a castle. This sounds like some Nazi shit. This sounds like some Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark level stuff here. They had a meeting in Augustusburg Castle. That sounds kind of culty. That sounds like the cult of the Black Sun that the SS was involved in. And it says here that the castle is a place, quote, of symbolic... Sorry, the castle is a place, quote, symbolic of reconciliation between the two countries. Emmanuel Macron declared at their press conference. So you got a bunch of Germans in a castle talking about getting nukes. That sounds a little ominous to me. So it says here that it was there that Konrad Adenauer and Charles de Gaulle agreed in the early 1960s on a Franco-German friendship treaty that laid the foundations for the European Union. With less than a year to go before leaving the Élysée Palace and following a presidential election in which Marine Le Pen is currently the frontrunner, it is urgent for Emmanuel Macron to advance European defense issues with Paris's closest ally. The objective... Now, this is very interesting. I have to add something here because they're saying that Germany is France's closest ally. I wouldn't say they're really friends. I would say that they're just advantageous partners because, remember, I talked about this earlier, France and Germany were supposed to work on a fighter jet together. They were supposed to build a fighter jet together with the Spanish, and Germany backed off the deal. They said, we don't care. And France said, Sacre bleu, pourquoi, why? And Germany said, we don't like the deal. And then not too long after that, Friedrich Merz did a speech in which he declared, we're going to make the best fighter jet on Earth. And Friedrich Merz declared quite emphatically that the Germans will be on top of the world of combat aviation in Europe. So are they really allies, or does Germany have an aspiration of dominating Europe militarily and making sure that the rest of the European countries are just going to be beneath Germany and or provide auxiliary troops to the revived German military and really the revived German Reich, I should add. I think the latter of the two is the reality. So it says here, the objective in this moment of challenge for Europe, the French president declared during their joint press conference, is to quote, create strategic intimacy between France and Germany through joint exercises and joint elements of partnership. Yeah, well, they had a joint partnership to develop a fighter jet, and that is no longer the case. The Germans threw that down out the window and they flushed it down the toilet. And now they're working on their own fighter jet. So who is to say that this joint effort for Germany and France to become partners in possessing nuclear weapons isn't going to shift to Germany saying, no, we're going to possess our own nuclear weapons and we're going to operate our own independent nuclear umbrella? Because France right now is the big nuclear power in Europe. They have the most nukes. I think they have 300 or 100 nukes or something like that. They got a lot of nukes. They got enough nukes to inflict some serious destruction. And so the French are talking about running their own nuclear umbrella in Europe in which other European countries will possess French nukes, but at the same time, it will all be under the French nuclear project. And I think what the Germans want to do, just like the fighter jet program, is work with the French just enough so that eventually they will turn around and say, now we're going to run our own nuclear umbrella, and it's going to be German. It's not going to be Franco-German. It's going to be German. And the reason why I suspect this is the case is because this is what the Germans did with the French in regards to the fighter jet. So it says here, the current state of the world demands new answers, Mr. Merz continued, emphasizing that General de Gaulle, blah, blah, blah. And Frederick Merz says, we will proceed step by step. It's possible that this will lead to a new doctrine, but it's too early to say. So they want to get nuclear weapons. That's what they want to do. Let's see here. Anything else interesting to read? The so-called advanced nuclear deterrence will involve 8 European countries, including Germany, a key element of the European strategic awakening that Emmanuel Macron has called for. To illustrate this rapprochement, the two leaders arrived together in Norvenich aboard a Super Puma, a transport helicopter, blah, blah, blah. So they want to get nuclear weapons. I'll read your guys' comments here. I've been ignoring you guys for too long. Hold on one second. America always supports evil. Yup. Seems like Hitler was a puppet installed to control the masses. He was put there by German intelligence with the help of Wall Street and American industry. Gog and Magog Confederacy. I agree. 100%. F the devil. Yup. Let's see here. That's not the symbol. Al-Turkis, Al-Turkis. Gray wolves were supported by USA. That's what I just said. That's what I said. Even Israel take its lead from example of the United States. Any Western political democracy turns further to the right in times of economic decline. Didn't America inspire the Nazis to begin with? They did. Not entirely, but yes, they did play a role in that. Theo, soon there will be federal state election in Germany in Sachsen-Anhalt. It looks like AfD will win with absolute majority. I have read their plans and they want free trade zone in their state. That's weird. Justice for Wang. I don't know who that is. It seems Trump has been 50-50 over Russia, but now seems to be backing Ukraine. Yep. Is all this militarism to provoke the Chinese? Definitely that's the case with Japan. Case of Germany, it's Russia. In the case of Israel, it's Iran. We, the people, have always been cannon fodder. True. Are all these far-right parties, such the AfD Reform and Restore, will be willing to go to war with Russia? Israel will destroy America? America is behaving like an antichrist. True. Almost all citizens do not support Israel worldwide, but Israel doesn't care because they enslave their governments. All the kings of the earth sleep with the harlot of Babylon. That's the truth. He believes that parties are what they claim. Never said that. They are Nazis, though. AFD was German. For one thing, the AFD party says they're not Nazi. I'm saying they are. So I'm actually not taking what they claim about themselves at face value. I'm looking into what other people usually miss about the AFD. And by the way, Bjorn Holke writing all that stuff praising Hitler, those were old articles that weren't supposed to be known to the public. Or at least they were not supposed to be known as being written by Bjorn Holke. I believe this U.S.-supported movement in Japan and Germany is the culmination of Operation Paperclip. Absolutely. Yep. Definitely a part of Operation Paperclip and Gladio and all the rest of that stuff. Yep. Nothing has really changed. According to polls, most Germans hate Israel. They do. They do. Let's see. Not saying he isn't dangerous, but Elon Musk probably went into that because, hey, cool, yup, samurais, absolutely. I'm a Manchu. That's cool. You're one of the OG Turks. Japan doesn't have manpower. Well, they said the same thing about Ukraine, and they're still in a war. A society as introverted as Japan cannot work. It was introverted during World War II, and they killed a lot of people. It's like those mass school shooters. They're all very quiet and introverted. Still dangerous. Eventually, fascism will come to America. It will. I hope not. We Manchus are colluding with pan-Turkic elements in Turkey. Those are just a tool. We are not heading to any fascism. This is just war strategies, political configurations. We enter globalists, etc. Yeah, you can. That's true, but it doesn't really change the fact that this is what's happening. And the thing is that America made the same sort of mistake in the past. America forced the Japanese to buy American military technology, and Japan ended up becoming a global power. America financed the industrialization or reindustrialization of Germany after World War One. Look at what happened. And this was all done in the name of strategy. America is reviving dead evil empires. Yep. Slavo Korean. Like the stream, everyone. Yes, give the stream a like. It gets the algorithm to get the stream to more people. I'm a new viewer from Turkey. I hope invasion doesn't happen. It's going to be a disaster for region and world economy. Agreed. Why is America supporting nationalism and globalism at the same time? It's whatever is to its benefit. You know, America has supported globalism in the past. I mean, we supported working with China. Then China got too big, so now we're going to back Japanese militarism. to cancel out the Chinese. And if Japan gets too powerful, we'll probably back the Chinese against the Japanese. I mean, it's all strategy at this point. But there's also, I think there are people in the U.S. government who do, what's the word? They do romanticize Japan, and they do have an admiration for fascism. It's just that America is not a monolith. They are globalists. They are nationalists. There are different ideologies at play here, and I think there is a competition between nationalists and globalists to a certain extent. Occupation is a war crime, but what if a Russophobic campaign was launched in Europe and attempts were made to place long-range missiles on the Russian border? What then? Nothing good. We are occupied by a foreign country. Which country occupies us, Charlie? The quiet countries are the most dangerous. Like, oh, they're so introverted. They're weaklings. Have we not learned from all the school shootings and all the mass shootings that have happened? Every time we've had one of these mass shootings in America, what do they always say about the shooter? He was so quiet. Quiet people are dangerous because they're hiding something. Please explain the Saudi-USA deal being negotiated. I think they want Saudi Arabia to get nukes so they could use the Saudis to cancel out or keep the Iranians in check. The fascist revival we are seeing are a result of neoliberal policies. Sure, you can. Nazism was a reaction to the rise of communism. The fact is that it's still dangerous and it's here, and there's no stopping it at this point. Elon Musk is a globalist promoting pan-nationalism. You couldn't make it up. Well, here's the thing, is that I don't really accept this automatic dichotomy between nationalism and globalism. I think that you have nationalists, and the nationalists take power, and once they get powerful enough, they become globalists, and they start pursuing empire. That's why I laugh at nationalism. Oh, we need nationalism, not globalism. Okay, who's to say that you guys aren't going to become globalists once you guys take power? I mean, you guys do revere and romanticize the Vikings, and the Vikings weren't exactly limited to Scandinavia, were they? They didn't mind invading other countries, and they didn't mind sex trafficking European kids to Muslims. That's why archaeologists have discovered hundreds of thousands of Islamic coins all throughout Scandinavia, because the Vikings would steal European girls and boys, yes, you heard that correctly, and they would sex traffic them to Muslims who wanted European youths for slavery and for sexual exploitation. And the Vikings didn't mind doing that, yet who is revering and romanticizing the Vikings? Is it not these so-called nationalists who supposedly care about the European people, but yet they revere a people called the Vikings who didn't hesitate to sexually exploit European children? So I don't trust any of these people. I think they're all full of shit, and I think they're all a bunch of liars, and they say, we care about the white people, and we care about white children and a future for white children, and yet you see them revering the Vikings and the Spartans and the Anglo-Saxons and the Nazis. And what do all these people have in common other than being European? Well, they all killed other Europeans. The Nazis butchered tens of millions of other Europeans. They enslaved other Europeans. Vikings killed other Europeans and enslaved and sex trafficked other Europeans. Spartans slaughtered fellow Greeks and enslaved and mass murdered their fellow Greeks. Go look at what the Spartans did to the Helots. And yet you guys care about, European people. You guys are full of shit. And if these types of people are followed in any serious way and they gain substantial power, they will lead their subjects to perdition. That is a fact. And if you follow Nazis or if you follow these ultra nationalist types, you are a tool. And I'm here to tell you guys that you're a tool. And these people will lead you to destruction if they gain serious power. These are not good people. These are evil people. Well, we got to be like our ancestors, the Vikings. And who were the Vikings? Oh, that's right. They were Scandinavians who invaded their neighbors, pillaged and robbed their neighbors, and would roam around the coasts of Europe, pillaging villages, kidnapping children, teenagers, boys and girls, and then selling them off to Islamic lands for slavery and sexual exploitation in exchange for money. And that is why archaeologists to this day will find Islamic coins in Scandinavia. How did Islamic coins end up in Scandinavia? You want to talk about, oh, the left is so woke. How did Islamic coins end up in Scandinavia? Who brought those coins over? Liberals did? Who brought the coins over? The Catholic Church? Who brought the Islamic coins into Scandinavia? It was the Vikings. And yet you guys, you nationalist morons, tools, chuckleheads, knuckleheads, you want us to revere the Vikings. And yet we're supposed to believe that you care about European people. And the fact that so many people online will revere the Vikings as part of some sort of nationalist narrative tells me how restarted and ahistorical these people are. They don't look at history. They don't read history. They don't actually take the time to read about what the Vikings were, what they actually did. They will sit there and watch 300, and that is their scope of understanding when it comes to the Spartans. Oh, they fought the Persians. They were the great bulwark against Eastern barbarism for Europe. And the fact is that the Spartans terrorized their neighbors. They dominated the Greek peninsula and tormented their fellow Greeks. They went to war against the Athenians. And they had an entire slave population called Helots. And they would not only enslave the Helots, but they would dedicate one day out of the year in which the Spartans were allowed to kill as many Helots as they possibly wanted to in order to control the Helot population so that their numbers wouldn't get so big that they would be able to revolt against Spartan power. And this violence was done against fellow Greeks. And yet, you have these ahistorical knuckleheads who want you to think that revering the Spartans is part of some sort of helpful narrative that's going to save the West. You guys are retarded if you believe that. You guys are retarded. Odin migrated from Anatolia. Well, that's true. He did, because Anatolia was one of the great centers for really prehistoric European culture. And the reason for that is because the Ark, after the flood, landed on the border between Anatolia and Armenia on Mount Ararat. And so Japheth, who was really the patriarch for all of the European peoples, for all the white peoples, he came out of that Ark. And the Japhethites went into Anatolia and they populated Anatolia, and thus began the beginning of the European race, what is known as the European people or Indo-European people. And the Indo-Europeans would expand into Anatolia, the Greek peninsula, the rest of Europe. They would expand all the way into Iran and Afghanistan, Pakistan, all the way to India. And they brought their ways with them. And so, ancient Indo-European history is very fascinating. It's something that I could talk about a lot. Worship quite possibly the most homosexual culture in the world as masculine. Yep, that's the big scam. They watched Vikings on Netflix and were inspired. Absolutely. Yep, and they love the video of, they'll sit there and say like, the left wants you to embrace African culture, and then they show some picture from the Viking show of the blonde Viking woman with the braided hair, and they're like, this is European culture. Then they have some weird some weird pseudo Scandinavian music, and it's like and they show like the woman with the braids and like, oh, real European culture, honor your Scandinavian ancestors. And it's like, so you guys want to mimic the Vikings? Yeah, you want to mimic the Vikings. We're going to emulate the Vikings. So you're going to get into the business of sex trafficking. I see. Okay. Right. You guys are you guys are great exemplaries of morality here. They watched Vikings. Yep. You're right about the motives of negotiation among the opportunists. It's never about what's right. It's always about whatever benefits the opportunistic predator. Exactly right. And Epstein Files, they did the same thing that Vikings did. Okay. Not going to argue with that. Didn't Hegseth ban the Vikings, and how does he give the green light to testosterone? I don't know. I don't think Hegseth is who he really portrays himself out to be. He portrays himself to be this tough guy. I don't think he really is. I think that's all just a big facade. You have to understand, anytime Americans get into something, it becomes restarted. I don't know if you guys ever noticed that, but like, I'll give you guys a personal anecdote, okay? So many years ago, there was this family that I knew in Missouri, and they were like hardcore evangelicals, pro-Israel, the whole thing, Chick-fil-A Christians. And they were very superstitious, extremely superstitious. And I remember I was in the house with them. I was in their home. This was many years ago. We're talking like 2011, something like that, 2010. I'm in their home. It's the winter time. It's very cold outside. This is the Midwest at the end of the day. And the father is sitting across from me in the room. I'm sitting in the couch. He's sitting on the recliner chair. And he says, my daughter's friend is being attacked by Satan. And I said, really? And he goes, oh, yeah. She's getting attacked all the time by the devil. It's getting really bad. And you know what, Ted? This house is being attacked by Satan. I said, really? How is this possible? Like, how is it attacking the house? And he said, well, he says, Ted, I have like 6 cars, and the cars keep shutting down on me. And in my mind, I'm thinking to myself, that's because you keep buying your cars from fucking eBay. This guy would buy all of his, I kid you not, he would buy all of his cars from eBay. Instead of just buying a regular car at a used car sale or something like that, he bought all of his cars from eBay. So he had like 6 junk-ass cars from eBay. He would purchase the car on eBay, and then he would use his son's car to drive all the way to some other state to get the car that he bought from eBay, and then him and his son would drive the 2 cars, all the way back to Missouri. And that's how he would buy his cars, this guy. Oh, I got a great deal on a car. Got some piece of shit Altima on eBay. Got some piece of shit Toyota. Well, Toyotas aren't garbage. They're good cars. What's a shitty car? Shitty, I don't know. Whatever. I don't know. Dodge, I don't know. But he got some shit junk used car from eBay. Somebody wanted to get rid of it because he was a cheapskate. So he had 6 cars, all of which he bought from eBay. And he's sitting there telling me, the devil is attacking my cars. I kid you not. Fords, yeah. That's somehow worse than buying it off Craigslist. A Hyundai. Yeah, he's buying GMC. He's buying all of his cars on eBay. You can't make this up. This guy is looking at me, and he's like, the devil is attacking my cars. He's saying it with a straight face. He's not even joking. He's saying it with a straight face. He's like, the devil, Satan is attacking my cars. I said, really? He says, Ted, all of my cars shut down. Really? They all shut down. He said, I brought all the cars to the mechanic shop, and even the mechanic said, I never saw anything like this in my life. And the mechanic is probably thinking, I've never heard of anybody buying all their cars from eBay. This is fucking insane. And so then he's shocked that all the cars are breaking down, and instead of blaming himself and taking responsibility, he's blaming the devil. Like, this ain't the devil's fault. You can't blame the devil for this one, man. This is your fucking fault. You bought all these shit cars from eBay, but he's blaming the devil. He's blaming the devil for his cars breaking down. So he's like, yeah, man. He says, there's some serious satanic attack happening. I said, okay. So then he leaves. I was so tired. Like, I was so exhausted that I fell asleep on the couch. So I fall asleep on the couch. And then I wake up and my vision is still kind of blurry. And I see this guy, he's across the room on the recliner, and he's putting his boots on. And he's got this yellow poncho on because it was raining outside. And he's like, honey, where's the vegetable oil? And I'm thinking, what the fuck is this guy doing? Vegetable oil? Is he going to cook something? He's wearing a yellow rain suit. Doesn't look like he's about to cook anything. He gets a bunch of vegetable oil, probably like canola or some shit. I don't think it was even olive oil. And the door, there's a knock on the door. So the mom opens up the door, and this tall white dude comes in. Tall, bald-headed white guy comes in. And he said, I heard about Satan attacking your cars. He says, I know. We really got to do something about this. So him and his friend take a cup of vegetable oil. The guy is such a cheapskate, he couldn't even fork out some money to buy some olive oil. He had to buy the fucking canola oil, all right? Like, if you're going to be superstitious, at least be biblical about it. You know, get olive oil. Get the right ingredients. He goes outside. I kid you not. I'm watching this man go to all the four corners of the house. And he's like 5 feet tall. He's got this ridiculous yellow poncho on him. And they're sprinkling vegetable oil on each corner of the house. And this little 5 foot tall white guy is doing this. Raising his hands up, screaming some prayers. And I'm watching this from the window. And I'm thinking, what is this guy doing? This is insane. This is crazy. And he comes back inside. He goes, we did it. We scared the devil out. We put vegetable oil on all four corners of the house. And Satan will never attack my cars again. I'm like, guy, stop buying cars from eBay. So I'm like, this is just, it's Restardation, right? This is all Restardation. So some weeks ago, I'm scrolling through Instaho, and I see this woman talking in front of the camera, and she's like, hi, I'm an Eastern Orthodox Christian, and Satan has been attacking me. I've converted to Eastern Orthodox Christianity, and my husband and I, we're being attacked by Satan. Every time we try to drive to church, the motor shuts down, guys. The car just keeps shutting down. And listen, I'm not the only one saying this. There have been many Orthodox Christians that I have spoken to who have told me the same exact thing. They're telling me that they have car issues when they drive to church. And I sent the video over to this dude I know who's Romanian. He's from Romania. And he writes back to me and he said, Ted, in Romania, I have never heard anyone talk like this. He said, people just go to church and they talk about normal stuff. He said, in Romania, if someone's car breaks down, they go take it to their uncle or whatever to get it repaired, and that's it. No one sits there and says, oh, the devil broke the car down. And I said, welcome to American religion. So Eastern Orthodox Christianity is becoming very popular amongst Americans. Watch the Americans force Eastern Orthodox Christianity to go through a process of Ameritardation. They are going to Ameritardize Orthodox Christianity. They're already doing it as we speak. They are putting Eastern Orthodox Christianity through the process of Ameritardation. It's Ameritarded. They want to make Orthodox Christianity Ameritarded. And they want Orthodox Christianity to go through a process of Ameritardation. That's what they want to do. they can't have anything good. You give America something, they'll make it ugly. It's a psychological phenomenon. Sometimes when there's a drastic change, people overthink things. Anointing with canola oil, insanity. Yeah, how about service? It's the truth. I mean, it's crazy, right? Bro's really trying to be a Catholic priest. Yep. Miracle water. Yep. Story of a haunted car. Vegetable oil. Just joined the stream. Hello, Mr. HC. I can't believe you could sleep in that. I was so tired. I was absolutely fatigued. I think I had just gotten back from I think that was the day that I landed in Missouri. So I was going through, I just felt very fatigued. If he knew about Hamas back then, he'd blame Hamas. Absolutely. Yeah, can't blame the devil for ignorance. True. Those evangelicals are nuts. Hilarious. Happy you find that entertaining. Cafeteria Christianity. Love it. Chick-fil-A Christian. Yup. Theo, you mentioned Peter Thiel and the enhanced games, how the military is giving steroids out. Now the military is giving steroids out. That's horrifying. Bunch of roided out soldiers. They're not going to think straight. America's really getting desperate. They really are. Meritardation. That's right. Big time. Yep. Yeah, they will put anything through a meritardation. They're like, oh, Orthodox Christianity, that's a meritardized. Meritardise it. Let's make it a meritarded. And you're already seeing American Orthodox Christians doing really weird shit. Like, oh, I don't know, let's create our own Orthodox chant in the style of Appalachian chant, in the style of Appalachian folk singing. What? Yeah, and I've seen this bullshit on Instaho. You got these Americans who are like, well, I went to church. Like, this is American Orthodox chant. We got to make everything American. Homie, you just converted to Orthodox Christianity 3 months ago. You bought yourself a crucifix from Amazon on 2-day shipping. Calm down, all right? It's going to take America centuries before it can cultivate enough of an authentic grassroots Orthodox culture before it has an authentic Orthodox culture. Anything that is introduced into Orthodoxy by American Christians in the name of American culture is going to be forced and inauthentic and not real. It's fake, it's artificial, it's plastic, and it's forced. They'll say, but there's a Russian-style Orthodox chant. Russian Orthodox chant took centuries to develop. And for centuries, the Russians were under the Constantinople Patriarchate. They were under the Constantinople Greek Patriarchate for centuries before they ever got their own patriarchate, which was the Moscow Patriarchate. So America's not at that level yet. We're just getting started with Orthodoxy. And now all of a sudden you have Americans trying to make new Orthodox customs, make some weird, bizarre American Orthodox chant, trying to force their weird ways on Eastern Orthodoxy. Instead of just embracing Orthodoxy for what it is right now, they already want to force their way on it. And they did this with the Catholic Church. And now they want to do it to now they want to do it to Orthodoxy, Russian Orthodoxy, Greek Orthodoxy. And I'm telling you right now, they will ruin it if they are allowed. They will absolutely eviscerate Orthodoxy in America and make it look very ugly. That's my warning to you guys. 75 likes. Appreciate that, man. Christian Zionism is a CIA psyop. It is. Paula White Christianity. Southerners really that... Well, I'm not going to say that. LOL, very nice. Fluorescent lights might work on an Orthodox Christian hat. I don't want the Orthodox to become evangelicucks. I just want to go to some weird out-of-the-way country. They always seem to have the most normal people. True. They want to pull baptize Orthodoxy. Please don't third temple the Orthodox. Gotta be careful. You got to be very careful. Let's see here. We got some more stuff to talk about. Hold up. So we talked about this. Let's see here. Hold on. Japan. Let's see here. Greetings, Ted and Ted Heads, from my vacation in Canada. You're in Canada? Be very careful, man. There's a lot of weirdos over there in Canada. Hope you're all well. Hope you're well too, sir. Thank you. Have a good time. You can't hear the music? How about now? Is that louder? Do you know Priest Madi Madi? I've seen some of his stuff on Instagram. Turkiya, perhaps? I'll be right back, guys. I gotta take a leak real quick. Hold on. One second, okay? Let me know if the music is too loud. Lovely soundtrack. Yeah, I love it. It's great stuff. Listening on my phone, text slow. Music is on now. Very lovely as usual. Thank you. Proud to be a Ted. Appreciate that. Nurse Nature Ella. Thought this guy really likes Yahoos. I don't know what you're talking about. Barely. Music is perfect. Did you ever hear about coolie trafficking, slave trade as in America? I don't think so. So we're talking about Nazism. We're on the subject of America backing Nazism worldwide. We are backing Japanese nationalism, and Japanese nationalism and militarism are growing every year. And look at this. This was reported recently. Tokyo outlaws flag desecration despite criticism concern. I'll make the text a little bit louder. Oh, sorry, the text a little bit bigger. Had a little brain slip there because I'm thinking about the music. Is the music too loud, guys? Please let me know before I proceed. After 7 years, congratulations, Mr. Darth Revan, 48. You know what? I'm just going to check. Hold on. I'm just going to check real quick. I'm just going to... Please let me know before I proceed. After 7 years... You know what? The music is perfect. The music is freaking perfect. We're just going to go with that. America wants to reset the dollar. Yeah, that's what happened. What was it? At the end of World War II, we kind of reset everything, and we did the... what was it called? We did the big meeting in Connecticut with the British on the dollar dominating the whole world. Let's see here. Music volume is perfect. Excellent. Thank you. So it says here, Tokyo outlaws flag desecration despite criticism and concern. Tokyo. So it says here, Japan enacted on Friday a law that criminalizes damaging the national flag as Prime Minister Sane Takaichi pushes forward with her conservative agenda despite worries over freedom of expression. So you're starting to see the revival of nationalism in Japan. Sane Takaichi doing this is not really that surprising, given the fact that she is a member of the Nippon Kaigi cult, which is a major lobbying organization, which is probably the biggest lobbying organization in all of Japan. And they want to revive emperor worship, and they want to bring back Imperial Japan. And so this is the cult that she is a part of. Many, many Japanese politicians are members of Nippon Kaigi. Shinzo Abe was also a member of Nippon Kaigi. It's a very powerful political cult in Japan that wishes to revive the ways of Imperial Japan. And they want to bring back the demons that possessed the soul of Japan during the Second World War. And so here she is talking about outlawing and prohibiting the burning or the damaging of the Japanese flag. Now you can say, well, Ted, what's wrong with that? It's just, it's just common courtesy to the flag. It's all about just patriotism and all this. And you could say, yeah, on the surface, there is nothing wrong with prohibiting the damaging of a country's flag within the borders of that country. There is nothing morally wrong about that. I just want to make that very, very clear. That's not my point. My point is, and my focus is, what is the intention and how do they plan to escalate the laws from this point? Are they just going to stop at the flag, or are they then going to escalate to prohibiting certain speech? And I believe that when a country begins to shift towards fanatical nationalism, they always begin with laws that people generally can accept. That way, it makes it much easier for them to exasperate and to accelerate the intensity of their despotism, whatever it may be. And so when they begin to transition towards despotism, they always begin very slowly. They don't start out fanatically and roughly and in your face and conspicuously. They start out with something that a lot of people generally can't accept. It's like the Nazis didn't begin just butchering Jews and other races. They began with attacking communists. Oh, well, communism is bad and communists are very dangerous to the country. So, of course, we agree, but that's how it starts. It goes from communists to, oh, well, these certain peoples are dangerous, got to kill them. These political dissidents are dangerous, got to kill them. Oh, well, you know who else is dangerous? Oh, people with mental handicaps, people with intellectual handicaps and physical deformities. They're also dangerous to the society. They're a danger to the strength of the body politic. They have to be purged out. Well, hold on. You're going too far now. You're crossing a line. Well, we have to protect the health of the nation, and these people are not healthy for the collective gene pool of the Volk. And so this is how this evil amplifies itself, but it begins with something that people generally can tolerate. So let's start out with prohibiting attacking the flag, prohibition on damaging the flag. Okay, well, that's not really a big deal, but then it escalates to something else. This is how things begin. And so the fact that Takeichi is a member of this cult, the fact that so many Japanese politicians are members of this fanatical cult tells me that there is a more sinister agenda at hand here. That's what it tells me. And so it says here, the law states that anyone who publicly damages, removes, or defaces the national flag in a manner that causes significant discomfort or revulsion to others will face up to 2 years in prison or a fine of up to 200,000 yen or 1,200 USD. In a statement submitted to lawmakers last week, 148 legal experts said they had, quote, strong concerns that it could curb freedom of expression, unquote, and grave worries, quote, from the viewpoint of criminal law. And they're absolutely right to be concerned about this because it doesn't stop. Once you prohibit one form of expression, it's very easy to prohibit another form of expression. And so it says here, the government argues that the law was needed because Japan already criminalized damaging foreign flags but had no equivalent rules covering its own. Critics say that rules on foreign national flags were primarily aimed at preventing the desecration of foreign flags from becoming diplomatic issues, and there were similar concerns for Japan's standard. A United States Supreme Court decision has ruled that burning the U.S. national flag is protected under the First Amendment, invalidating state laws against desecrating the stars and stripes. At a news conference on July 9th, Takaki Matsumiya, a law professor of Ritsumeikan University, said Japan has a history of waging wars of aggression. True. And even among Japanese, quote, there are some people who have a negative image of the national flag. And on Friday, opposition lawmaker Ayaka Shiomura expressed her opposition, saying the destruction of national flags has historically been one of the strongest forms of political expression used by people who resist state power and to condemn discrimination. And so if Japan becomes more and more fanatical, if it becomes more militaristic, which it is, you are going to have political dissidents within Japanese society, and they may, as a form of expression of opposition against Japan's militaristic policy, burn a Japanese flag, and then that person gets arrested. And it just escalates from there. Political dissidents are not tolerated, political dissidents are persecuted, and the country just becomes more and more despotic from there. And things just get worse. And so we're seeing this nationalist revival in Japan, and at the same time, we're also seeing a revival of Japanese militarism, to the point where Japan now wants to have nuclear weapons. And so it says here, Japan's push for nuclear weapons discussion could erode restrictions, fuel dangerous trend carrying inflammatory effects, says Chinese expert. And so it says here, Japan has continued to push for looser nuclear restrictions. Now again, Iran says they want a nuclear bomb. Well, they actually haven't said that. But Iran says death to America, death to Israel. And we have to start World War III to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear bomb. But Japan, on the other hand, which is a country that butchered millions of people in its neighboring countries, invaded its neighbors, did the most horrendous atrocities in World War II, they can have nuclear weapons, and that's okay. You see, this is the insanity of how so many Americans think. They think, well, we can't allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. Well, why not? Well, they say death to America. Okay, but Japan attacked the United States, invaded China, invaded Korea, invaded the Philippines, invaded Malaysia, butchered millions of people in the countries that it did invade, started one of the most horrific wars in all of history, and did atrocities that were so brutal and so horrific that even German Nazis were disturbed. You're telling me that this country can have nuclear weapons. You're okay with that. You're okay with this country having nuclear weapons. Yeah. And again, this goes back to bias. Well, the Germans can have nuclear weapons because, well, why? Because they're white and civilized. This is rooted in racism. This way of thinking is rooted in racism, and it's rooted in this sense of superiority that a lot of people in the West have, sadly enough. And so we also have a similar view towards the Japanese. We see the Chinese as barbaric, as backwards, as simpletons. I mean, just look at what J.D. Vance said about China. He said, well, the people in China, they're all living in like bamboo huts over there. I mean, he said this. He said effectively something to the likes of this, that all those Chinese people live in bamboo huts and all this crap. It's like, have you seen China? They got cities that are cleaner and more sophisticated looking than the ones in America. What are you talking about? But they live in bamboo huts. But the Japanese in America are seen as sophisticated. They are seen as honorary Europeans. And the Japanese are greatly admired and romanticized in American society. Japanese anime is extremely popular in the United States. Japanese movies are very popular, and I think there are some very good Japanese movies out there. I'm a big sucker for South Korean movies. I love me a South Korean movie. I do. But the Japanese, they are romanticized in America. Why do you think American tourism into Japan has increased by 200% within recent years? Massive American tourism into Japan indicates that there is indeed this romanticization of Japan in American society. And the Japanese are seen as extremely sophisticated and intelligent people. And there is this really bias that Americans have towards Japanese people. It's a bias that is very positive towards the Japanese people, to the point where Japan can revive its militarism, Japan can revive its nationalism, Japan can deny that Japan did atrocities during World War II, and Americans don't give a shit because we just like the Japanese. We love anime, we love Dragon Ball Z, love J-pop, love sushi. So it says here, let's see, hold on. Coupled with the Japanese government's reported bid to bolster the so-called extended nuclear deterrence provided by the U.S., Chinese analysts warned that Tokyo is gradually eroding nuclear restrictions and warned that this trend, fueled by growing neo-militarism, poses severe additional risks as Japan's right-wing forces are testing nuclear taboo. So the Chinese are warning people. They are signaling the alarm about Japan. They're saying, we can't allow Japan to have nuclear weapons. Oh, shut up, China. You're just a bunch of backwards communists living in bamboo huts and you live off eating rice balls all day. Shut your mouth, China. Japan is a sophisticated, clean, organized country. And have you guys ever noticed that all of the Nazi types who live in the Western world, they all love Japan? Like, literally, without exception. Talk to anyone who is a modernly packaged Nazi today. Talk to anyone today who reveres Hitler and they revere German nationalism. They all love Japan. Without exception. Every single one of them romanticizes Japan. I have never seen an exception for this, ever. I debated an Austrian Nazi in 2017. His name is Martin Zellner. You can watch the debate. It's still up on YouTube. Just look up my name, Martin Zellner. You'll get it. It was an hour-long little discussion that we had. And I confronted this guy on his Japan romanticization. Because I said, listen, this guy was a leader of a movement in Austria called the Identitarians. Identitarians meaning European identity movement. It's a Nazi movement. And I said to this guy, I said, listen, on your website, you have an interview with a Japanese nationalist in which the Japanese nationalist is saying that Japanese politicians should visit the Yasukuni Shrine. Now, for those of you who do not know, the Yasukuni Shrine is a temple in Japan in which Class A war criminals are revered as gods. They are revered as what in Japanese is called kami. Kami means gods or sacred or holy, something to the likes of that, right? And there's all sorts of debate on what kami actually signifies, but they call them kami, sacred beings, gods, etc. And they believe that the spirits of Class A war criminals reside inside the temple. And so the Chinese and the Koreans are pissed off about this temple. Rightfully so, because these Class A war criminals butchered their people, raped and butchered their people. Look at the rape of Nanking. Look at the mass rape of Korean women during World War II. It's really horrific stuff. Japanese politicians will not only deny that these atrocities occurred, in order to rub it in the faces of the Chinese and the Koreans, the Japanese politicians, and even Shinzo Abe himself pulled this little provocation out. The Japanese politicians will go to the Yasukuni Shrine and they'll burn some incense for the war criminals. They will burn incense for the war criminals. And the Chinese and the Koreans get pissed off every time this happens. And this Japanese nationalist got interviewed by the Austrian identitarian movement, and he told the Austrian Nazis politicians should go visit the Yasukuni Shrine. And I said, Mr. Zellner, why are you supporting the Yasukuni Shrine? And he was, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. All of these Nazi types today, they all revere Japan. Why? Because they share the same ideology. It's an ideology of racial superiority. In the Nazi sense, it's the superiority of the Germans. In the Japanese sense, it's the superiority of the Japanese race, and they believe that the Japanese race directly comes from the sun god Amaterasu. So the Japanese sun god or goddess is called Amaterasu, and they actually believe, the hardcore, hardline Japanese nationalists, they believe that the Japanese race comes from the gods. They really believe this, that that the Japanese race is sacred. And so they have ideological overlap between each other, and that is why all of these right-wing lunatics will revere Japan. Oh, Japan is so clean, so organized. There's no foreigners. They're racially homogenous. We gotta be like Japan. They don't have a murder rate like we do. And yet, how many Japanese people kill themselves every single year? What's the suicide rate in Japan? What's the suicide rate? How many suicides every year in Japan? Let's find out. Between roughly 19 to 20,000 suicides every year in Japan. That's a murder rate. So sure, they don't have this high murder rate in the sense that you don't have people murdering each other, but you sure as hell do have a lot of people murdering themselves, and they're homiciding themselves. So yes, they're so clean, so organized, but they sure as hell are very unhappy. Sure as hell are very unhappy people. So it says here, let's see here, hold on. Coupled with Japanese government's reported bid to bolster the so-called extended nuclear program. Okay, I already read this. Japanese Defense Minister Koizumi claimed in an online program released on Saturday that discussions on nuclear weapons were necessary to strengthen Japan's defense capabilities, according to Kyodo News. So they want to get nuclear weapons. What are they going to do with the nuclear weapons? They want to nuke China. That's what they want to do. While acknowledging that the issue was difficult to discuss in Japan, he claimed it was something that could not be avoided. Lu Chao, an expert at the Liaoning Academy of Social Sciences, told the Global Times on Sunday that Koizumi's claim was an evident push to ease restrictions on nuclear weapons and blatant efforts chipping away at the 3 non-nuclear principles, which represents another step in a dangerous trend that poses serious risks to neighboring countries and global security. So, like I've said before, all of the taboos that were established as a response to World War II are being thrown out the window. So Germany not spending government funds on making weapons, that was a taboo. That was a protocol that was established as a response to World War II. It was as a response to what Germany did in World War II. And this protocol was established as a way to prevent German militarism. Well, that protocol that says that the German government cannot spend state research funds on developing weapons is being thrown out the window. And Japan, because of World War II, has had a taboo against nuclear weapons. Now, this was imposed by the United States, but it's also something that has been, to a great extent, ingrained in Japanese society because the Japanese people suffered greatly due to being nuked. I mean, that really goes without saying. The elderly people in Japan don't want war. They're very anti-war because either they survived the nuclear attack on Japan or they know someone or they knew someone who did suffer as a result of the nuclear attack. And so they're saying that, hey, don't do this. This is not a good idea. The thing is that as those old people die out, that living memory also dies with them. And when living memory is wiped out, all that you're left with is history. And history is always up for grabs, and it can always be reinterpreted by historical revisionists, which is very dangerous. And so now the taboo against nuclear armament is dissipating. And I think Japan will eventually get nuclear weapons. I think that's eventually going to happen. And so it says here that Koizumi's claims were also believed to have been made with the government's review of 3 key security documents in mind, per the report by Kyodo News. The expert added that Japan has failed to properly reflect on and acknowledge its past acts of aggression, which is true. Japan, to this day, denies the atrocities that Japan committed during World War II. And so it says here that Japan still faces strong domestic resistance to breaking through the 3 non-nuclear principles, as many Japanese citizens retain painful memories of the devastation caused by nuclear weapons. For example, Japanese civic group Peaceboat, in joint cooperation with Citizens Nuclear Information and the Japan Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons, released on July 14th a statement titled "Japan Should Not Possess Nuclear-Powered Submarines." Now, are these people going to be listened to? Will their warnings be heeded to? My prediction is no. That's my prediction about this whole thing. Let's see, what else do we have here? I don't want to read the statement by some peaceniks because it's just pointless. We all know that Japan having nuclear weapons is a bad idea. I want to hear something about what Japan's aims are. It says here, hey, Japan that upholds an exclusively defense-oriented posture as a matter of national policy has no need for nuclear-powered submarines. The political and financial resources that would otherwise be spent on this debate should instead be directed toward easing tensions through diplomacy, the statement urged. According to Japanese media outlet Nikkei Asia, the Japanese government will also look for ways to bolster the extended nuclear deterrence provided by the U.S. as part of revisions to 3 key security documents at the end of the year, blah, blah, blah. The media report also claimed that this comes in response to China's strengthening offensive nuclear capabilities, underscored by this month's firing of a submarine-launched ballistic missile. So China has nuclear weapons. They have hundreds of nuclear weapons. And so Japan wants to get nuclear weapons. That's what's happening. I mean, this spells nothing good for the future, guys. We all know this. It's quite obvious. The test launch, blah, blah, blah. Okay, the test launch of a strategic missile by a submarine on July 6th by China, which was part of the annual training arrangement of the PLA Navy, complied with international law and international practice and is not directed at any specific country or target. By repeatedly hyping the so-called China threat, the U.S. and some Western countries have provided Japan with an opportunity to create an international public opinion environment favorable to its possession of nuclear weapons. So, yes, so America hyping up the China threat, talking about China nonstop, gives the Japanese the green light to pursue nuclear armament. I'm afraid that that's what's going to happen. Junior coalition partner Japan Innovation Party has also proposed a review of the 3 non-nuclear principles. The proposal maintains the principles of not possessing and not producing nuclear weapons, while calling for the 3rd principle of not permitting the introduction of nuclear weapons into the country to be assessed based on the current reality. They want nukes. All right, I think it's pretty obvious. What else do we have here? Japan's real objective is not merely to counter alleged threats, but to exploit the China threat theory to break free from post-war institutional restraints, including its pacifist constitution, the exclusively defense-oriented policy, and the 3 non-nuclear principles, the expert added. So Japan is not interested in getting nuclear weapons because of the China threat. They're using that as an excuse, just like Israel uses the Iran threat as an excuse to bolster its own militarism. The Japanese are playing this game where they are pointing to China as a pretext by which to justify their own militarist revival. This is what they want. They want to bring back militarism. And it's going to be very, very dangerous. This is the country that invaded its neighbors, butchered millions, and still denies that it did anything wrong. And so this country now wants to get nuclear weapons. Germany wants to get nuclear weapons. And Germany and Japan just recently deepened security ties. They deepened their military alliance. We've seen this before, guys. I don't know if you guys are history buffs, but we've seen a Germanic-Japanese alliance before, and it wasn't very good. Can you post a link to that article? Yeah, sure. Hold on. Here. Let's see. So it says here that, in fact, a nuclear-armed Japan would pose significant risks to the U.S. itself, Liu added. This development should serve as a warning to Japan's neighboring countries, the international community, and some Western countries led by the U.S., that Japanese militarism has not disappeared. It hasn't. It's still there. The demon is still there. And you see Japanese politicians worshiping war criminals, Japanese politicians being members of this imperial cult called Nippon Kaigi, Japanese politicians wanting to revive militarism. You see Japanese politicians doing all this stuff, denying the atrocities done by Japan. And yet we're supposed to believe that reviving Japanese militarism is a good idea. It's crazy, guys. It really is. And so it says here, in the short run, the U.S. may see this as a way to appease Japan, bolster the alliance, and ramp up strategic pressure on China. Zan said, in the long term, however, this may not serve U.S. interest. If Washington allows Japan to break nuclear taboos and grant its right-wing forces greater leeway in security policymaking, the U.S. may lose full control over Japan's military adventurism down the line. I think this guy makes a solid observation here. What he's saying is, America is allowing Japan to revive its militarism, and he is posing the question, who is to say that America will not lose control over Japan? Who is to say that Japan will not unleash itself and go rogue and become a regional superpower in Asia against the Chinese? Now you can say, Ted, well, what's the historical precedent for that? Well, let's talk about how Japan rose up as a regional power in the first place. Almost nobody talks about this. We start World War II in America from Pearl Harbor. Well, it all began in Pearl Harbor. They attacked us. How did that happen? I don't know. They attacked us. How did Japan rise as a power in Asia? It goes back to the Meiji era of Japanese history. The Meiji era of Japan's history was an era in which Japan began as an imperial regional power. And it eventually became a global power that the world had to take seriously. I've talked about this before, but I'll say it again. America created the Japanese Leviathan. America created this monster. It did. Because for hundreds of years, the Japanese were isolated. For like 200 years, the Japanese remained as an isolated country. It was a feudalistic country. It had all these different lords. Samurais were killing each other. It was kind of like the Wild West. And then all of a sudden, the Americans show up, and you had some guy, his name was Commodore Perry, and he was an American military commander. And Commodore Perry went to Japan on a big old fat steamboat engine ship with cannons on it. This was back in the late 1800s. And Commodore Perry goes to Japan, and the Americans tell the Japanese, hey, you guys have been isolated for too long. Why don't you buy some American weapons? Or just take American weapons. We'll give them to you. And the Japanese said, yeah, we're not interested. We're kind of just happy being isolated. We really don't want to be a part of the modern world. We're more than happy just walking around in pajamas and samurai swords and all that. And America said, okay, Commodore Perry, yes, sir, blast the cannons, will you? And they blasted the cannons. And the Japanese were so horrified because they had never seen anything like it. They were so horrified that they said, where do we sign? All right, give us the cannons. And they got a bunch of American cannons, steamboat engines. They learned about all the new technology. And they absorbed modern Western military technology. And the Japanese said, wow, this is pretty cool. We got machine guns, we're Gatling guns, we got steamboat engines. We got a lot of stuff we never even knew existed. And so they got all this technology and they learned how to use it. And they said, hey, why don't we start becoming a geopolitical power and get involved in real world politique? So they started getting involved in Korean politics because Korea at that time was split between the monarchy and the regular government. And Korea at that time was politically divided between people who were monarchist and people who were more, I guess you could say, pro-parliament or pro-democracy. And the monarchists, they were pro-China. And the pro-democracy side or the pro-parliament side, they were pro-Japan. And they wanted Korea to modernize like Japan did. So it was so Korea was divided between people who were pro-Japan and pro-China. Kind of like how in Korea today you got North Korea versus South Korea. North Korea is pro-China. South Korea, not exactly pro-Japan, but they don't mind working with the Japanese. And so the tensions between these two factions got so great that China said, okay, we have to step in and bring stability to Japan and to Korea. And Japan said, okay, we're going to bring stability to Korea. So you had Japanese troops and Chinese troops in Korea. And eventually the Chinese and the Japanese made an agreement that they would not militarily get involved in Korea. Well, eventually a riot broke out amongst the soldiers. And the reason why a riot broke out is because one day the soldiers were not paid in rice as they were as was custom. They were the custom was soldiers were paid with rice. They weren't paid with money. They were paid with rice because that's what you ate. One day they were given their bags of pay and it wasn't rice. It was sand. Someone had stolen the rice. And so the Korean soldiers, understandably so, were pissed off and they rioted. And so Japan said, okay, we're going to send troops into Korea. And a war eventually broke out between the Chinese and the Japanese over Korea. That's what happened. And they fought over who was going to dominate Korea. And the war was over Korea, believe it or not. It was over the Korean Peninsula. And the Japanese defeated the Chinese. And thus began the rise of Japan. And thus began the rise of Meiji Japan as a regional superpower. And Japan invaded Korea and took it over. And Korea became a part of the Japanese Empire. Eventually, the Russians went to war with the Japanese because the Russians knew that Japan was a rising threat. And Japan attacked Russia. They did. Japan attacked Russia. And Russia had no choice but to defend itself. And so there was a war called the Russo-Japanese War from 1904 to 1905. And the Russians, everyone was expecting the Russians to win because the Russians had a big navy and they were a powerful white country. And in those days, it was always expected, I'm not saying this is right, but this is how people thought in those days. It was always expected that white countries would defeat non-white countries. And Japan shocked the world when it defeated Russia in a war. And so Japan got even more powerful. And America said, hey, Japan just defeated Russia. They defeated China, then they defeated Russia. Let's work with the Japanese. And so that was the beginning of America deepening its ties with the Japanese. And America supported Japan when Japan invaded Korea and pushed the king of Korea out. And so we supported the rise of Japan. And the reason for that was because we believed that Japan would be a valuable ally or a proxy against the Russians and the Chinese. Nothing has changed. We still see Japan the same exact way. We believe that Japan can be used against the Russians and the Chinese. And so we're doing the same thing. We are enabling Japanese militarism. We are backing the rise we're backing the revival of Japanese military power. And the Japanese already have a substantial military. They have a very large navy. They have a substantial army. And they are increasing their military spending. So we created the monster that we ended up having to face in World War II. And this Japanese scholar, this Chinese analyst, Mr. Liu, is warning people that America supporting Japan to the point where it's backing a Japanese militarist revival could eventually enable the Japanese to go rogue and become an independent power in Asia, just like it did, or just like it was during the 1930s. So I think the warning is warranted. I think it's very warranted. And so it says here, Izvestia, a major daily paper in Russia, also covered Koizumi's latest claim over the issue, while highlighting that back in 2025, Russian Deputy Foreign Minister Andrei had a negative attitude. Oh, by the way, the Japanese and the Russians are still technically at war. They actually never settled a peace agreement after World War II. They never did. And they still have a territorial dispute over the, what's it called? The Sakhalin. The Kuril Islands and the Sakhalin. The Russians control those two territories. And the Japanese say it belongs to Japan. They both belong to Japan. So Russia and Japan both have a territorial dispute. Russia controls the Sakhalin and the Kuril Islands. Japan wants to retake those territories. So that's what we're doing. We are creating monsters, everyone. We're creating monsters. And we are supporting the Nazis in Ukraine. And we've been supporting these monsters since the Cold War. And you know what's so strange is when Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022, all of a sudden Poland became pro-Ukraine. For so many years, the Poles were complaining about Ukraine's Nazi problem. I remember this because I was talking to Polish people back in 2018 and 19. And they were telling me about, oh, yeah, the Ukrainians, man, they're full of Nazis. They got a lot of Nazi sympathy. They still revere all the Ukrainian war criminals from back in the day who butchered the Poles. And they were complaining to me about the problem of Ukrainian nationalism. So this has been a big issue in Poland for a very long time. And before Russia invaded Ukraine, I remember the Poles and the Ukrainians having massive disputes because the Poles would talk about the atrocities that were committed by Ukraine's national heroes. Stepan Bandera, Roman Shukhevich, Andrei Melnik. These are all national heroes in Ukraine. They have erected statues of these guys. They have named streets after these guys. They have named monuments after these guys. They've named infrastructure out of these guys. They have a stadium, I think it's called Melnik Stadium. And it's named after Andrei Melnik, a Ukrainian nationalist who pledged allegiance to Adolf Hitler and who participated in the butchering of Polish people and Jews in the 1940s. And for those of you who do not know, because I know maybe some of you guys never heard about this, but the Ukrainians were some pretty big butchers during World War II, and they slaughtered at least 100,000 Polish people in the 1940s. And they still deny it to this day. They still deny it. Ukrainian government will still glorify the people who were behind the massacres of the Polish people. They still deny that it happened. And they romanticize and glorify and revere and praise the orchestrators of the slaughter of the Polish people. And so when Russia invaded Ukraine, the Poles and the Ukrainians had this massive honeymoon. All of a sudden, Poland became pro-Ukraine, and the Polish mothers were giving their baby strollers to the Ukrainian mothers, and they were all of this. You would have never thought that the Poles and Ukrainians had problems, and all of the conflict, all of the tensions that existed between Poland and Ukraine, it's almost as if it never happened. Right? It was almost as if it never happened. But now we've been seeing recently all of those tensions between Poland and Ukraine over Ukraine's support for Nazis resurfacing because you can't get rid of it. For the longest time, Poland has had issues with Ukraine over Ukraine's support for Nazis and praise of Nazis. And once Russia invaded Ukraine, it was as if those tensions had never existed. But now we're seeing those tensions resurfacing. They're coming back. And a massive rift has been exposed between Poland and Ukraine. And there are a number of articles that I want to show you guys talking about this. It's very interesting. Very interesting stuff. Look at this. I'll read your guys' comments. Hold on. Let me look at your guys' comments, and then I'll get to the articles here. Shinto theology is genuinely insane. They have a goddess of zesty dancing. Yeah, I've heard of weird stuff. Hold on a second. I'm going to try to read your guys' comments here. I'm trying to... Hikikomori. Yep. All the incels, Japanese incels. Yep. I'm quite aware of this. Salam alaikum. Alaikum salam. The U.S. recently outlawed damaging the Israeli flag. The problem is the implication behind outlawing. True. That's insane. I don't know if is that true? You can't burn the Israeli flag in America? Really? Japan is an extremely sinister and vicious country possessed by evil spirit. It's a very dark country. You know, on the surface, it comes across as clean and organized, but there's a very dark side in Japan. How do you think the radicals in the Japanese government would rebuild emperor worship in their atheist country? Most are culturally Shinto. Most are culturally Shinto and Buddhist, but rarely practice. You just answered your own question. The foundation is already there. And the thing about Japanese society is it's very conformist. It's an extremely conformist society. And if you have to bow down to the emperor, people are going to do it. If they got to bow down to the Japanese flag, people are going to do it. Listen, I remember going to a Taekwondo school many years ago, and they had the flag of South Korea on one of the big walls in the school, I remember. And this guy, the instructor, I remember, told me, he says, when you walk into the school, you have to bow towards the flag. And before you walk out, you got to bow towards the flag. And I'm like, I ain't doing it. And he eventually got very angry with me. But, do you know how many people I saw bowing down to that flag? Almost everyone. There was only one person that I saw who refused to bow down to it. That was it. All the rest of them, everyone else that I saw going through that school, going in and out of that school, bow down to that fucking flag. I refused to do it. And I remember my instructor, who was a very good fighter. I mean, he wasn't one of these fat guys you see. A lot of times in the world of Taekwondo, you see a lot of coaches who are not living up to the standard of what a martial artist is supposed to be. A martial artist is supposed to be fit, capable, explosive, etc. This guy was very athletic. He could kick the shit out of you like a donkey and break your ribs. I mean, the guy was no joke. And I remember he was very intimidating, and he came up to me. He was very upset with me, and he says, "Ted, why aren't you bowing to the flag?" He was very angry with me. And this was after over a year of training there. And he said, "Why aren't you bowing down to the flag?" And I said, "Because it's against my religion. I'm not going to bow down to the yin yang. That there's a yin yang symbol on that thing. That's a pagan symbol. I'm not bowing down to it." And he said, I kid you not, this dude, it was like something out of the karate school in the movie The Karate Kid. It was really old school. He goes, he slaps his hands to his legs. He straightens out his body and he goes, "Back straight, bow." And I just looked at him, and it was me and another dude at the same time who both refused to bow down to it. Me and another dude. And he's like, "Both of you guys need to bow." And we're just like, "No, we're not doing it." And I remember that instructor, it was so crazy. I remember one time we were doing a sparring session, and I didn't think about it at the time, but after I left that school, it all came together, and I finally realized that this guy had a lot of hatred towards me for that issue. But one day, this guy just beat the shit out of me. We were doing a sparring session, and he asked me, he goes, hey, Ted, that's spar. I'm not exaggerating when I say this. This guy beat the shit out of me. He beat me up so bad that I had horrendous pain on my rib cage for a month, to where I couldn't laugh, couldn't sneeze, couldn't cough. I had difficulty sleeping because the pain was that bad on my rib cage. He kicked me so hard on the rib cage, I remember. He kicked me, kneed me, punched me. It was brutal, man. Let me tell you, Taekwondo, laugh at Taekwondo all you want. You face a dude who knows how to kick, you do not want to be at the receiving end of a kick by a guy who's very capable and a guy who's very explosive and athletic. Those guys are dangerous. And this dude he beat the shit out of me, this guy. Punched, kicked, kneed, the whole thing. I was on the floor in pain. And I remember before I left that school, I had a conversation with him. And he confessed something to me that I didn't know. He confessed something to me that he had never told me before. He said, "Ted, when you walked into this school and you were a new student here," he said, "I thought you were this is what he told me. He said, "I thought you were the biggest asshole student I had ever dealt with." I said, "Wow." He said, "Yeah, honest to God." He said, "I thought you were the biggest asshole student I had ever dealt with." And he didn't tell me why. And I should have asked him, but he didn't tell me why. But I remember when I left the school, it finally dawned on me, oh, that's the reason why. It's because I didn't want to bow down to the flag of South Korea. And that's why he beat the shit out of me. I mean, he gave me a beating that I'll never forget. I'll tell you that right now. Taekwondo also teaches you how to handle pain. I took a real beating too, got kicked in the... It was horrendous, man. But I'll tell you one thing. I'm not really mad about it because it taught me what it's like to get beaten. You know what I mean? It taught me going to that school for 2 years taught me what it's like to get punched in the face, punched in the nose, kicked in the head, kicked in the ribs. It taught me all that stuff. Taekwondo have brutal kicks. I did Muay Thai for 9 years. That's a long time, man. You must be a real killer. Fought some of them. Oh yeah, they're brutal. People laugh at them. People laugh at them. People laugh at Taekwondo all the time. Oh, it's for pussies and this and that. Dude, have you been at the receiving end of a spinning back kick? Have you been head kicked by a capable Taekwondo fighter? Those guys will knock you out. Hello again. I've been looking for a classical musical piece for the last 45 minutes. Oh my God. Who's the composer? My master had 6 fingers on the right foot and jumped 2.5 meters. Damn, dude, that's scary. You did not bend the knee beside you? Nope. And I never bowed down to that flag. Ever. Even when he yelled at me and all that stuff, I just never bowed down to it. Why are we supporting them? Make money off the future... Okay, hold on. You have a question about that. I will say this though, Korean people, they make some really good friends, straight up. Korean people make really good friends. When I was in high school, I had a friend who was Korean. And when I mean Korean, I mean South Korean. Let me tell you guys something. If you're not popular in school and nobody wants to be friends with you, just make a friend with an Asian kid. Just be friends with an Asian kid. They'll never leave you. They'll always be friends with you, man. They're really loyal. I had a friend from South Korea. He was an immigrant from South Korea, and he was a loner. Nobody wanted to be friends with him. Nobody wanted to be friends with him. He was a loner. People made fun of him. I kid you not. They used to call him, do you know what they used to call him? I'm not saying this is right. I'm just saying this is what they called him. They used to call him dog eater. Kids would bully him and stuff. It was really nasty. And he was this Korean kid. And he wasn't a small kid. He was a short, bulky guy, I remember. And one day it was so funny. You know what? I'll talk about this when we're at the end of the stream, because we're going to go down memory lane, and it's just going to distract me. Why are we supporting who? The Japanese or who? Burning the Israeli flag is illegal. Enemy of my enemy type stuff? Exactly. And now if NATO wants to expand, they'll have to use Belarusian territory, and Poland will be left unprotected. It's geopolitical karma. Gaza is a new kind of evil that the world had never witnessed before. The new route planned for connecting Nakhchivan with mainland Azerbaijan is a motorway and rail lines, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, obviously they are luring Iran into the U.S. sphere of influence. Yeah, exactly. That's what I've been saying for a while now. I agree. The movie The Last Samurai goes over some of this. It does. Yeah, it takes place in the context of the rise of the Meiji Empire and how they wanted to unify Japan under the emperor and thus remove feudalism and samurai culture, because samurai culture and feudalism were married together. It's a camouflage and Turkish and NATO interest, of course. Of course, yeah, absolutely. I'm not denying that. I've talked about this many times. This new trade route only serves Azerbaijani interest and Turkish interest. The routing doesn't benefit Armenia. No, it doesn't, or any of its allies, and Azerbaijan won't want their transit fees and border checkpoints. The American government is addicted to short-term gains. True. Yes, they're addicted to short-term gains, and they refuse to look at what the future would hold as a consequence of their actions that they do for the sake of gaining short-term goals, if that makes any sense. I guess Azerbaijan, Turkey wants more of Armenia. Absolutely. They want to take all of Armenia. They don't call Armenia Armenia. They call it Western Azerbaijan. They consider it as a part of Turkish territory. Yes, Azerbaijan is gearing up for an upcoming blitz of Deep South Armenia backed by Turkey to get the uninterrupted land route. Yeah, they want to take that Sunyk region, if I'm not mistaken. Will China allow Japan to gain nuclear capabilities? I think it's unlikely the defensive war would not take place as a result. Well, the thing is that Japan can easily make nuclear weapons. That's the thing that people don't really talk about much. It's the fact that Japan can make nuclear weapons within a month. I mean, they have that capacity to build nuclear weapons, and China knows this. And the thing is that Japan has a tremendous amount of uranium reserves. They have the material to make nuclear weapons, and they can do so within a very, very short matter of time. And I think that it's very possible that Japan already possesses nuclear weapons. That's the thing. The Croatians genocided the Serbs genocided the Bosniaks, the Germans genocided the Jews, the Israelis are genociding the Palestinians, Japan was nuked by America, they will nuke China. Interesting, yeah. I think Japan wants to resurrect the Chinese imperial dynasties, but with the Yamato dynasty as the head. I mean, during World War II, they had some weird idea of like invading China, taking it over, and then bringing back Tang civilization or build countries up, pit them against each other. See, America wants to use Japan to weaken China because China is the biggest economic threat to the United States. Godzilla was literally invented from the trauma of the Hiroshima and Nagasaki attacks. True. They have neo-Ottoman expansionism ideals. True. War is a racket. True. But why? Well, money is involved in this. There's ideology as well. The idea of greater Japan, the idea of greater Turkey, power, resources. having a god complex. I mean, I think there's different factors involved. Human beings are multidimensional. They're not single. They're not just one dimension. Human beings are not a monolith. Germany, Japan, Israel, those are the people we're backing. We're allowing them to repeat history. Absolutely. Yep. 100%. Asian version of Israel. Absolutely. Yes. Japan is the Israel of Asia. It's the Turkey of Asia. Yep. And it's also American boomers can keep the American empire alive. True. Seems to be who we're actually supporting with all our tax dollars. South Park joked about the self-deletion rates in Japan in one episode about China versus Japan. I never saw that. Martin Zellender, he is still a big name within European neo-Nazi movement. He is primarily a networker. Hate this guy. He and one AFD leader, Kay Gottschalk, were kissing Greg Bovino's ass. So, Kuznet, are you European? Do you live in Europe? Because it's very rare to have someone know who Martin Zellner is. He's kind of he's a very obscure person in the United States. Germans and the Japanese during World War II, an ideological bond that is slowly coming back to Earth. Yep. Who or what exactly should we be supporting here? Are we simply in a Western death spiral? Prepare and hold on. We shouldn't be supporting anybody. That's my belief. I don't think we should be supporting anybody. I don't think we should be supporting Japan. I don't think we should be supporting China. I don't think we should be supporting anybody. I think that evil is very pervasive. And I think evil is everywhere. And I wouldn't trust really any country for that matter. That's my honest opinion. I'm just an observer. You know, I'm not here to tell you who to support. I'm not here to tell you support this country. I've played that game before, and I always ended up with egg in my face. So I'm not here to tell you who to support. I'm just giving you my observation based on what is happening and based on history. It is mostly Western women who romanticize Korea. Western men are still weebs. Yeah, men like Japan, women like Korea. Now, I prefer Korea. I don't know about you guys, but I think the Korean language sounds really nice and elegant. And I'm a sucker for a South Korean horror movie. I'll tell you that right now. Like, I'm a sucker for those movies. Most people don't know what Japan did to China and Korea all those times. There's only waifus, apparently. Yeah. Even the waifus aren't real. True. I don't know for sure, but I think Japan is rife with ladies of the evening. I can see why you think that. Many from Western, mostly female youth are switching from Japan to romanticize the South Korea because of K-pop. Kimchi, guys. Kimchi. That's what it is. Is the resurgence of Japan, Germany, and Turkey an acknowledgement from the U.S. government that it's over for the U.S.? I think so, yes. I think America is trying to preserve what power it has. It notices that the unipolar world that it created is fragmenting, and it sees China on the horizon, and so it wants to empower other countries because America doesn't have the morale to run the whole world, to police the entire world. It doesn't. It doesn't have the enthusiasm and the morale and the exuberance and the willpower to police the whole world. So now it has to delegate other countries to do so. Hence why it's enabling the militarization of Japan and Germany and Turkey. Hence why it wants Turkey to influence the South Asian Turkic countries and really control those countries. And it wants for a major pipeline to go from Central Asia across the Caspian into Turkey so that Turkey can become a massive energy corridor, because it wants Turkey to become a superpower so that Turkey can take care of the Russians and the Chinese. And it's doing a similar thing with the Japanese in the sense that it wants Japan to become a military power again, because it wants the Japanese to take care of the Chinese and keep the Chinese in check so that America doesn't have to. Because America, like I said, doesn't have the willpower to be the world's police force anymore. America is an exhausted, dried up teat. China just having cleaner cities than America is an understatement. They are upon the very most technologically advanced. Yeah, I agree with you. I'm not denying that. If they close the Bab el-Mandeb, then no Japanese effort will succeed. That's not necessarily true. The Bab el-Mandeb is getting shut down by the Houthis, but also keep in mind that what this is doing is it is forcing countries to find diverse trade routes by which to import and export energy. And so, like I've said, we're going to see the rise of Syria as an export country, as a corridor, possibly Israel. We're going to see the further rise of the Suez Canal. We're going to see the rise of the middle corridor through Turkey. We're going to be seeing multiple corridors, and we're going to be seeing the revival of old pipelines coming back. The Americans and the Iraqis recently made an agreement to revive the main pipeline going from Iraq to Syria. I forgot the name of it. It's the Kirkuk to I forget. It goes from Kirkuk to Syria. They want to bring back that pipeline. So they're looking for diverse corridors by which to import and export energy. And so, yeah, even if you have the Strait of Hormuz and the Bab el-Mandeb shut down, it's going to hurt the global energy business, but traffic is still going to go through. Business will happen. That's the thing. You can't stop business. Everyone has these ideas. Well, if they shut down this, then everything's just going to go down, as if people didn't think about this before. I mean, they're going to find alternatives. The world's a pretty big place. China, both the People's Republic and Taiwan Republic, is in the right on Japan nuclear weapons. No, I agree. No nukes used in World War II, duped again. It was mustard gas, maybe. Oh, please, go away. Hold on a second. One second, guys. Lovely soundtrack. Appreciate that, Mr. Scoob. Kirkuk. Yep. Korean birth rate is dying. Yep. Still alive. Yep. This is how we do. Japanese is very segmented compared to Korean. I prefer Korean. The Korean language sounds really pretty. I don't know about you guys. I went to an Asian market a couple months ago, and this Asian market is real old school. I mean, it's not dirty, but it's just very rugged looking, and it feels like you're in Asia when you're in there. Asian people everywhere speaking their languages. And I saw this Korean couple, and the wife looked very elegant. And I remember I thought this was so funny. She was talking to her husband, and she's like, "하리만해, 어머머, and her husband just goes, "Huh?" I thought that shit was so funny. Huh? She's just blabbing her mouth. And the husband just goes, "Huh? Like, what are you saying? Do you think Daniel 8 is at play and NATO Turkey is the prominent horn of the flying he-goat that'll charge at the Kurds? I think so. I think Turkey is part of the Antichrist system." The autistic cat, huh? Exactly. I live near a Chinese buffet that's 2 blocks from a Chinese supermarket. You're a lucky man. Let's see. Hold on. So let's talk about Ukraine versus Poland. The political rift between the two. Over the fact that Ukraine still is adamant about revering its Nazi mass murderous national heroes. Ukraine's Nazi problem is no longer possible to ignore. The fight over Nazi collaborators reveals a deeper truth. Kiev's nationalist project was never going to stay anti-Russian only. Oh, I see. See, I remember doing videos about this years ago. They are still on my YouTube channel. I remember warning Polish people, why in the hell are you pro-Ukraine so much? Why are you shaking hands with people who literally revere figureheads who butchered your people? Why are you in bed and in cahoots with people who deny that the atrocities that were done to your people even ever happened? These people don't give a damn about you. They're using Poland against Russia. That's it. That is it. And a lot of Polish people knew this. And there were a lot of Polish people telling me, you're right about Ukraine. A lot. But there were also Polish people who said, you don't know what you're talking about. You're full of shit. We have to support Ukraine. They are our Slavic brothers against evil Russia. It's like, you guys do realize that the Russians saved your asses, right? You guys realize that Russians fought for Polish people and fought alongside Polish people against fascists. You guys know this, right? You guys know that when the Ukrainians were butchering the Poles like cattle animals and the Poles ran away to the cities, they were Polish people praying to God for the Russians to come and save them. And when the Russians did come, Polish people joined the Russians to fight against the Ukrainians. People have no idea how murderous and how bloodthirsty and brutal the Ukrainians were. People don't know this. People don't realize this. Here, I'll read to you guys something here. Hold on. This is from Scott Horton's book, Provoked. And I've done a number of videos on stuff written in this book. But he talks about Ukrainian nationalism here. And I just want to show you guys, I'm going to read to you guys the stuff that Ukrainian nationalists said during World War II about Polish people. Look at this right here. Hold up. Here is one of the slogans that was chanted by the Ukrainian nationalists during World War II. And by the way, this was an official slogan of a paramilitary organization called the OUN. OUN is an acronym that stands for Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists. They were directly being backed by the Nazis, and they were working with the Nazis to kill the Jews and the Poles. Here's one of their slogans. Very nice people. This is a slogan that was declared by people who Ukraine today praises. This is what they said. We slaughtered the Jews, we'll slaughter the Poles, old and young, everyone. We'll slaughter the Poles, we'll build Ukraine. Slava Ukraina, as Herodium Slava. Death, death, death to the Poles. Death to the Moscow Jewish commune. The OUN leads us into bloody battle. Each tormentor will face the same fate. One gallow for the Poles and dogs. And I want to read to you guys something else. There was a Jewish guy who survived the Holocaust. His name was Moshe Maltz. And Moshe Maltz hid from the Nazis in Ukraine. He hid from them. And here, my face is not fully shown here. Sorry about that. As he was hiding from the Nazis, he was writing a diary. We still have the diary. We can read what this guy wrote in real time during the Holocaust. It's a living record. It's a first-hand account of the Holocaust. It's pretty remarkable. And Moshe Maltz said this about what the Ukrainian nationalists were doing. He says, about 40 Jews who were hiding out in the woods near his home. Sorry, hold on. We're hiding out. Okay, sorry. Moshe Maltz, a Jew living in hiding in Sokal, which is a city in Ukraine, heard from a friendly Polish contact about 40 Jews who were hiding out in the woods near his home. The Bandera gangs came and murdered them all. And then it says, Maltz recorded that, quote, when the Bandera gangs, Bandera is Stepan Bandera, who was one of the great leaders of the Ukrainian nationalist movement. To this day, Bandera is revered in a cult-like status by Ukrainians, many Ukrainians, especially Western Ukrainians. And so it says here that Mr. Maltz recorded that, quote, when the Bandera gangs seized a Jew, they considered it a prize catch. The ordinary Ukrainians feel the same way. They all want to participate in the heroic act of killing a Jew. They literally slash Jews to pieces with their machetes. So these were the Ukrainian nationalists. And these are the people that Ukrainian nationalists today, Ukrainian politicians, the Ukrainian government today praises. And just recently, Mr. Zelensky decreed that a unit of the Ukrainian Special Forces will be renamed as Heroes of the UPA. What is UPA? UPA stands for Ukrainian Insurgent Army. And the Ukrainian Insurgent Army was the armed branch of the OUN, the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists. The UPA took part in the butchering of the Poles and the Jews. They worked directly with the Nazis. They were Nazis, murderous, bloodthirsty nationalists. And Zelensky came along just recently, and he said, this unit of the Ukrainian Special Forces will now be called Heroes of UPA. This would be like if Germany came out and said, this new unit of the German Special Forces will now be called the Heroes of the SS. Ukraine does this and gets away with it because they're backed by the United States. This is exactly what I mean when I tell you guys, America is reviving Nazism globally. Ukraine, Japan, Israel, Turkey. America is reviving the Nazi Leviathan globally. We are ushering in the fucking Antichrist. That's what we're doing. And we're like, oh, everything's great. No, it's not. And America has made it into official policy to work with nationalists. Go look at the official foreign policy statement from the Trump administration. It says America will work with countries that wish to restore their former glory. Let's pull this up. I'm going to show it to you guys because some of you guys may not believe me. Maybe you guys never heard of this. But look, Trump foreign policy document. I'm going to find it right now. Hold up. I'm going to find it. We're going to find this. Hold on. 2025. Here it is. Oh my gosh. Why is it so hard to find this? This should not be that difficult. I just want the full text. I don't want to hear someone's interpretation of it. I can read it for myself. All right, here we go. Found it. November 2025. Here it is. Here it is. Right from the horse's mouth. Here is the document. Look what it says here. America is understandably sentimentally attached to the European continent and, of course, to Britain and Ireland. The character of these countries is also strategically important because we count upon creative, capable, confident, democratic allies to establish conditions of stability and security. We want to work with aligned countries that want to restore their former glory. This is what the Trump administration is saying. This is what the U.S. government is saying. Well, which countries that are aligned with America want to revive their former glory? Turkey does. Turkey wants to do it. They want to bring back the Ottoman Empire. And America is enabling it. They're allowing it to happen. They're encouraging it. Hence why America brokered the peace deal between Armenia and Azerbaijan so as to enable the Turks to build a corridor going through Armenia, so that the Turks could then use Armenia as a corridor by which to import Central Asian natural gas and oil, so that natural gas and oil could then be transported through Turkey on a direct pipeline into Europe, thus enabling Turkey to become a global power. Simply because it would be a major trade route for Europe's energy and Europe's oil and natural gas. They are enabling the revival of the Ottoman Empire. And now you have the Turks talking about bringing back the Hejaz Railway. You got Ukrainian nationalists talking about making Ukraine into a global power because Ukraine has the toughest military in Europe because they're battle hardened. Ukraine also has the #1 industry for drones because Ukrainian drones are battle tested. They got the #1 industry in Europe, that is, in the Western world, when it comes to drone warfare and drone production. And everybody wants to hire Ukrainians to train their militaries because they are battle hardened against the Russians. And so the Ukrainian nationalists are saying, we're going to become a major power. We're going to become very influential. Everyone's going to kiss our asses because we're the country that's fighting Russia. And so we're going to become influential. We're going to have a powerful lobby, and we're going to be able to influence the policies of other countries. You have Ukrainian nationalists who want Ukraine and who think they can make Ukraine into a serious global power. And you have the Japanese who are reviving their military strength. You have the Israelis who have this idea of, reviving Solomon's kingdom. Right? All this talk about bringing back some golden era that may have or may not have existed. This is all about trying to go back to some former greatness. And so the Americans are saying, we want to work with aligned countries that want to restore their former greatness. That's Germany, that's Turkey, that's Japan, Israel. So it says here, the fight over Nazi collaborators reveals a deeper truth. Kiev's nationalist project was never going to stay anti-Russian only. And I was trying to warn these Poles, hey, these Ukrainian nationalists, they're going to go against you guys. Because historically, that's exactly what they did. They went against the Russians, they went against the Poles during World War II, and they butchered the Poles. It goes back to what I've been warning you guys about for a long time now. I've said this many times. If you work with nationalists, so and I said this before, let's say you're some Muslim guy or some Middle Eastern dude, and you work with some right-wing nationalists in the name of fighting Israel. Don't be surprised when those right-wing nationalists go against you. Well, we're against Israel, guys. Yeah, we're both against the Israelis. Alhamdulillah, guys, we're both against the Israelis. Well, let's say they get what they want and they remove the pro-Israel lobby. Then what? Oh, they're going to go against Middle Eastern people. They're going to go against other ethnicities. They're going to say, well, we got rid of the Israel lobby. Now let's get rid of the other foreigners, the Arabs, the Indians, the Mexicans, etc. So it says here, the unfolding diplomatic dispute between Ukraine and Poland has caught the attention of the whole world. It started when Ukraine's Vladimir Zelensky named one of the units of the Ukrainian Armed Forces Heroes of the Ukrainian Insurgent Army, UIA, which is basically the same thing as naming it Heroes of Nazi Collaborators. Yep. Open Nazism in Ukraine, guys. Open Nazism. The conflict between Poland and Ukraine concerning the glorification of Nazism has existed for a long time and is not even in a stage of remission. In 2017, Polish nationalist organizations dismantled an illegally erected monument to UIA soldiers in the village of Grusowici near Przemysl, to which Kiev responded with a moratorium on the search and exhumation work of Polish specialists in Volhynia. So what is this talking about here? So for years, okay, let's backtrack a little bit here. In the 1940s, Ukrainian nationalists butchered a whole bunch of Polish people. We're talking at least 100,000 people. A lot of people were killed in the most brutal ways that you can ever imagine. And they massacred these Polish people in certain areas, such as Volhynia, East Galicia, Lvov, etc. And so for the longest time, the Polish government has requested from the Ukrainian government to be allowed to exhume the bodies or the skeletal remains of those who were murdered by Ukrainian nationalists. For years, the Ukrainians have refused to allow this. Why? Because exhuming the skeletal remains of those who were murdered by Ukrainian nationalists would prove that Ukraine's national heroes were evil and murderers. So they don't want to do that because they deny the atrocities that their people did, just like the Turks do, just like the Japanese do. And so when the Poles got mad at the Ukrainians for having a monument dedicated to Ukrainian nationalists who murdered Jews and Poles, the Ukrainian government said that we're not going to allow you to exhume the remains of those who were killed in Volhynia. And so it says here, Ukrainian politicians are offended that Warsaw is allegedly interfering in their internal processes and, one by one, are returning their Polish rewards, no doubt on Zelensky's orders. So Ukraine, there was this whole honeymoon period between Ukraine and Poland when Russia invaded Ukraine. And Poland supported Ukraine, and Ukraine said, oh, Poland, thank you so much. Here, we're going to give you a bunch of rewards. And Poland gave Ukraine a bunch of rewards, and they were just rewarding each other. And so when Poland got mad at Ukraine over Ukraine's praise of its Nazi heroes, Ukraine said, Poland, here's all your rewards back. The rewards that you gave us, here, take your rewards. We don't want it. We don't want your rewards. And they sent the rewards back to Poland via mail, via just regular mail, to be extra insulting. Moreover, they are doing this in a humiliating manner by mail, and according to some sources, even forcing the Polish side to pay for the delivery in order to demonstrate how insignificant the Polish awards are for them. Polish politicians have also returned Ukrainian awards to Kiev. To an outside observer, it may seem that this is a situational conflict and that Warsaw may indeed believe that this sprout of Nazism in Ukraine could easily be cut off at the root. But the problem is that the current scandal with the UIE is not the first bell. It is a consequence of the policy of the Kiev regime, which Russia has long designated as neo-Nazi. So the Russians said, hey, Ukraine's got a Nazi problem. And all these Polish people, oh, no. Russia lying. They just lying. They just using this as an excuse. They're lying about Ukraine's Nazi problem. And then all of a sudden, the Ukrainian government comes along and they say, yeah, we're going to rename this unit in our military Heroes of Nazi Collaborators. Oh, I guess they really do have a Nazi problem. Oh, I guess Ukraine really does have a Nazi problem. It really is that serious. And so all of the tensions that have existed between Ukraine and Poland over Ukraine's support and praise of Nazi collaborators are resurfacing. All those tensions are coming back. And so it says here, Poland's ignorance of the fact that the toponym Heroes of the UIE has existed in Ukraine for a long time is quite surprising. It is very surprising because I remember in 2018, 19, there being an entire spat between Poland and Ukraine over Poland bringing up the fact that Ukraine still denies that its national heroes committed atrocities against the Polish people. And I remember there was a lot of anger in Ukraine against the Poles before at that point. There was a lot of anger. And the Poles have always been aware of Ukrainian Nazism. They have always been aware of this. It's just that when Russia went to war against Ukraine, supporting Ukraine was seen as simply advantageous for the Poles. Because the Poles said, okay, well, we have this threat from Russia. Let's use the Ukrainians as our proxies. We'll give them weapons. We'll send mercenaries to them. We'll fight the Russians. That's all it was. It wasn't that the Poles all of a sudden had amnesia and they forgot about the fact that Ukraine does have this Nazi problem. It's just that Ukraine sort of put it into the back burner and pretended as if it never existed. But now reality is sinking in, and all of those tensions are resurfacing. So it says here, for example, in Ivano-Frankivsk, Molodogvardeyskaya Street was renamed Heroes of the UIA Street back in April of 2022. So they named an entire street in Ukraine Heroes of the UIA Street in April of 2022. So they were already naming all their streets after Nazis and in praise of Nazis years ago. Of course, Poland knew about this. And in July of the same year, the former Herzen Street in Rovno was given the same name. In Lvov, about which Polish people often say, Vaje ulice naje kamienisze. The streets are yours, the houses are yours, a reference to their historical claims to the city. The heroes of the UIA Street, formerly Turgenev Street, appeared in April 2008. It is unlikely that Warsaw didn't know about this. Absolutely, yeah. The Poles definitely knew about Ukraine's Nazi ideology. And says here in Kiev, Moskovsky Avenue was renamed Bandera Avenue, named after Stepan Bandera, the Nazi collaborator who took part in the mass murder of Poles. And Vatutin Avenue was renamed Shukhevich Avenue, Shukhevich being Roman Shukhevich, who was one of the leaders of the Ukrainian nationalist paramilitary movement and who collaborated with Nazi Germany and who took part in the butchering of Jews and Poles. Stepan Bandera, leader of the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, collaborated with Nazi Germany, participated in mass ethnic cleansing of Poles and Jews, was involved in organizing political assassinations, not only of Soviet but also Polish officials. For example, he participated in organizing the murder of the head of the Polish Ministry of Internal Affairs, Bronislaw Bieracki. And this is true, by the way. Stepan Bandera assassinated the head of the Polish Ministry of Internal Affairs. I've read about this. The guy was a terrorist against Poland. Roman Shukhevich, one of the leaders of the OUN and commander-in-chief of the UIA, collaborated with the Nazis, served in the Nachtigall Battalion, which was a Nazi battalion that fought and killed for Nazi Germany. Participated in the execution of Jews in occupied territories, planned and directed the murder of 100,000 Poles during the Volhynia massacre, also killed Soviet partisans during the war, including ethnic Ukrainians. And this is a guy who Ukraine praises. To this day, they praise this guy. And Poland is saying, hey, Ukraine, stop praising these Nazis. All of a sudden, Ukraine's pissed off at Poland. Well, I thought it was just about fighting Russia. I thought that Ukraine would never turn against its ally, Poland. Oh, no. Well, it's happening. There's a rift between the two countries over Nazism. And very few people are talking about this. But you see the nature of Nazis. And you see why you never work with Nazis. Never. You never collaborate with Nazis because they will always turn on you. Oh, we're going to work with Nazis, but they butchered your people. But that's the past. Let's just work together against evil Putler, evil Russia. Well, the Ukrainians are going to turn on you. You know why I know that? Because that's exactly what happened in the past. Do you guys know that in the 1920s, Poland and Ukraine joined forces against the Soviets? Did you guys know that? They did. They joined forces against the Soviets. They were allies against the Soviets. And then not too long after that, the Ukrainians butchered the Poles. So the Poles were actually allied with the Ukrainians against the Soviets. And eventually, the Ukrainians butchered the Poles. Do you guys see what I'm talking about here? This is why you don't work with nationalists. They will turn on you. All these people in Europe, we have to fight for the white race and all this stuff. They will always glorify the Vikings and the Nazis and the Anglo-Saxons. They will always romanticize these historical figures, these historical peoples. And the Vikings, did they not kill other Europeans? Did they not sex traffic other Europeans? Did not the Nazis mass murder tens of millions of other white people? So why do you follow political ideologues who glorify historical peoples who butchered and sex trafficked and enslaved other Europeans? You guys are fools if you follow these types of people. And if you do follow these people will eventually turn on you. And I see this all the time with Middle Eastern people. Well, we're going to work with these nationalists. We're going to work with these white nationalists because they're against Israel and we're against Israel. So we're all going to be friends. Once those people take power and if they get what they want, sure, let's say they push out the Israel lobby. They're going to turn on the Arabs. They're going to turn on Middle Eastern people. They're going to say, well, Middle Eastern people, they're kind of like Jews. Oh, yeah, the Hadith, the Islamic Hadith, it's kind of like the Talmud. Oh, yeah, it's got some weird stuff in there. Let's turn on the Muslims. Let's turn on Palestinians. Let's turn on Assyrians. Let's turn on Middle Eastern people because they're not white. You never work with the devil, ever, because they will always turn on you. They did the same to the Finns. They will always turn on you. They will. They'll always turn on you. Oh, we're going to work with it. Poland has made this mistake before. Like I said, they worked with the Ukrainians to fight the Soviets in the 1920s, and then the Ukrainians butchered them in the 1940s. And so history doesn't exactly repeat itself, but it sure as hell does rhyme. What happened just recently? Oh, Poland sided with the Ukrainians against the Russians. Now all of a sudden there's a rift between the two. Why? Because the Ukrainians are refusing to stop worshiping people who mass murdered Poles and Jews. So if these Ukrainian fanatics get full power and they get what they want and they become dangerous enough, they will kill Polish people. There's a lot of Ukrainians living in Poland, millions of Ukrainians living in Poland. A lot of them are nationalists. I wouldn't be surprised if they one day turn on the Poles. It wouldn't surprise me at all. Along with the elimination of the Russian language, religious persecution, and labeling entire groups of people as wrong Ukrainians, the Kiev regime also replaced the heroes who formed the basis of Ukrainian history. These were all preparatory steps that helped reprogram society and restructure the cultural code of the entire country. Put together, it created fertile ground for the consolidation of neo-Nazi, blah, 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 blah. We all know this stuff. So Ukraine has a neo-Nazi culture embedded inside of it. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta get myself some carbs. I don't know what. You know what? Should I get myself some carbs? I don't know. I don't want to overeat. But here's another article right here. The bloody ghost behind Ukraine's fight with Poland. The feud over Lvov shows why the alliance between Kiev and Warsaw has always rested on dangerous historical ground. And it says here, I'll make the text maybe a little bit bigger. Here we go. That's too big. So it says here, the recent spat between Ukraine's Vladimir Zelensky and Polish President Karol Nawrocki may seem absurd. After all, in the current war, Poland is Ukraine's critical ally. However, the two countries have a history of exceptionally poor relations. That's an understatement. That is indeed an understatement. Ukraine slaughtered at least 100,000 Poles. They worked directly with the Germans who killed millions of Polish people. They revere and praise the people, the orchestrators of those massacres of Polish people, of the ethnic cleansing of Polish people. And so we're not surprised. I'm not surprised that there is a rift between Ukraine and Poland, even though the two joined forces against the Russians. There's still that rift because that evil nationalist demon still possesses the soul of Ukraine. It's still there. You ain't getting rid of it. And so that hatred, that nationalism, that viciousness will always resurface. Always. There was this nice little honeymoon period between Poland and Ukraine. Oh, the Polish mothers are going to help Ukrainian mothers. Oh, they're so nice to each other. And all these Ukrainian refugees came into Poland. Now the Poles are saying, okay, we're tired of the Ukrainian refugees. Now the Poles are saying, hey, Ukrainian refugees, get yourself a job or you're going to get deported back to Ukraine. And a bunch of Ukrainians went to some concert in Poland and they started waving the flag of the UPA, the Ukrainian Nazi collaborators, in the middle of the concert hall. And the police came in and had to arrest all the nationalists. And they said, okay, we're going to deport you back to Ukraine because you're in Poland openly praising people who murdered our people. So what the hell are you doing here? Why are you in Poland praising those who murdered Polish people? That doesn't make any sense. Unless, of course, you're evil and sinister and murderous. And so here's the thing. As long as that vicious ultra-nationalism exists in a society, and as long as a society denies the atrocities that it committed in the past, and as long as societies revere the figureheads who orchestrated those atrocities, the evils of those murderous ideologues and that murderous ideology will remain there in that country. It will not go away. And it'll only take one dramatic event to be used as a pretext to revive the evils of those very figureheads and to bring back those historical evils. It doesn't take much. And so, yeah, there was this Polish-Ukrainian honeymoon. All of a sudden, they're friends now. But Ukraine still revered Bandera. Ukraine still revered UPA, OUN, Roman Shukovich, Andrei Melnik. Ukraine still revered all the figureheads who committed the atrocities on the Polish people and on the Jews in Ukraine. That wasn't going away. They were simply using the Poles as proxies. They were simply using the Poles to help them against the Russians. That is it. That is the only reason why Ukraine has been friendly towards Poland. But now that the war is in the back burner and is now just geopolitical background noise, now all of the evils of Ukraine, they're just right in your face again. And the Poles are saying, hey, you got to stop this. And now the hatred towards the Poles by the Ukrainians has been exhumed and it's resurfacing. Why? Because that ideology of Ukrainian nationalism is still alive and strong. And as long as it's there, there is always room for it to return. Always. It's like Turkish nationalism. Turkey still denies the Armenian genocide. Turks are very nationalistic. They're very militaristic. And as long as they deny the Armenian genocide and praise the orchestrators of the Armenian genocide, that bloodthirstiness is always going to be there. And the chances of Turkey returning back to the path of genocide is very, very high. And really, quite frankly, inevitable. So it says here, the city of Lvov in western Ukraine is considered the heart of the country and the center of Ukrainian nationalism. However, literally from the moment Ukraine appeared on the political map and when Poland was restored to it, Ukrainians and Poles have been at each other's throats over the city. So Lvov used to be a Polish city. It was the heartland of Polish culture. Historically, it was a Polish city, but it's in Ukraine. And so the Ukrainians say, it's our city. The Poles say, Lvov belongs to us. In the chaos of the First World War, a handful of new states emerged. Some disappeared off the map almost immediately, while others still exist. Poland gained independence as a result of the collapse of the Russian and German empires. At the same time, Ukrainians created their own separate state, or rather, several states. In the course of the Russian Civil War and other conflicts, several independent Ukrainian states sprang up and fell within months. Lvov was founded in the Middle Ages in a border zone. The territory was controlled by the princes of the Rurik dynasty, blah, blah. I'm not going to read all this. Hold on. Let's talk about what's happening now, okay? Lvov was captured by Russian troops. We got that in 1917. Great. 1918. Let's get to the 2020s, shall we? In Lvov, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. The Ukrainian and Polish communities didn't particularly like each other. Both planned to incorporate Lvov into their states. Poles constituted up to 60% of Lvov's population. Ruthenians, Ukrainians, made up 15% and Jews about 25%. So there were more Jews than Ukrainians in Lvov. But in rural areas, Ukrainians constituted the overwhelming majority. National military units already existed on both sides. So we're still in the 20th century here. I don't want to bore you guys with all this history. So a lot of killing. It's just the evil is there. That's it. Hello, Rusty Shackelford. What else do we got? What time is it? 8:49. Let's talk about... I'll read your guys' comments. Hold on. Are you saying that the Ukrainian nationalists are a fifth column in Polish society? Possibly. There are a lot of Nazis still in Poland now. I heard there's a big problem with far-right people over there. The devil has only two jobs, to kill and to steal, 100%. And as long as he's around, we're going to have that. People tend to replicate who they admire. Very true. They did the same to the Finns. They did what to the Finns? Who is they and what did they do to the Finns? I just would like to know what you're referring to. Not everything is black and white. Country, if the war were to escalate. There was a really good interview with Lukashenko where he highlighted his concerns and the precarious situation in Belarus, as well as how both Russians and Ukrainians would destroy the entire country if the war were to escalate. How is Ukraine going to be a power if it has been depopulated and bombed out? Well, I'm not saying that it's going to happen. I'm just saying that you have nationalists in Ukraine who aspire to make Ukraine into a world power, just given its military experience and given its rising military industry when it comes to the production of drones that are battle tested against the modern day Russian military. They lost 2.5 million soldiers in an eternal meat grinder. Russia does the same. They want the Soviet Union. I'm not sure if they want the Soviet Union. I think they want the Tsar back. I think they want to bring back the Russian Empire. I agree 100% that the U.S. is reviving Nazism globally. Yeah, absolutely. The Nazis destroyed all of Warsaw. With that money, tools, and manpower was Warsaw rebuilt with Russian resources. How could that have been worse than under Nazis, Polish migrants, etc.? Seeds of World War III planted over Ukraine. A remilitarized Germany will do the rest. Absolutely horrific. Yeah, absolutely. Zelensky is what his nose suggests. If you know, you know, and the nose knows, guys. They called Poland the general government. That's correct. This alone shows that the Nazis denied the existence of the Poles. Yeah, they destroyed the humanity. They disregarded the humanity of the Poles, is what they did. Yeah. Whereas the Russians acknowledged Poland's existence with the Polish People's Republic. That's a very good observation. Isn't Zelensky? Yes, he is. Yes. By the way, Zelensky simply means green. So Mr. Greenspan, Mr. Greenberg, that's his last name. Ukrainians hate Russia for historical reasons. What does Russia do? They invade Ukraine. Oh my God, why do Ukrainians hate Russia so much? We're not talking about that. We're talking about hating the Poles and having a rift with Poland. So you're just blatantly being dishonest and bad faith. Ukraine would still be a mud puddle today if not for the collaboration with the Russians after World War II. Polish people despise Russians more because Soviet Poland was a horror, more so than Nazi Poland, at least according to... Well, let's just get the numbers right here. Nazis slaughtered around 2 million ethnic Poles, non-Jewish Poles, and I'm not sure if it's very much of a good argument to say that it was great under the Germans. Obviously, it wasn't. If you don't believe me, just go read about Ravensbrück death camp. Hearing about those Nazi PMCs right up until the Ukrainian war, hearing nothing about it until now. All the while, progressives are waving the Ukrainian... Oh, yeah, I remember all the progressive media outlets, BBC, New York Times, all that. They were talking about Nazism in Ukraine, and once Russia invaded Ukraine, all of a sudden, it was as if none of those things ever happened. And it was as if none of those reports had ever been uttered. Currently in Crete/Greece, the scars left by Turkey go deep. Oh, yeah, definitely. They were promoted to anti-human. Speak about Russia and their crimes. Why? We're not talking about that. We're talking about Poland versus Ukraine and why there is a rift. And I have talked about Soviet atrocities. I've done several videos on that. If you feel that it's so important that I have to talk about Russian crimes every time I bring up Ukraine versus Poland, that's a you problem, and I suggest that you change that profile picture from a simple K to an actual picture that people would pay attention to, and make a video about Russian crimes. Tsar Russia, yes, they want it. Yeah, they want to revive the Russian Empire. How does America stand between Poland and Ukraine? Well, America just wants to use both countries, right? It just sees them as advantageous partners, and that's it. That's all there is to it. I don't think America really cares about the fact that Ukraine is revering people who murdered Poles. 48 million Russians died combating the Nazis. I know, we're acting like that never happened. Oh my God, why is Russia so mad at Ukraine for being in bed with NATO? I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that Ukraine is getting closer to Germany, and Germany butchered 30 million Russians and invaded Russia and killed tens of millions of people. And the fact that Ukrainian nationalists butchered ethnic Russians. I guess we have to ignore all that history, right? Because we're going to wave the blue and yellow flag. What else do we got? Yep, yeah. Oh, why are the Russians so angry about, I don't know, Germany bringing its military back? Oh, I don't know. It has something to do with what happened in our grandmother's lifetime. I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to get myself a snack. This is the intermission time of the stream. So if you guys want to get some snacks of your own, go right ahead. I'm going to be out for a few minutes just to get some carbs because I'm really hungry right now and my brain is kind of hurting. I got one of those hunger headaches and I need some fuel. And yeah, this is the chance for you guys just to get some snacks or whatever, go to the bathroom, whatever. This is the intermission time of the stream, guys. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll put the music up for you guys. All right, guys, we are going to be enjoying the classic brew of the stream, and that is burdock. So, grew the burdock roots in October of last year, harvested them in May of this year, got thousands of grams of burdock roots, and so I decided to make I made a whole bunch of burdock beer, which is an old medieval way of making beer. It's really tasty, a lot of alcohol, and I forgot my glass. Shit, I have to get a glass. But I made about 180, 190 bottles of burdock beer, so I got a lot. So we're back to drinking burdock beer. I'll be right back. Let me get a glass real quick. Hold on. All right. Make sure this thing doesn't explode everywhere, so I put a bag over the bottle. Let's crack this baby open. A lot of gas in this bottle. Oh my gosh. Good grief. Good grief, the carbonation in this thing is a lot. All right. Let's get... Made a mess here. Let's get some good drinking music on. Dude, can we stop talking about marijuana? Like, seriously, I don't want marijuana talk in my chat. I don't give a shit about marijuana. I don't want to hear about marijuana. This is not a marijuana forum, so just stop talking about marijuana. Marijuana. I leave for like 10 minutes to eat something, and people are talking about marijuana. This is a geopolitical YouTube channel. We talk about geopolitical, ideological issues. I don't want to hear about marijuana. That's it. I just don't want to hear about it. Drugs, this, now. We got to legalize drugs and legalize this and legalize it. I'm inhaling marijuana. Why does that have to be known? Why do I have to hear about you inhaling marijuana? Frying your brain cells? I don't want to hear about it. Yeah, every time I go to some restaurant, I see some bum with red skin walking around and a backpack. I know, oh, they're a drug addict. Legalize all drugs. Legalize this. Make the whole place look like a dump. And everybody's walking around with red skin. It's a freaking cult. They always have to defend weed all the time. I don't give a shit. Go somewhere else and talk about it. It's like I'm talking about Turkey, Germany. I'm talking about profound subjects here. Sublime, profound subjects of geopolitics and history and the human spirit and how history ties into the present and history running in cycles and the human experience and the existence of evil in the world and the fight between good and evil. And this guy wants to talk about fucking weed. This is not the forum for that. I don't want to hear about it. Anyway, let's pour a drink, guys. I gotta get a drinking glass on. I'm gonna get a good drinking song on. Hold on. We're gonna play some Iranian classical music. I'm looking for a specific piece of music. We're going to play some Iranian classical. In honor of Iran, we're going to play some Iranian classical music. Here we go, guys. Let's give this a listen. This in my opinion is the best piece of not just Iranian music that I've ever heard, but the best piece of Middle Eastern music that I've ever heard. All right. I'm going to give you guys the link because I know some of you guys are going to be asking for it. I'm going to give you guys the link. Play some Irish music. I would love to play some Irish music, but I think I've been killing it too much with the Irish music. You know what? I think you're right, though. I think Irish music, it just... Okay, we're going to listen to some Irish music, all right? I think the Irish music, man, is so fitting for this stream. Friday night, drinking alcohol, talking about very deep issues. The Irish music, man, it just fits. It just fits so well. We're going to play Harry's Game by Clannad. I love this song. We're going to play this. This is a classic of Irish music. Should I play Harry's? Man, what should I play? We're going to play the theme from Harry's Game. All right. This is a classic of Irish music. We're going to listen to this. Mr. Benjamin, listen, I don't hate you. I have nothing against you. I'm just saying, like, could you not use my forum to talk about marijuana? That's all I'm saying, all right? No hard feelings, all right? I appreciate that you love the stream. I appreciate that. Thank you. I used to hear this song as a child growing up in the 90s. It's always stuck with me. It's a great piece of music. Circa and Delilah. You guys want to know the name of the song? I'm gonna put the link in the chat. It's called Harry's Game by Clannad. I'm gonna put the link in the. Here's the link to the song. Here, you got it. You ever hear Fields of Athenry? It's kind of sad for the soul to Italians' corn, so the young might see the more. Now my prison ship lays waiting in the bay. I have not heard of that, but it does sound sad. Dude, isn't that great music? That's just amazing, powerful music. I'm just going to listen to this Iranian song. I have to. It's so good. Just listen to this piece of Iranian music, okay, guys? Just listen to this. Listen to this. Listen to this. I think this is the greatest piece of music I've ever heard come out of the Middle East. All right, here it is. I don't hate you, Benjamin. All right, I got a little upset there, but I just don't want my chat to be a platform for drugs and promoting drugs. That's all I'm saying. Don't need to get mad or sad or beat yourself up over it. Here we go. This guitar. Different dimensions of sound. You can hear the oud in the back, the violin, the drum, and they're kind of going different directions. That he sings and then that drum comes in, it's very good music.
ای دل تا کسی چی خون نای و جوش ای دل تا کسی چی خون نای و جوش حلقی بندگی عشق کیله دوش محرم نمگو هرگز جسرار هرگز جسرار هرگز جسرار محرم نمگو هرگز جسرار هرگز جسرار هرگز جسرار نخل امیدش توحید ناجبار توحید ناجبار توحید ناجبار ای دل تا کسی چی خم نای و جوش حلقی بندگی عشق نکیله گوش محرم نمگو هرگز جسرار نخل امیدش توحید ناجبار.
What can I say? That's a masterpiece, guys. That's a 10 out of 10 legendary masterpiece. And I really I can't find a single song from the Middle East that can beat this one. I mean, it's just so damn good. So damn good, guys. It really is. Let's lower the music down a little bit. It's wonderful. It's a masterpiece. This music takes me to places. Yeah, man. It's just different dimensions of harmony. This is so good. Yeah, it's a head bobber. Absolutely. There's a guy called Ziggorath who made a whole album called Southern Realms. Wow. Lebanese guy. I'll have to check it out. Never knew Iran could jam. Oh, man. That's because we've been conditioned to think the Middle East are all just a bunch of, like, fucking barbarians and everything. Amazing music. Yeah, Middle Eastern music generally goes insane. I don't know. I think Turkish and Iranian music are both very good. Hear horses. Yep. I have a friend from Iran going to ask him if he knows it. I doubt he does. I don't think. Maybe he does. I don't know. See if he knows. This rocks. Yeah. This is awesome. Yep. 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 Beautiful music. Yep. Yeah, it's very good. That was cool. Never knew the Iranians had good songs, man. Yeah, it's because we've been conditioned to think they're all, you know, backwards. So we're going to talk about the Red Sea and the blocking of the Bab el-Mandeb by the Houthis and what sort of ripple effect we can expect as a result of the blocking of the Strait of Hormuz and the blocking of the Bab el-Mandeb. And so I want to show you guys just some excerpts here from this article that was published by Zeteo recently. Hold on a second. Yeah, whatever. So it says here, roughly 12% of global trade passes through the Bab el-Mandeb daily. That's huge, including heavily laden container ships traveling between Asia and Europe, about a quarter of the world's container traffic. The oil numbers, though, have dramatically increased since the Iranians closed the Strait of Hormuz. So the Iranians closed the Strait of Hormuz. Then the Saudis were then forced to use the Red Sea as a transit route to export their oil. So now the Houthis are starting to block the Bab el-Mandeb, and they have already hit several Saudi oil tankers, which means they're going to have to find another route by which to export their energy. And so it says here, in the first quarter, the oil numbers, though, have dramatically increased since the Iranians closed the Strait of Hormuz. In the first quarter of 2026, 5.4 million barrels of crude oil and petroleum transited through Bab el-Mandeb. By June, total petroleum flows hit 7.4 million barrels per day, about 7% of global output, and up more than 75% from a year earlier because Saudi Arabia now pumps roughly 70% of its energy exports through the East-West pipeline to the Red Sea port of Yanbu. So the use of the Bab el-Mandeb by Saudi Arabia to transport Saudi oil has increased tremendously because of the Iranian closing of the Strait of Hormuz. A full closure would strand most of Saudi exports inside the region and cut global oil supply by roughly another 7%. And so it says here, I'll make this a little bit smaller. Hold on. More ships avoiding Red Sea gateway after fresh Houthi threats, data shows. One second. Oh my gosh. Come on, man. This doesn't have to be that difficult. There we go. And so it says here that 4 tankers charged... What is wrong with me? I'm getting old, guys. So it says here that 4 tankers changed course in the Red Sea on Wednesday, with 2 signaling the Suez Canal as their new destination after Yemen's Houthi rebels warned ships to avoid sailing to Saudi Arabian ports. Ship tracking data showed. So let's go back to the Zatea article. Look at what it says about the Suez Canal. Actually, it doesn't say anything. My mistake. But so ships are now going to be using the Suez Canal more because the Red Sea is being blocked by the Houthis. And ships, it's not as if the Houthis are blocking the Bab el-Mandeb because they have such amazing military technology. It's because ships don't want to risk it. That's the reason why. They might make it through. They might not. They don't want to risk it because going through that Bab el-Mandeb Strait, knowing damn well that the Houthis might fire on you, means higher insurance prices. And it also means danger to your lives. So they don't want to make the risk. And so from this alone, the Houthis can shut down the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. So what this is doing is it's forcing Saudi oil tankers to have to use the Bab el-Mandeb. To have to use the Suez Canal, not the Bab el-Mandeb, the Suez Canal. And so here is a map. You can see, I'll move myself to the other side here. You can see, here's the Bab el-Mandeb, here's Saudi Arabia, Yemen, here's the Bab el-Mandeb. You got Djibouti here, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Somalia right here. Here's the Bab el-Mandeb. So ships are now refusing to go through the Bab el-Mandeb to export Saudi oil. So where does that leave them? It leaves them no choice but to use this other route to transport Saudi oil. This is the Suez Canal, which goes through Egypt. It's in between the Egyptian mainland and the Sinai Peninsula here. Here is Israel. Now, the Suez Canal is going to become more important. That's going to give more power to Egypt because Egypt controls the Suez Canal. This is going to give more prestige to Egypt. Here is the problem. In the Middle East, we have 2 powers that are rising for empire. We got Israel with the Greater Israel Project, which is expanding into Syria and Lebanon. And we have Turkey with the Greater Turkish Project. And it wants to revive the Ottoman Empire and establish a neo-Ottoman Empire consisting of not just former Ottoman territories, but also consisting of Central Asian Turkic countries across the Caspian Sea. And so they're vying, the Israelis and the Turks are vying over who's going to dominate the Middle East. That's what's happening. The Ottomans used to control the Suez Canal. The Turks controlled Egypt and Sudan. They want to retake the territories because that would mean controlling the Suez Canal, one of the most important transit routes on Earth. But the Israelis are right next door to the Sinai Peninsula. They're right next door to the Suez Canal. They want to take the Suez Canal, you see? And you see, it's very interesting. Remember, the Israelis want to push all the Gazans into Egypt. It makes you wonder why they want to push all the Gazans into Egypt. Well, you'll say it's because they want to take Gaza and make it Jewish, and you'll be right. But I was thinking about this today. There is another reason as to why they want to push the Gazans into the Sinai Peninsula. If you push all the Gazans into the Sinai Peninsula, so let's increase the image real quick. So if you push all the Palestinians into the Sinai Peninsula over here, that means Hamas being in Egypt. Now, Egypt has a lot of Muslim Brotherhood members. Hamas and the Muslim Brotherhood are ideologically aligned. They are ideologically the same thing, which means they will be partners in Egypt together, and they will both be against the Egyptian government, which is against the Muslim Brotherhood. Remember, before Mr. al-Sisi, Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, took over Egypt in a military coup, which was backed by Saudi Arabia, the Muslim Brotherhood was ruling Egypt. Mohammed Morsi was the leader of Egypt. He was a high-ranking Muslim Brotherhood leader who was being backed by Turkey and who was a partner and an ally to Erdogan, the prime minister, or the prime minister of Turkey. And so that was a Turkish project, to have the Muslim Brotherhood take over Egypt so that the Turks could control Egypt through its proxy, the Muslim Brotherhood. The Saudis said, we have to get rid of this government because Saudi Arabia is right here. It's right next door to Egypt across the Red Sea. Saudi Arabia does not want a Muslim Brotherhood powerhouse right next door, because it would mean the Muslim Brotherhood running one of the most powerful militaries in all of the Middle East. The Egyptian military is very robust. Egypt is a country of over 90 million people, close to 100 million, I think. It has a very large military. It has a powerful and robust air force consisting of many F-15s. And it's got a pretty sizable and substantial and significant military force. And for this military to be ran by the Muslim Brotherhood would be a threat to Saudi Arabia, because the Muslim Brotherhood doesn't really like Saudi Arabia, because the Saudi government is seen as an enemy of Islam. It's seen as being close to the West. It's seen as degenerate. It's seen as just reprobate and living a very spoiled lifestyle while Muslim people suffer. So they don't like the Saudi royal family. The Saudis don't want a Muslim Brotherhood powerhouse being right next door to them across the Red Sea. So there is that. Mohammed Morsi is not a friend of the Muslim Brotherhood, but at the same, but imagine this, going back to what I was saying about Israel. Imagine if Hamas got pushed into Egypt. What would that do? The Muslim Brotherhood would join forces with Hamas in Egypt, and that would threaten the government of Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. The Muslim Brotherhood would rise up, and the Israelis would then have a pretext to say, oh, look, Hamas is in the Sinai Peninsula. They're getting closer to the Muslim Brotherhood. They're working with the Muslim Brotherhood. They're going to be a threat to us. They could take over Egypt. We can't allow that. And that would give the Israelis the pretext by which to justify a military expansion into the Sinai Peninsula, to bomb the hell out of the Sinai Peninsula, bomb Egypt in the name of fighting the Muslim Brotherhood, just like they're bombing Syria in the name of fighting Al-Qaeda. And they would then have the pretext by which to justify military expansionism into the Sinai Peninsula. The Israelis would then have power over the Suez Canal, giving Israel global power and giving the Israelis the status of a global power. With the Strait of Hormuz closed down by Iran, with the Red Sea, with the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, this strait right here, being closed down by Iran's proxies, the Houthis, the Israelis would then say, you can't use the Bab el-Mandeb, you can't use the Strait of Hormuz, you have to use the Suez Canal, which we control. And this would give Israel the opportunity to establish itself as a world superpower, controlling an immense amount of the world's trade and an immense amount of the world's traffic of oil and natural gas. And Israel becomes a global empire. But again, Israel has a massive obstacle, and that is the Turks. Because the Turks also want to control the Suez Canal. And the Turks also want to be a major power. Now think about this. Right now, the United States is working closer with the Central Asian Turkic countries, Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, all these big Turkic countries that lie in Central Asia. The Turks are beginning to solidify their influence and deeply entrench their influence in the Central Asian Turkic countries. The reason for this is because Turkey wants to create a neo-Ottoman empire consisting of not only former Ottoman territories like Egypt, Sudan, Syria, Jordan, etc., but also consisting of Central Asian Turkic countries in the name of Pan-Turkism and Pan-Turkic unity, in the name of Turkic brotherhood. That's why if you go on Instaho or Facebook, you see a ton of Turkish propaganda pushing for Pan-Turkism, and they show you the Central Asian Turkic ladies riding on horses, and they have little hawks on their hands, and they have the Turkish guitar playing in the background, and they're talking about mass Turkic unity and having this massive Pan-Turkic block of power ran by Ankara and all this stuff. This is a massive project of the Turks. Now, if the Turks manage to have tremendous influence over the Central Asian countries, what you will have is what is known as the Middle Corridor. The Middle Corridor is a project by which to transport oil and natural gas from Central Asia through the Caspian. I'll give you guys a map. Hold up. We got to get a map here. Hold on. Let's just get a map real quick. Middle Corridor map. Right here. Here we go. Here's the project. Here's the project. Okay, hold on. Let's get this thing nice and big. All right, so here's the corridor. So here's Central Asia, the Caspian Sea, Turkey, and then in the south here, Egypt, the Suez Canal. I got to get a better map. This one's a little bit difficult to see. Hold on. Map of Asia and Africa. This is good. I like this one. Let's use this one. All right. Hold on a second. There we go. So here is... I can probably make it a little bit bigger. Here is Central Asia. Wait. What kind of bullshit map is this? We're the Soviet Union? Oh, forget it. I'm sorry about this, guys. Such bullshit. I get the bullshit maps all the time. Can you just give me a normal map, please? Google sucks, man. Just give me a normal-ass map with countries. Central Asia map. All right. Here's Central Asia. Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Caspian Sea right next to it. This project would see the transportation of oil and natural gas going right through the Caspian Sea into Azerbaijan, from Azerbaijan across Armenia, from Armenia into Nakhchivan, which is that little orange territory right here, which is just a part of Azerbaijan, into Turkey. Turkey then becomes a major corridor through which oil and natural gas gets transported into the rest of Europe. Turkey then becomes a global power, a serious global power. So what is happening right now? It's very interesting. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. The Red Sea is getting closed by the Houthis. And what this is doing is it's forcing the world to look for alternative trade routes by which to transport oil and natural gas. Can't use the Strait, can't use the Bab el-Mandeb. That's dangerous. There are Houthis. So then what do? Oh, we use Turkey as a transport route. We use Syria as a transport route. We use the Suez Canal as a transport route. So you look at, let's say here, map of Asia. Man, I wish they can just give me a normal. Can they just give me a normal map? Let's look at this map here. This one's okay. So here we go. So we have Central Asia. This is good. We can use this. Central Asia right here. Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan. Oil, natural gas go through the Caspian Sea into Turkey. From Turkey into the rest of Europe. So Turkey then becomes a major transport route and an alternative to the Strait of Hormuz and the Bab el-Mandeb. Syria right now, which is being controlled by the Turks as a Turkish protectorate, is also being used, albeit it is in its beginning stages, but it's beginning to get used as a corridor by which to transport Gulf Arab oil. And so this is going to give more power to the Turks because the Turks control Syria. So the Strait of Hormuz is shut down. You have the Bab el-Mandeb. This is getting shut down by the Houthis. Here is the Suez Canal right here. Here's the Suez Canal. Now, the Bab el-Mandeb is one of the most important trade routes in the world. So this is going to give more power to the Suez Canal because now you have a lot of Saudi tankers going through the Suez Canal. So this is going to give the Egyptians more power. But the Israelis, they want to be the powerhouse. They want to be the most powerful country in the Middle East. They want an empire. They want Greater Israel. So they want to control the Suez Canal. But so do the Turks. So do the Turks. And so it makes you wonder why the Turks and the Egyptians just recently started doing massive military exercises. You have Turkish special forces and Egyptian special forces doing training exercises. You have the Turkish Air Force and the Egyptian Air Force doing aviation exercises, doing battle exercises. What are they preparing for? What are they preparing for? I think it's quite obvious. I think they're preparing for Israel. Because they know the Israelis want the Suez. The Turks also want the Suez. So they want to work with the Egyptians to go against the Israelis. And you can read about these military exercises between the Turks and the Egyptians because they are preparing for a war with the Israelis. Now remember, the Turks want to revive their empire, which included Egypt. So they want Egypt. So their strategy is we're going to work with the Egyptians and we're going to work with them as an ally against the Israelis. But this is going to come with strings attached. This is not going to come for free. The Turks want power. They want to control Egypt. It's not just about defending Egypt against Israel. It's about controlling Egypt and controlling the Suez Canal. So this is from Ynet, which is an Israeli newspaper. And it says here, Turkey and Egypt's military embrace is a strategic nightmare for Israel. And it says here, joint Air Force and commando drills point to a fast deepening military partnership between Cairo and Ankara, raising concerns in Jerusalem over Turkey's regional ambitions, Egypt's trajectory, and the future balance of power in the Eastern Mediterranean. And so it says here, oh man, this text, let me just make it a little bit smaller real quick. So it says here, the combat training images emerging from Egyptian military facilities this month should trigger immediate alarm within Israel's defense and intelligence communities. While global attention this is a typo here. While global attention remains fractured by ongoing conflicts elsewhere, Cairo and Ankara have quietly launched a massive joint military exercise codenamed Golden Eagle. This is no routine training deployment in some remote abstract landscape. Elite paratroopers, special forces, and Thunderbolt commando units from both nations are actively practicing synchronized operations on Egyptian soil. It represents the formalization of a relationship that was considered completely impossible just a few years ago. So just a few years ago, Turkey and Egypt were supposedly enemies. Now they're working together. Now they're doing military exercises together. They're doing joint military training together. What are they preparing for? I think I know. Israel. They're preparing for Israel. Because the Israelis used to control a part of the Sinai. They gave it up. But they controlled a part of the Sinai in the 1960s and 70s. The Americans forced the Israelis to get rid of it. They want it back. They want to retake the Sinai. Believe me when I say this, that's what they want to do. Now, you'll have people who say, oh, no, that's not true. Oh, no, they have no... Listen, they were telling us that there is no Greater Israel Project. For years, they were saying, that's anti-Semitism, that's an anti-Semitic conspiracy, blah, blah, blah. Then... Netanyahu himself said, oh, I'm a firm believer in the Greater Israel Project. And once Bashar al-Assad was toppled, the next day, the Israelis were there. They were there. The next day, boom, they're in Syria. And they're still in southern Syria to this day, in Quneitra. Now, why are the Israelis in Quneitra? Why? Why are they in southern Syria? I'll tell you why. It's called IMEC Corridor. Israel Middle East Corridor. What do you see? What do you see? Here it is. Here's the Great Israel Project. Here's the Great Israel Corridor Project right here. What do you see here? Oh, Israel can be a big, beautiful corridor for the transportation, for the traffic of oil and natural gas. Oh, the corridor goes from United Arab Emirates across Saudi Arabia, across Jordan. Oh, look at that. Which country is this right here? That's Syria. Which part of Syria? Southern Syria. They want to make southern Syria as a part of their corridor project. And so Israel then becomes a massive corridor for not only the traffic of energy, but for the traffic of technology, munitions, and other things. So imagine, I think this is the whole reason why they wanted this war to happen. I don't think it has anything to do with like nukes or ballistic missiles. That's all a bunch of bullshit. This is about corridors, trade routes. Because look, the Strait of Hormuz is shut down. The Bab el-Mandeb, oh, that's also shut down. So what are we going to do? Here's the Hormuz. Here's the Bab el-Mandeb right here. Both of these are getting shut down. So now the Saudi tankers have no choice but to go through the Suez. Like I've said, this gives power to Egypt. But Israel wants to be the Great Corridor. Israel wants to become Iran. So Iran's got a lot of global power because of its control over the Strait of Hormuz. Israel wants that power. So they're saying, we want to become the corridor. We want to be like Iran. So then they want to make Israel into the corridor for energy, for oil and natural gas to Europe. They also want to control the Suez. Just like they want to control southern Syria so it can become a part of their big grand corridor project. Imagine if the Israelis established their corridor project and they also control the Suez. It'll bring Israel into a status of major global power. But the Turks also want global power. They want to be the corridor. So going back to the map, where's that beautiful map? Oh, I had a great map here. Where is it? Not this. Anyway, they want to be the Turks. I'll just use this map. The Turks want to be the big great corridor. They're saying, well, we can have a corridor from Central Asia across Turkey, from Syria across Turkey. So it's a fight over who's going to be the big energy corridor, who's going to dominate the Middle East. It's a battle over trade routes. And so the Turks and the Egyptians are training. They're doing major military training exercises together. What are they training for? Well, right now, Turkey is trying to control Syria, and they want to push the Israeli military out of Syria. Eventually, there's going to be a clash because the Israelis have made it very clear they're not going to back off. The Turks are saying we're not going to back off from Syria. So a clash between the two sides is inevitable. So it's a battle over the corridors. It's a battle over trade routes. It's a battle over the Suez Canal as well. And so it says here, in late June 2026, the two nations concluded a massive multi-day joint Air Force exercise hosted across several strategic air bases inside Egypt. That aerial summit featured advanced multi-role fighter aircraft, specifically American-made F-16 jets, which form the backbone of both the Turkish and Egyptian air fleets. So it says here that immediately following those maneuvers, Egypt deployed its assets to participate in the Anatolian Eagle 2026 trilateral air exercise hosted in Turkey alongside Azerbaijan and NATO assets. So the Egyptians were training with the Turks in Azerbaijan, or they were training with Azeri soldiers in Turkey. So they're trying to deepen security ties. You see, and it says here, have I read this article, or is this article worth reading? Hold on. Man, let me make this a little bit smaller. Why renewed Egypt-Turkey military cooperation concerns Israel. Military cooperation between Egypt and Turkey has rapidly ascended to heights not seen in decades. So all of a sudden, after decades of them not training like this, all of a sudden they're training very intensely together. Why? Because they see the rise of Israel. They see Israel expanding into Lebanon, into Syria. They see Israel getting very much so involved in Somalia with the Israeli recognition of Somaliland. Somalia is a major, major asset for Turkey's imperial interest. Turkey has a massive military base in Somalia. Its biggest embassy is in Somalia. Israel is getting super active in Somalia because they want to fragment Turkey's influence in Somalia, and they want to really hinder it. That's why Israel said, oh, Somaliland, we recognize your independence. Somaliland is a region of Somalia that wants to be independent of Mogadishu. Turkey doesn't want this because Turkey wants to control all of Somalia. Israel wants to fragment Somalia to prevent Turkey from fully controlling Somalia. Why Somalia is so important? Because it's right on the Bab el-Mandeb. That's the reason why. So there is most definitely a shadow war that is taking place between the Israelis and the Turks. And so I think it's quite obvious that with the rise of the Suez Canal as a result of the Houthis blocking the Bab el-Mandeb, the Israelis are going to want in on that. The Israelis don't want Egypt to rise in major prominence because Egypt is right next door. And again, Israel has this policy of being the most dominant country in the Middle East. It's not going to want to allow Egypt to rise to that level of prominence because that would mean a very powerful Egypt right next door. Then you have Turkey on top of that, increasing and deepening security ties with Egypt, meaning these two countries could most definitely eclipse the power of Israel. So the Israelis want to put an end to this. And that would mean Israel controlling the Sinai Peninsula, expanding into the Sinai, and taking over the Suez Canal. Let's see here. While Israeli officials have warned that Turkey's military poses a threat, other statements indicate that Israel also views Egypt's military as a potential rising danger if left unchecked. In February, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu reportedly warned that, quote, the Egyptian army is getting stronger and we need to monitor it. So now the Israelis are referring to Egypt as a threat. Before they had decent relations, now all of a sudden Egypt is a threat now. Why all of a sudden now? Oh, because the Suez Canal is rising in prominence. That's the reason why. And they want to take the Suez Canal. That's my belief. They want to take the Suez Canal. And so it says here, this is an article from last year, but it's still relevant. Egypt is preparing for war in Sinai. Again, with who? in the Sinai? Who's right next door to Egypt on the Sinai? Israel is. Cairo is on alert for the possibility of a mass Palestinian exodus. The HQ-9B air defense system has been deployed to the Sinai. As Israel's attacks in Gaza intensify, Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi is also hardening his rhetoric. In recent months, al-Sisi has accused Israel of starving Palestinians and described its operations as genocide. At the Arab Islamic Summit in Qatar, he openly declared Israel an enemy. This statement, unheard of by an Egyptian leader in decades, was accompanied by a warning that the 1979 peace treaty could be annulled if the current situation continues. So last year, Abdel Fattah al-Sisi told the Israelis, you guys are a threat to us. You guys are genociding the Gazans right next door. You guys are becoming a threat. And so he was talking about a war with Israel on the Sinai. This was last year. So why are the Turks and the Egyptians preparing for a battle? Who are they preparing for battle for? Who are they preparing for? The Israelis. That's who they're preparing for. And it says here, his words, quote, do not allow the efforts of those before us for peace to go to waste. If you do, regret will be of no use. We're particularly noteworthy. So he's being very serious. According to The National, al-Sisi is preparing his army for possible scenarios, not only in rhetoric, but also in practice. The Egyptian leader has repeatedly stated that the forced crossing of the border by hundreds of thousands of Palestinians due to repression in Gaza is a red line. So the Egyptians don't want the Gazans to be pushed into Egypt because that would mean Hamas being in Egypt and working closely with the Muslim Brotherhood, and that would mean a joint threat against the al-Sisi government. And so al-Sisi is saying, if you start pushing the Gazans into Egypt, we're going to have to go to war with you, Israel. Now, the Israelis don't care because, one, they want to purge out all the Palestinians from Gaza. And secondly, they don't care if Hamas and the Muslim Brotherhood will be right next door to Israel on the Sinai, because that would provide the Israelis a pretext by which to do military expansionism into the Sinai, thereby enabling the Israelis to control the Suez Canal and become a global power. And so it says here, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu stated this month that he might allow people from Gaza to cross into Egypt via the Rafah crossing, but that they would be blocked. This statement was met with strong criticism in Cairo, etc. Hold on, I want to see if there's anything here that's worth reading, because a lot of this stuff is just air. It's just noise. So there you have it. So the Egyptians know that a war with Israel in the Sinai is very possible. What's the war going to be over? The Sinai. Why? The Suez Canal. Why? Because they want to become a massive transit route. The Israelis want to become a massive transit route. They want to become a major corridor for the world so that Israel then becomes the Strait of Hormuz. Israel becomes Iran. The Suez Canal will be controlled by the Israelis. This is what they're hoping. They're hoping for Israel. They're hoping to control over the Suez Canal so that they will become as powerful as Iran or more so. So they want for this massive corridor from the Arab Gulf through Israel to be established. And they also want to control the Suez Canal. And this would make Israel into a global power. The thing is, the Turks also want to become a global power. They want to revive their empire. Therefore, the Turks cannot allow for the Israelis to become a world power or to become the most dominant power in the Middle East, because that would be a threat to Turkish aspirations of reviving their empire. Therefore, the clash between Israel and Turkey is inevitable. It's inevitable. Is not real is out of control. Yup. Doesn't the Greater Israel Project, the patched... Yep. Not just Sinai, but also a good part of the Egypt... Yep. You're correct. Their last weapon, Antichrist. Moses was born in Egypt. True. Egypt is not dependable. We'll see. Israel is over. They don't know it. Yup. Please, Syria has Golan Heights water. Same with South Lebanon has water, agriculture. Zios have only desalination plants. True. That pipeline has zero chance to survive in Eastern Mediterranean. corridor for Zio pipeline of oil from Saudi to Haifa. Yep, exactly. Exactly. Theo, take a look at the Typhoon 3. It's a hypersonic anti-ship missile with pinpoint accuracy. Typhoon, yeah, I've heard of that. Typhoon 3. Let me see. Oh, yeah. That's the big Turkish missile. Yep. Yeah, Turkey's making some pretty powerful stuff. Ever since they put that AI functionality into their search engine, it went to, yes, absolutely, very true. Egypt wouldn't exactly be a pushover to Israel, takeover of the Sinai, though, right? Just because they have a pretext. That's correct. No, you're right. It wouldn't be a pushover, but I'm just saying that's what the Israelis want. And they went to war with Egypt in the past, and they defeated the Egyptians. But I think now it would be much different, much more difficult for them. But they wouldn't mind taking the Suez. 40 plus days to delivery and transit fees on Suez would even add on prices. The effectively cuts off the energy exports to the Indian Sea, Asia, right? If they can only send it north via Suez. Well, Israel, if you look at the IMEC project, the idea is that the UAE becomes a transit route to India. Because the UAE is on the Indian Ocean. Was costing more in fuel to harvest than just the cross weather. Crazy poor farmers. If you like metal, listen to this later. Holland Fund 1989, etc. We just had serious protests here in Ireland over oil prices. Yeah, I heard about that. All the farmers drove their tractors into Dublin city center, stayed there for days. There wasn't much trouble, but felt so bad for them. It's pretty terrible. Do you think Erdogan and Aliyev might work with U.S. against Iran? I don't think Turkey's going to work against Iran, no. I think they want to deepen security ties with the Iranians because they're right next door, and a war with Iran would be devastating because you would have a massive migrant crisis, and you would have Iranians trying to pour into the border of Turkey. Turkey does not want to deal with that. You just got into Boris Manko. I have to look that up. I've never heard of that. They want to build something in Gaza to control energy. They found oil in Gaza. That's true. Yeah, they did. They found, oil or natural gas in Gaza. And also, the Israelis want to establish their own canal. I think they call it the Ben Gurion Canal, but they haven't started to build it or anything like that. Suez Canal would be competition. Yeah, they want to build something, etc. Turkey has its own 5th generation fighter. That's correct. Yep, it's called the Khan. It's called the Khan. You know, I've been thinking about something lately, and that is, what does it mean to be the salt of the earth? What does it mean to be the salt of the earth? You know, Jesus says we have to be the salt of the earth. What does salt do? Right? It flavors things, correct? So if you add just enough salt to a dish, it's perfect. If you oversalt it, it's not edible. It's inedible. If you undersalt it, it's bland. So what does salt teach us? Balance. Salt teaches us balance. And so to be the salt of the earth is to have balance. Balance between what? Justice and mercy. Because what does Jesus say is the spirit of the law? He says the spirit of the law is justice and mercy. And he tells the Pharisees that you guys worship the letter of the law, but you do not have the spirit of the law, which is justice and mercy. And so without that balance between justice and mercy, you have imbalance, you have cruelty, you have brutality. If you have all justice and no mercy, then you have no mercy and you have no justice, because you can't have one without the other. If you have all mercy and no justice, then you have no mercy, because you would then be you would then be merciful to the unjust, and that would be mercilessness to the victims of the unjust. So it's all about balance. It's all about balance, guys. I think that's what it means to be the salt of the earth. Balance between justice and mercy. And Lot's wife, she turned around and looked at Sodom as it was being destroyed, Sodom and Gomorrah, two unjust cities, as they were being destroyed, Lot's wife turned around because she sympathized with Sodom and Gomorrah. She had no sense of justice. She had a warped sense of mercy, which was absent of justice, and therefore she had no mercy because, well, she just saw how all of the men of Sodom and Gomorrah wanted to rape men. So for her to sympathize with Sodom and Gomorrah in the name of mercy meant that she had no mercy and she had no justice. And so she became a pillar of salt. She became nothing but salt. And yet Christ tells us to be the salt of the earth. So why was Lot's wife made into a pillar of salt as a punishment if salt is supposed to be a good thing? Because to be of the salt of the earth, or to be the salt of the earth, is to have balance between justice and mercy. And Lot's wife had nothing but mercy and no justice. And so her becoming a pillar of salt represented her own imbalance. In other words, she was nothing but salt, and therefore inedible, therefore overpowered, therefore imbalanced. And her becoming nothing but purely salt represented that imbalance, just like if I were to take an entire bucket of salt and pour it into a pot of soup, making it inedible would be an imbalance. So her becoming nothing but a pillar of salt represented her own imbalance, her own absence of mercy, her own absence of justice. And if you look at how a lot of so-called Christians are talking nowadays, a lot of them speak without mercy. They talk about how they want to deport all illegals, deport all immigrants, deport all non-white immigrants, kill all Muslims, kill all of this, kill that, kill this, bomb Iran to the Stone Age, bomb this country to the Stone Age. And these are people who claim Christ. These are people who claim Christianity. They claim to follow a man who told people that the spirit of the law is justice and mercy, yet they have no mercy and they have no justice. Now, they will claim to have justice. They will say, oh, yes, we believe in justice because we're Christians and Christianity is all about justice, but you have no mercy, therefore you have no justice. If you do not have mercy, you cannot have justice. It's impossible. Because if you believe in justice, then you believe in mercy. Because a belief in justice automatically entails mercy to the victims of the unjust, and therefore the rightful desire to impose justice, impose punishment on those who deserve it, to impose punishment on the merciless. To believe in justice is to believe in the punishment of the merciless. To have mercy is to believe in the punishment of the merciless and to give justice to the victims of the merciless. And so justice cannot exist without mercy, nor can mercy exist without justice. And you have people speaking without any mercy. They want to kill this, kill these people, kill those people. And I look at Israel, how Israel glorifies the slaughter of Gazans, the slaughter of Palestinians, and says, oh yes, Palestinians can be killed, who cares? They're all terrorists. And what is this but an absence of mercy, and therefore a war declared on justice itself. A war declared on justice itself. And what do I see but imbalance? What is this but an imbalance? What is this but an absence of balance? What is this but fanaticism and extremism? And it reminds me of a story that took place in the Sabra and Shatila camps in Lebanon in 1982. You had these Maronite Christians who, in the name of Christianity, in the name of fighting for Christianity, butchered 3,000 Palestinians in a matter of days. And these were so-called Christians doing the killing. And a lot of conservatives would read about that and say, oh, based, they were fighting terrorists. And Lebanese Maronites will write to me and say, we were fighting terrorists. In the name of fighting terrorism, you butchered and raped and pillaged thousands of people. But you did this in the name of justice, but you had no justice because you had no mercy. Because to slaughter civilians is unjust. So how can you say you're fighting in the name of justice when you're committing mass murder? And how can you say you are for mercy when you are merciless to people and you are cruel to the helpless? It's all very sickening. But what is this but an imbalance? It's an imbalance. And they will claim Christianity and say, no, we're the salt of the earth. How can you be the salt of the earth when you are misusing the function of salt? Because what is the significance of salt in Christ's teaching? I think the way we can understand this is by simply looking at the function of salt, by simply looking at how salt is used. St. Paul tells us that we can understand God by simply looking at his creation. And so by looking at how the designer designed things, we can understand, to a certain extent, the mind of the designer. And so what does salt do? It flavors, but it also keeps us alive. If I put just enough salt in a dish, it's perfect. It's perfectly seasoned. If I oversalt it, it's inedible. If I have just enough salt in my body, that salt keeps my body alive. If I have too much salt, I can die. If I don't have enough salt, I'll die from a sodium deficiency. So salt is all about balance. That's what salt is about. It's about balance. And so God designed our bodies, and he designed food in a way where salt sustains things and flavors things as long as it's balanced. Do you see what I'm saying here? So you see a soup, it tastes bland. There's no salt, or there's a lack of salt. You put just enough salt, taste. It tastes perfect. Don't add any more salt. But if you take a whole handful of salt or a bowl of salt and pour all this salt in the soup, you taste it, it's not edible. You can't eat it. Literally, you cannot eat it. Your body will revolt. You will reject it. You can't eat it. If I do a lot of manual labor outside and I'm sweating a lot, I'm losing salt. I have to replenish the salt. It's not just a matter of me drinking water. It's a matter of me needing to drink water with enough sodium to keep me sustained. And this is where electrolytes come in. What do you think Gatorade is? Gatorade is an electrolyte drink because it has some sodium in it to keep you going, some sugar to keep you going. So if I take just enough salt and it goes into my bloodstream, I'm hydrated. If I drink water with just enough sodium, I'm hydrated. I'm good. But if I drink salt water out of the ocean, I'm dead. Too much salt will kill me. Too little salt will kill me. Just enough salt keeps me alive. Enough salt makes a meal pleasant. Not enough salt makes a meal bland. Too much salt makes a meal inedible. So what is the purpose of salt teaching us here? Salt's use is teaching us balance. And so what does Christ say? You are the salt of the earth. Now, because God created salt, and he created the function of salt, and he designed our bodies in a way where we need just enough salt, not too much, not too little. And he made salt in a way where just enough salt flavors a dish perfectly, but too much makes it inedible, and too little of it makes it bland. We can then understand what God has in mind when he says salt. Christ says, be the salt of the earth. Does that mean be overwhelmingly salty? No. He says, be the salt of the earth, which means what? You need a balance. He's implying balance. He's signifying balance. And so he tells the Pharisees, you guys ignore the spirit of the law, justice and mercy. Now the Pharisees, they had a very strong sense of justice because they were all about killing people. Oh, this woman, she's a prostitute. Kill her. Jesus, we should stone this woman to death. Kill this person. Kill that person. Jesus said, hey, guys, I'm the Son of God. Kill him. Right? They were so bloodthirsty. They were so willing to kill because they had this perverted sense of justice, but it really wasn't justice. It was just violence and bloodlust. Because the reason why I say they didn't have justice, even though they thought they had justice, was because they had no mercy. And you can't have justice without mercy. You can't have mercy without justice. So they had no sense of mercy, and therefore they had no justice, and they committed injustices. Hence why they murdered Jesus Christ, because they had no justice, and they hated Christ because Christ was a threat to their power. Another great example of this is Christ reviving, what's his name? Lazarus from the dead. Jesus goes to the tomb of Lazarus and he says, Lazarus, wake up. And Lazarus wakes up. Christ saves Lazarus from the tomb. He saves Lazarus from death. And the priests, the high priest said, this guy's a threat to our power. Let's kill Lazarus, put him back in the tomb, and let's kill Jesus. Now, how can you be people of justice when you are so willing to murder someone who was literally just rescued from the grave? Obviously, these people were vacuous of justice, and they were vacuous of mercy. How can you be a man of justice for wanting to murder someone who literally was just rescued from the tomb? And the fact that you wanted to murder Lazarus signifies that you were absent of mercy. Absent of mercy. So no justice, no mercy. And if you have no justice, you have no mercy. If you have no mercy, you have no justice. The two need each other to exist. They need each other to exist. This is where the balance comes in. Without that balance, there's no mercy and there is no justice. If I say just justice, forget mercy, then I have no justice because I have rejected mercy, which means I will become merciless to the innocent. And I will be unjust to the innocent. So I have no justice and I have no mercy. If I say just mercy, then I become like Lot's wife, sympathizing for Sodom and Gomorrah, which did not deserve sympathy and did not deserve mercy. I become sympathetic towards evildoers, towards murderers, towards rapists. And therefore I have no justice. And I have no mercy. Sodom and Gomorrah was a city full of rapists. They literally wanted to rape and sodomize men. These cities deserved destruction. So for Lot's wife to feel sorry for Sodom and Gomorrah meant that she sympathized with people who wanted to rape men. You can't be a person of mercy if you sympathize with such people. Therefore, you have no mercy and you have no justice. Because mercy would be, well, justice to the cruel. And mercy to the cruel is an injustice to the victims of the merciless. So salt is all about balance. That's what it's about. And if we become imbalanced, either with this warped view of mercy which rejects justice, or this warped view of justice that rejects mercy, then we become cruel. We enable murder. We enable murderers by saying we should just let them go, and we end up like New Zealand, where literally murderers are released from prison. You guys know this about New Zealand? New Zealand will release murderers. They say, oh, well, you know, some psychiatrist just reviewed him and says that he's reconciled and he's actually allowed to be released back into society. He's rehabilitated. He can be released back into society. And those murderers will go back into society and they'll kill again. And then we end up like John Paul II, Pope John Paul II, who said that life in prison is also unjust. And Pope Francis said the same thing, mimicking John Paul II. So if you have just this warped sense of mercy and you say, well, we don't need justice, just mercy, then you reject the death penalty for those who deserve the death penalty, like Sodom and Gomorrah. And it doesn't stop there. You go from rejecting the death penalty and prohibiting the death penalty to eventually prohibiting life in prison. And all of a sudden you're releasing murderers who need to be locked up. And you start following the lead of John Paul II and Pope Francis, who said life in prison is actually unjust. And then you release murderers back into society, all in the name of justice. All in the name of mercy. How is that merciful when you have just released the wolves into the henhouse? You've just released bloodthirsty murderers back into society who will kill again. That's not mercy. That's mercilessness to the innocent. So you have no mercy. Even though you come in the name of mercy, you have no mercy and you have no justice. Bottom line. Israel is slaughtering the Palestinians in the name of justice. But that involves an Israeli sniper shooting a 10-day-old baby as it's being breastfed. That involves shooting toddlers. that involves snipers opening fire on children, that involves incinerating people alive, that involves starving people alive, that involves raping men, sodomizing men in the State Timon prison camp in the name of fighting terrorism, all in the name of justice. That's not justice. That's injustice. But they're doing it in the name of justice. And so what does this represent? It represents an imbalance. And it goes against what Christ said when he said, be the salt of the earth. Be balanced. Be balanced. Lot's wife had no balance, and so she became a pillar of salt. She became nothing but salt. What was Christ saying? What was God saying when he made Lot's wife into a pillar of salt? He was saying, you are so imbalanced, you're nothing but salt. Just like you can't eat a meal if it's nothing but salt. It's impossible. So Lot's wife became nothing but salt, thereby signifying her imbalance. It's quite amazing. It really is. I don't support the death penalty, though. Just keep it. No, I support the death penalty. Some people need to die. Some people deserve the death penalty, truly. Like, there are people out. I'm sorry. I completely reject this belief. I think you can still empathize with the wicked. I think that might be how mercy goes along, but mercy must also have justice. So, again, empathize with the wicked in what way? What does that look like? She became a pillar of salt. Yep, murder goes directly against God. You can have either justice or mercy if you seek to murder your fellow children of God. True. Totally insane to think they were thinking of killing Lazarus. That's how evil they were. Utterly demonic. Yeah, they are clinically insane people. You dehydrate without salt. Exactly. It's not just a matter of water. It's a matter of water and electrolytes. My brother, we are coming to the conclusion that the Holy Bible is history. We see when people called holy people, patriarch, bishop, priest, are engaged in enriching themselves and looting. Haven't been in a while. I've been going to my girlfriend's house. All right, man. Having fun, Mr. Buckwheat. Preserves flavor. Yup. Preach. Thank you, sir. I see the same from the American regime. They are great at dehumanizing people. Shubot the Wise. Appreciate it, sir. Thank you. Justice and mercy. Yep, he did. He said exactly those words. Correct, but for the Khan to be ready with the F-110 engine, it still takes at least 2 years. I think by 2029, the Turks are saying their fighter jet's going to be operational. They have the Gulf of Aqaba. That's true, and that's why Israel wants to make the Ben Gurion Canal, but I'm not sure if they're actually going to do it. They could take the Suez, though. By empathize with the wicked, think of it like looking at it then with the wicked children. You know they are wicked, but you still can't help but feel bad. I don't feel bad for Ted Bundy. I don't feel bad for serial killers. I don't feel bad for rapists when they get the justice they deserve. I just don't. They made those decisions deliberately to terrorize and to torture and to murder people. I have no sympathy for them. Can you give us tips on not following internationalism? It's very simple. You have balance. That's it. Salt of the earth. You have to look for balance. You have people out there who have zero balance. They're just like, deport everyone, kill people, kill them, shoot illegals, da. Those people have no balance. That's obviously unjust. It's obvious. That's obviously merciless. You have illegals who are good people. I know because I've met them. You got people who are illegal and they're hard workers and they just want to make a living. They're not hurting anybody. I think we should make it easier for those people to become citizens. That's my opinion. Or at least give them some kind of work permit to give them legal status. But then you have people who say, you know, no borders, leave everything open. That's also wrong. Also, you got to look for balance. And the problem is nationalism will say things that are true. Like, for example, we have to protect our borders and we have to have borders and have national security. Yeah, all that's true. But then they'll start pushing for weird things like eugenics and racism. And you just have to look for balance. You have to look for mercy. You have to look for justice. And if you don't find these things, then it's not good. I think people who don't have balance are hypocritical. Sure, yeah, I agree. According to this Mario Nawfal guy, ballistic missiles are hitting an Aramco oil terminal. Yeah, this Iran shit's going to go on for years, guys. I'm sorry to say it. This shit's going to go on for years. It is. This Iran thing is not going to go away. I think there's going to be pauses but it's just gonna go back and forth, hot and cold. I'm very fatigued by the whole Iran thing, guys. Like, one thing I do not do is keep track of every breaking news report that you get on Telegram. Like, every 30 seconds, breaking news! Strikes heard off the coast of fucking whatever, Al-Haq in Iraq somewhere. Like, okay, guy, my brain will be fried by that level of information. I like to look at the big picture. I know that there's going to be strikes. I know bombs are going to drop. I like to look at the big picture for things. It just makes it a lot easier. On the complete opposite end of that spectrum, you have people wanting absolutely no... That's exactly what I said, right? That's the other end. That's the imbalance. So they're both imbalanced. It's the same thing with, like, pro-Palestine versus pro-Israel. They're both very imbalanced sides. Like, the pro-Palestine people aren't that great either, because they'll support terrorism and murder and all that stuff. And they'll say, yeah, who cares about killing Israelis? They're all bad, this and that. Those people also have no balance. So you have to keep all these things in mind. My idea about deportation is we should make every person already in America legal and then close our border for about 15 years to assimilate them. Dude, what you just said all about the salt of the earth was mind-blowing. That was one of the most deep and intelligent things I've heard in a long time. I really appreciate that, Mr. Dog. I was thinking about it all week. All week I've been thinking about this. I was thinking about, what does it mean to be the salt of the earth? I just thought about it. I was like, oh man, what does salt actually do? It balances. What is the purpose of salt? Salt only serves one purpose. It only serves its purpose as long as it's balanced. If salt is not balanced, it doesn't serve a purpose. It only destroys. If salt is imbalanced in the body, it only destroys. If I have a deficiency in sodium, I can die. If I have an influx of sodium, I can die. If I have just enough sodium, it sustains my life. So the purpose of salt can only be attained if the salt is balanced. So Christ says, be the salt of the earth. You cannot be the salt of the earth if you're not balanced. Bottom line, if you got too much salt, you got all mercy, no justice. All justice, no mercy. You can't be the salt of the earth. And so Lot's wife says, mercy for Sodom and Gomorrah. Oh my God, my gay friends at the hair salon, I'm gonna miss them. And God says, you stupid bitch, and turns her into a pillar of salt. And what was God trying to say? You were imbalanced. Too much salt. You're done. Imbalance. Just like if I put too much salt in my body by drinking salt water, I die. But if I have just enough salt, I live. If I have too little salt in my body, I die. And so Lot's wife was all salt. All salt, no sugar. All salt, no balance. So her becoming totally salt represents her total imbalance, her total extremism. She was an extremist in the sense that she knew that the Sodomites were rapists. She knew they wanted to rape men. And yet she still sympathized with them. You have to be an extremist to do that. Because a reasonable person would know Sodom and Gomorrah needed to be destroyed. But a fanatic would have said, oh no, mercy to Sodom, even though they knew very well it needed to be destroyed. Abraham encompasses that balance. Because remember, he meets Christ. He serves Christ's dinner. Abraham meets 3 men. He bows down to only one of them. Why? Because that one was Christ. The other 2 were angels. And so Christ has a meal with Abraham. Then he gets up and says, I'm going to go destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. And Abraham says, wait, Lord, wait. What if there are 10 righteous people in Sodom and Gomorrah? And Christ turns around and says, if they are 10 righteous people, I will spare Sodom and Gomorrah. So what was Abraham exemplifying? He was exemplifying balance. Abraham didn't say, kill everybody. Yeah. He said, wait, God, what about mercy? And God respected that. He noticed that. He honored that. He said, you have mercy, Abraham. If there are 10 righteous people, I will spare them. So Abraham exemplifies balance. Lot's wife exemplifies imbalance and extremism. So Abraham doesn't say, kill them all, yeah. He immediately demands mercy. He immediately calls for mercy. So he exemplifies balance. Abraham understands that Sodom and Gomorrah deserve destruction, but at the same time, he wants to have mercy for the innocent. So Abraham was the salt of the earth. He had that balance, that salt, that the purpose of salt has. He had that balance that is necessary for salt to serve its purpose. Lot's wife says, all mercy. I feel sorry for Sodom. I feel so bad. I turn my back. I'm so attached to this evil city. So therefore, she had no justice because she did not believe in justice to the evil cities. And she had no mercy because it did not bother her that those who were being destroyed were rapists. It did not bother her that Sodom was full of rapists. So therefore, she had no justice and she had no mercy, because you can't be a merciful person and sympathize with rapists. Just impossible. And so she became a pillar of salt. In other words, God was saying, you're nothing but salt. You're like a meal that is so salty, it's inedible. You're extreme. So Abraham exemplifies balance. Lot's wife exemplifies extremism. And there is another story of extremism in the Old Testament, in the book of Genesis, in which Dinah, the daughter of Jacob, she has sex with the prince of Shechem. And the prince of Shechem says, let me marry your daughter. And Jacob says, okay, fine. Was it Jacob or Isaac? I always get those two confused. Dinah, was it, I always get those confused. Hold on. Daughter of, okay, Jacob. Yeah, Jacob. So Jacob says, all right, I'll let you marry my daughter, but all of your people have to convert to my religion. And he says, deal. So all of the men of Shechem convert to the religion of Israel. They all get circumcised. They all convert. This was a perfect opportunity to bring more people into the fold of God's people, of God's nation. But what happens? Simeon and Levi pull their swords out. They wait for all the men of Shechem to get circumcised because they knew that by them getting circumcised, they would be too fatigued to fight back. And they proceed to slaughter all of the men of Shechem. They committed genocide in Shechem. And before Jacob dies, he's lying on his deathbed. He tells Simeon and Levi, you're murderers. And he says, may my soul never come near the presence of Simeon and Levi. Let not my soul come in the presence of Simeon and Levi. That's how much they disgusted Jacob. But Simeon and Levi murdered those men in the name of justice for their sister. This man slept with our sister, made a whore out of her. We're gonna seek justice. But they had no mercy. They murdered all of the men of Shechem who had agreed to convert to their religion. They had no justice. They had no mercy. And so because of that, Jacob put a curse on Simeon and Levi and said, God will scatter Levi in the future. And the descendants of Levi would become the priests. They became the priestly family of Israel. All of the priests were Levites. And what happened eventually? Jesus comes along and says, you priests, you have no mercy. You have no justice. And he tells the people a parable, the parable of the vineyard. He says there's a vineyard, and the tenants of the vineyard are wicked. And the owner of the vineyard sends 3 servants or 2 servants to the vineyard, and the tenants attack the servants of the master. And eventually the master says, I shall send my son. Surely they will not harm my son. And the tenants of the vineyard not only attack the master's son, but murder him. And the master punished all the wicked tenants and destroyed them all. And it says in the gospel that when the priests heard Christ tell that parable, they knew he was referring to them. And so what Christ was saying was, you priests, your priesthood, your power, your Levitical power that descends back to Levi, it's all coming to an end. That prophecy of Jacob saying that Levi will be scattered, it's going to come to pass. Your priesthood is coming to an end. It's going down. And the curse of Jacob, the curse that was declared by Jacob, came to pass. They murdered Christ. They framed him. And they murdered Christ. The priest did. And then what happened? 40 plus years after the crucifixion and murder of Christ, the Romans burned down the temple. And as the temple was being engulfed by the flames and the smoke billowed into the air, the high priests ran to the Caesar, or to the Roman general who would later become the Caesar, and they begged for their lives. And Josephus tells us that the Caesar rose up and he says, "Your temple is no more, so therefore of what good is your priesthood?" And he had all the priests executed. And that marked the end of the power of the Levitical priesthood. But that curse on Levi came about as a result of mercilessness and injustice, because Simeon and Levi were imbalanced. They were unjust. They were merciless. So what does it mean to be the salt of the earth? What purpose does salt serve? How is salt used? Salt is only of use when it's balanced. And therefore, to be the salt of the earth is impossible without balance. And if you have no balance, even though you may be coming in the name of being the salt of the earth, you are not the salt of the earth. And that's it. Anyway. Based, yeah, Joseph, etc., etc., etc. Never heard of that perspective. I've never heard anyone say this. I came up with all this stuff in my own brain. I deduced it. Peace be upon them. Anyway, guys, I got to get going. It's been great. We had a really fun stream. I have streamed for 6.5 hours. We had a really good stream. I'll see you guys soon, God willing. And I'll say goodbye to everybody. Caesar, Toker, Benjamin, Gaffo, K70, Dog K, Yao Musty. This is the best breakdown of this story I've ever heard. I really appreciate that, sir. Thank you. I really do try. Lawrence, Chavez, Buckwee, Linux Wizard. Always enjoy your profile picture. Cruel Caption, Circa, and everyone else. God be with you guys and be well and have a great weekend. You guys just heard some Theo Logi. God bless.